Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. A figure landed behind Mai and said respectfully, Lord Mizukage, there is news from Hidden Leaf Village that the Anbu commander, Kakashi Hatake, has left Hidden Leaf Village temporarily and disappears. Mai's eyebrows moved slightly, and then she said, oh? Even the Lord 5th Hokage doesn't know where he is going? Yes, it is said that nobody knew about Kakashi Hatake's actions this time, and as soon as he left Hidden Leaf Village, his trace disappeared completely. Presumably he left using the Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. All said. Really? I understand. Is there anything else? Mai asked. Lord Mizukage, Momoki Zabuza has been promoted to Anbu captain in Anbu. He has proved his ability. Should we place him at the long-vacant Anbu commander's position? This matter will be discussed sometime later. After all, it hasn't been long since Zabuza returned to Hidden Mist Village. The Anbu commander's position is more important than Anbu captain. Even if I don't worry about it, other people won't be relieved, Mai said. Yes. Lord Mizukage. By the way, how is the boy named Chojuro after he took the Hyuga? Mai asked. Chojiro's talent is good, but his personality is very flawed. He is too introverted, but his strength is acceptable. Ao replied. In that case, transfer him to Zabuza's team and sharpen his character. I understand. Is the orphaned boy of the Yuki clan, Hueco, still following Zabuza? Yes, Lord Mizukage, Hueco has a strong bond with Zabuza. It is probably not easy to separate them. In that case, you don't have to do anything as long as the Yuki clan's Kakashi Genkai is still in the Hidden Mist Village. Right, have you found that Hazuki Suigetsu? Mai turned around and asked. Not yet, according to our information, it seems that he has been taken away by Orochimaru. And Orochimaru's whereabouts are uncertain, and also his strength is powerful, so it is not worthwhile to offend Orochimaru for that Hazuki Suigetsu, said Ao. Okay, then we should let this matter go for the time being. Has the academy in the village completed with reference to Hidden Leaf Villages? Everything is ready, it's already in the implementation phase. That's good, after all this is done, we can be relaxed for a while. Mai said with a smile. Since taking over the Lord 5th Mizukage's position, Mai has been under great pressure. After all, the Lord 4th Mizukage has left a lot of mess, and it is not an easy task to fix it. However, after several years of hard work, it can be said that Hidden Mist Village is almost back to normal again. It's all thanks to Lord Mizukage's wise leadership. Ao said respectfully. Well, Ao, you are too serious, you should laugh more occasionally. Mai said jokingly. I am afraid it is very difficult to do it, said Ao. You are really boring. Okay, you can go back, I will stay here for a while. Lord Mizukage, I am afraid that is not appropriate. Don't worry, this is Hidden Mist Village, and I am the Mizukage. Do you think I will be in danger here? Mai said helplessly. Ao thought for a while, and felt that what Mai said was reasonable, so he gave up the idea of asking Mai to go back. Then, this subordinate will retire first. Yeah, just go. Seeing Ao finally left, Mai said with a grin, this Ao is really getting more and more worthy. Haha, Ao is doing all of it for you. After you became the Mizukage, he was very busy and no one knows how much he did for you. A familiar voice rang in Mai's ears, and Mai was stunned. Immediately, Mai feels a warm embrace on her back. Mai, long time no see. The gentle voice rang in Mai's ear, with a unique pampering tone. Mai turned around excitedly and hugged the man in front of her. Kakashi, you bastard. It took you so long to come to meet me. The corners of Mai's eyes are slightly moist, and her small fist tapped Kakashi's chest lightly, with surprise and anger on her face. Sorry. Apart from apologizing, Kakashi had no other words to speak at this time. He really owes Mai too much. At this time, he had too many concerns and could not be together with Mai. As if feeling the guilt in Kakashi's heart, Mai also stopped complaining. Hugging Kakashi, Mai leaned her head on Kakashi's chest and said, I know you have a lot of concerns right now. I'm already very happy that you can come to meet me. Thank you, Kakashi said distressedly. This is not what a girl would have said. But for Mai to say this to him, Kakashi is feeling a little bit distressed. Fool, why should you say thank you? Mai said with a smile. Her smile is very sweet, which makes people feel sweet in their heart when they saw it. After a long absence, Mai felt that she seemed to love the man in front of her even more. There is such a girl who likes him this much, so what else can Kakashi ask for? What Kakashi can do at this time is to hug Mai tightly. After a long time, the two finally finished their hug and changed places. On a boulder above the cliff, the two cuddled together. Mai leaned on Kakashi's shoulder and said, Kakashi, I heard that you left Hidden Leaf Village temporarily. Where are you going? Kakashi's arm stiffened slightly and he said, I'm going to a certain place. Mai frowned and raised her head. She looked directly into Kakashi's eyes, and then said, Is it dangerous? Kakashi smiled bitterly. It seems that I can't hide anything to Mai. As expected, I am not a person who is good at lying to Mai. Looking at Kakashi's expression, Mai has already got the answer. Do you really have to go? Mai said, biting her lip. Kakashi nodded and said, Yeah, I must go. I will accompany you. Mai said determinedly. No, you still have Hidden Mist Village, you are the Mizukage of this village, so how can you leave? Don't make trouble. Kakashi refused. But. Hey, I promise you, I will definitely come back. Kakashi fondly touched Mai's hair, and said softly, You have your responsibility and I have my responsibility. Don't give up these responsibilities lightly. Then you must come back. Sure, I swear. Kakashi said with a smile. How long? Up to 3 years. Mai was feeling a little bit reluctant. Didn't that mean she wouldn't be able to see each other for 3 years? How cruel it is. Mai could not help but feel a pain in her heart when she heard this. Immediately, as if a certain determination was made, Mai rushed towards Kakashi and kissed Kakashi's thin lips. Kakashi was taken aback, and then immediately hugged Mai tightly. After a long time, the lips parted, and there was an inexplicable sense of feeling between the two. Mai's face was slightly red, and she whispered in Kakashi's ear, Kakashi, shall we change the place? Kakashi looked at the blush on Mai's face and understand what she meant. A beautiful lady's invitation, naturally, can't be refused. Grabbing Mai's hand, Kakashi immediately used Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and disappeared from that place. In a hotel somewhere in the land of craftsmen, Kakashi and Mai suddenly appeared. The two kissed each other, and then continued to the next step. The young bodies collided with each other, accompanied by bursts of high-pitched screams. There was no word for the night, only the emotional men and women are in harmony, and then they fell asleep. Chapter 311 The Wheel of Destiny. In the early morning, the sunlight was shining on the bed through the window. There are some red spots on the white sheets, and there are two people lying on the bed. One man and one woman, breathing normally. Not long after, the man opened his eyes and looked at the woman in his arms with a smile on his lips. Mai's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes in the next second. You wake up? Kakashi said with a smile. Yeah. Mai responded softly, and a flush of redness appeared on her face. After all, it was her first time, even if Mai has an outgoing personality, at this moment, she was a little embarrassed, and she covered her white body with the quilt. Don't cover it, I already saw everything last night. Kakashi said with a smile. I hate you, you are doing so hard yesterday. Mai said while pouting. Why do I remember that someone kept calling for more? Mai's face turned even redder when she heard this. Kakashi pinched Mai's nose gently and then got up from the bed. The perfect figure instantly appeared in front of Mai. As Kakashi was wearing his clothes, he saw Mai staring at him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile and then he said, What? Haven't seen enough? Mai smiled and said, Of course, I haven't seen enough in my life. Kakashi gently kissed Mai's forehead and then said, You should get dressed, let's have breakfast together. Okay. There is a lot of affection and sweetness here, but on the other side, the Hidden Mist Village's top executives are in chaos. Damn it, where did the Lord Mizukage go? Why didn't we see her all night? Ao said anxiously. Ao, is there still no news from Lord Mizukage? Zabuza asked as he walked into the room. Ao shook his head and said, Not at all, I have looked at the whole village with Byakugan, but there is no shadow of Lord Mizukage at all. I asked the people from Anbu to look for her, but there is no news about her whereabouts. It's strange, how could Lord Mizukage suddenly disappear? Zabuza said doubtfully. He knows that Mai's strength is absolutely superior to him. So how could anyone in this world take Mai away silently? This is simply an impossibility. I don't know. I'm really anxious. If I knew this would happen, I would never leave Lord Mizukage alone. Ow, You don't have to worry, you should know Lord Mizukage's strength and it is impossible for someone to take her away silently. It must be that Lord Mizukage leave voluntarily, but she didn't have time to notify us. Zabuza said. Upon hearing this, I thought about it for a little bit, and feel that what Zabuza said is very reasonable. Then what should we do now? Asked Tao. Don't worry. I will send some Manbuto out of the village to find her. But, we can't let the others know that Lord Mizukage missing for the time being, so as to not cause unnecessary trouble. And then, we can only wait. Zabuza then said. It can only be so. Ao said with a sigh. Zabuza nodded again, but he secretly thought in his heart, there is only space ninjutsu that can come and leave Hidden Mist Village so quietly? Is it Kakashi? Zabuza then shook his head slightly, he couldn't be sure of his own judgment right now. Kakashi and Mai are eating the sweetest breakfast in their lives in the hotel in the land of craftsmen. Mai, I'll send you back later, presumably Hidden Mist Village has already in a mess by this time, Kakashi said. Mai said, well, okay. Both of them are not ordinary couple. They understand what to do and what not to do. The madness last night wasn't just a whim, and the responsibility they should bear would be never forgotten. Mai did not cry and asked Kakashi to accompany her for a while, but just looked at Kakashi quietly. It seems that she wanted to engrave that face in her mind forever. Mai finally went back to Hidden Mist Village. With the feeling of yearning for Kakashi, but also with the longing for the future. This future will not be too far. After sending Mai back, Kakashi's heart felt a bit heavy. It seems that the responsibility for the future is becoming heavier. It's almost time to move. A few days later, Kakashi came to Tsukaza's blacksmith's shop. Tsukaza-san, are you here? I'm here, just come inside. Tsukaza's slightly excited voice sounded behind the blacksmith's shop, and Kakashi walked over after hearing this. Kakashi then saw Tsukaza with his upper body naked, looking at the sword in the furnace. Tsukaza-san, is it not finished yet? Kakashi asked. Soon, only the last step remained. This new Millennium Sword is more powerful than I expected. I did not expect that these materials will have such magical power after they are merged together. Tsukaza said excitedly. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the furnace and also had some expectations in his heart. Suddenly, Tsukaza narrowed his eyes and shouted in a low voice, now. Then Tsukaza grabbed the handle of the sword and threw it into a pool of water. Hiss. A cloud of water vapor rose instantly. Quenching. The last step in the creation of the sword, at the same time is also the most critical step. If it succeeds, it will become a great sword, and if it fails, the sword was scrapped. It's done. Tsukaza said excitedly. Is it really done, Tsukaza-san? Kakashi asked. It's almost done, you can go get it out of the pool. Tsukaza said. Kakashi nodded and did not hesitate to grab the handle of the sword directly. Millennium Sword has followed Kakashi for more than 10 years, and it can be said that they are familiar with each other, but this time, Kakashi has a strange feeling when grabbed the handle. The Millennium Sword seems to be reborn, and the blade is also heavier than before. Kakashi took it out of the water, and in an instant, a long, cold sword appeared in front of the two of them. Is this the new Millennium Sword? Kakashi muttered to himself, while looking at the sword in front of him. The length is almost the same as the original Millennium Sword, but the shape is slightly different. The black handle and the silver-white blade became a bit deep at this time, and the blade was very straight. The most peculiar thing is that there is a hexagonal hole on the handle, which Kakashi deliberately asked Tsukaza to make. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction and said, good sword. Then his right hand danced lightly, and in an instant, the familiar feeling came back. That's right, this is the Millennium Sword who has followed me for more than 10 years. The Millennium Sword trembled slightly, as if expressing his joy. Kakashi was slightly surprised. At this moment, he could clearly feel the emotions conveyed from the sword. Has the spirituality of this sword reached this point? Kakashi suddenly remembered that Hoshigaki Kisame's Seimata also seemed to have such an amazing spirituality. Haha, how is it? Are you satisfied? Tsukaza said with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. Tsukaza-san, thank you very much, Kakashi said. Tsukaza waved his hand and said, no, it should be me thanking you. I have no regrets in this life after being able to create such an artifact. Haha, I will always remember this day for the rest of my life. It's not in vain for me to live in this world. Tsukaza laughed, his white beard trembling. He obviously extremely excited. Kakashi clenched the Millennium Sword in his hand, everything is ready. Then the next step was to head to the unknown world. A few days later, Kakashi appeared in a vast expanse of desert. On the distant Mount Mayabaku, Ramamaru opened his sleeping eyes and muttered, silver white-haired and red-eyed boy, as the wheel of destiny finally started to spin. Chapter 312 Dragon Veins. Ruin is located at the center of a desert in the Land of Wind. There is yellow sand everywhere, and that place is in dilapidated conditions. Originally, Ruin is a prosperous small kingdom, but because of being involved in the Third Shinobi World War, it was almost destroyed. The last queen of Ruin, Sara, guarded the kingdom with her own life and eventually saved some of the citizens, but the ancient kingdom of Ruin has completely become a symbol in history and no longer exists. The rest of the Ruin's citizens lived not far from the remains of Ruin. Legend says that the descendants of Queen of Ruin have guarded Ruin's dragon veins for generations. Dragon veins is said to have terrifying power, but no one knows what this power is. It is said that someone once used the power of dragon veins to harm the shinobi world, but that person was eventually stopped by the Lord Fourth Hokage, and the Lord Fourth Hokage also sealed the power of dragon veins. But what happened in the end, no one actually knows. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, there is no detailed record of this mission, so no one knows the truth. On this day, a strange visitor arrived in the middle of the yellow sand environment. Silver white hair, handsome face, a white short-sleeved windbreaker dancing with the wind. It is Kakashi Hatake, who has disappeared in the shinobi world. The Sharingan and the scar on Kakashi's face were already under disguise and disappeared. Holding a map in his hand, Kakashi glanced at it, then looked around and muttered, "The remains of Ruin should be nearby." After Kakashi finished, he put away the map in his hand, and continued to walk. With the map, Kakashi didn't have trouble finding Ruin, and soon found the ruins. The walls are ruined, the original high-rise buildings have collapsed, what is left is just such a dilapidated scene. Kakashi sighed slightly, even Ruin, which was once prosperous, has become like this now. Sighing for only a moment, Kakashi continued to search for the place where the dragon veins was. At this moment, dozens of kunai flew over towards him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and the new Millennium Sword instantly appeared in his hands. Ding ding ding. The sound of the steel clashing rang suddenly, and all of the kunai was falling to the ground. Who is it? No one answered Kakashi's words, and then, a giant puppet spider appeared. A puppet? Kakashi was slightly surprised. How could there be a puppet here? Are the people from Hidden Sand Village also here? Looking around, he saw a silhouette. At this time, the puppet moved again, spitting out a black blade from his mouth, and Kakashi knew that it was covered with poison. There is no other way. It seems that I must solve this problem first. The puppet approached quickly, and the poisonous blade in his mouth flashed with a faint cold light. Kakashi avoided the poisonous blade that almost stabbed him, and slashed the puppet with his sword. Ding! The blade slashed on the puppet spider's back. In an instant, the puppet spider was cut into two halves and could no longer move. Kakashi was slightly surprised and looked at the Millennium Sword in his hand. I didn't expect that after being recast, the Millennium Sword would become so sharp that the puppet was cut into half even without using any chakra. It should be known that the materials used to create these puppets are very strong, and ordinary swords won't be able to cut them off. The puppet master who was hiding on the side was also surprised when he saw this, and secretly thought, who was that guy? He actually cut my puppet with one blow. Is it because of his sword? It must be a good thing. Greed appeared in the puppet master's heart. At this time, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind the puppet master and he said softly, "Hey, why did you attack me for no reason?" The puppet master was shocked and quickly moves away. He then threw out two scrolls, and summoned two puppets. Kakashi stood still and looked at person in front of him. Thin body, chakra thread on his 10 fingers, was manipulating the two puppets, and there is a Hidden Sand Village's forehead protection on his head. "Are you Hidden Sand Village's shinobi?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, who are you?" said the puppet master. "You don't need to know about that. What you do, say that we do our own things and don't interfere with each other." Kakashi didn't have the thought of being entangled with the other party. Hidden Sand Village is Hidden Leaf Village's ally and this place was part of Hidden Sand Village's territory. Although it is strange for Hidden Sand Village's shinobi to be here, it is not incomprehensible. After using a disguise, the other party can't recognize him. Under such circumstances, killing becomes unnecessary. Moreover, being able to have 3 puppets at the same time must mean that this person is a Hidden Sand Village's Jonin. If such a person suddenly disappears, Hidden Sand Village would start a search, and the situation would become even worse. It's just that Kakashi suddenly felt that this guy was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember him. However, Kakashi didn't intend to being entangled with the other party, but the other party did not want to let Kakashi go. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the puppet master shouted coldly. "I am just a traveler who is just passing by," Kakashi explained. "Huh, traveler? A traveler would have such skill? Answer me truthfully or I will take you down and take you back for interrogation." As the puppet master said that, the puppets in his hand began to move. One of them opened its mouth directly and shot countless poisonous needles from its mouth. The other one flew over, waving a sword in his hand. Kakashi is speechless. What does this person do? Did Hidden Sand Village's shinobi always this unreasonable? Since the other party attack first, Kakashi would naturally not sit still. Kakashi's speed instantly increased to the extreme and the Millennium Sword in his hand started to move. As the Millennium Sword danced, all the poisonous needles are directly blocked off. Crash. With a stab, and the puppet that were about to attack Kakashi was directly smashed to pieces. The puppet master is shocked. This person is actually a speed-type shinobi. The most troublesome thing for a puppet master is fighting against a speed-type shinobi. Due to the concentration to manipulate a puppet master's speed is not fast. When encountering a speed-type shinobi, they will be in disadvantage. In the next second, a cold gleaming sword appeared near the neck of the puppet master. I said, I am just passing by, you should not be too excessive. Otherwise, even if you are a Hidden Sand Village's shinobi, I will kill you. Kakashi's tone is cold, and the puppet master instantly broke down in a cold sweat. I understand. I'm sorry. Kakashi removed the sword and left without looking back. Seeing Kakashi's departure, the puppet master murmured, this guy must have a reason for coming here. Is he also aiming for the dragon veins? Kakashi walked for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Found it. Kakashi saw a ruined entrance similar to a cave in front, and huge chakra waves faintly spreading from it. Kakashi did not hesitate and went straight in. Before long, the puppet master also appeared on the entrance. Sure enough, that person's goal is the dragon veins. Damn it. The dragon veins is mine, how can it be taken away by others? The puppet master said and quickly run inside. At this time, in front of Kakashi was a huge circular hole, and there was a long stone bridge leading to the circular altar in the middle of the hole. Kakashi jumped and landed near the altar. Kakashi then saw something that looks like eye in the middle of the altar, and there was a three-pronged kunai stabbed on it. Kakashi gently stroked the new eye and murmured, Sensei, I'm sorry, I have to remove your seal for the time being. Kakashi said, making hand seals with both of his hands, and then placed his hands on kunai. Purple light instantly appeared with a magical glow. Kakashi looked solemn and his eyes were full of dignity. At this time, a kunai flew towards him. Kakashi was taken aback, and moved his head to avoid it, and then followed the kunai's source, only to see a figure standing at the entrance. It was the puppet master from before. That dragon veins is mine. You are not allowed to touch it. The puppet master yelled. Kakashi was furious. He didn't expect this guy to follow after him. His mind was on the seal just now, and he didn't even sense his arrival. That puppet master wants to use the dragon veins himself? He is Hidden Sand Village's Makade. Kakashi suddenly realized. No wonder he thought this guy was familiar before. The purple light shines, and the time travel has officially begun, but Kakashi's heart felt a little heavy. Kakashi was interrupted by this guy just now, so there was an error in the time when he originally planned to travel. I am afraid that the time won't match what I expected. However, it is too late to change it now. A purple beam of light enveloped Kakashi, and then his whole body disappeared. Only the three-pronged kunai left behind in his place. No. Makade yelled, but it was too late. The dragon veins' power disappears in an instant, and it takes at least 3 years for dragon veins to accumulate this much power again. Damn it, where did that guy go? He actually consumes so much energy. Makade looked at the altar with gloomy eyes, but he can't do anything about it. Damn it, I can only wait for another 3 years. Kakashi only felt the world around him spinning for a while before he fainted. Chapter 313 Youngster Kakashi didn't know how long time has passed until he opened his eyes. Touching his swollen head, Kakashi sat up from the ground. Well, where am I right now? Kakashi looked around. The one in front of him is still a dragon veins, but it is very different from the previous ones. It seems that the time travel is a success, but whether the time is right or not, I am afraid that I still need to confirm it. Kakashi glanced at the dragon veins on the side. The dragon veins has not been sealed yet, so I think it should have been at least 17 years ago. The dragon veins has lost a lot of energy due to Kakashi's time travel, and at this time, the energy won't be able to support another time travel. It seems that I have to stay in this place for at least a year before I can use the dragon veins again. In the original time and space, the dragon veins has spent a lot of energy because of Kakashi's crossing from there, and the dragon veins in this time and space is just receiving Kakashi, so the energy consumed was much less. I should leave this place first. Kakashi whispered, and then left the place. At this moment, Kakashi saw the oncoming dazzling sunlight. It seems that it is morning, so I have to find someone to understand what era this is. Kakashi said as chakra was surging under his feet and he started to run. In the desert, Kakashi moved towards the position of the Land of Fire. Although the geographical environment is somewhat different, the general direction is still the same. Kakashi used his full speed, and after half a day's travel, he arrives at the border of the Land of Fire. Standing on a tree, Kakashi looked into the distance. This should be the Land of Fire. Kakashi closed his eyes, and the silver cursed seal on his back suddenly spin. Sage mode. Red eye shadows instantly appeared Kakashi's face, showing the characteristics of Sage mode. In an instant, all the chakras within a radius of 5 kilometers came to Kakashi's mind. Someone was fighting 3 kilometers ahead. Kakashi's eyes lit up. He removed the Sage mode, and ran towards a certain direction. In the forest, a youngster that is about 10 years old is fighting against 3 middle-aged shinobi alone. Little brat, you can't run away. Damn it. The youngster cursed, and he held the kunai in his hand tighter. The youngster originally sneaked out to play, but he didn't expect that he would encounter some enemy. And it is 3 Jonin. Although the youngster is quite confident in his own strength, but fighting against 3 Jonin at the same time, even if it was him, he won't be able to win. It seems that I can only do my best. The youngster gritted his teeth, and the chakra inside his body was churning. The 3 Jonin can't help but laughed heartily at this moment. Little brat, do you still want to resist? You are really reckless. You should just give up your futile resistance and let us catch you. Maybe you can keep your small life, otherwise, I am afraid that you will die at a young age here. Never. The word surrender will never appear in my life. The youngster shouted. Huh. Since you are courting death, then we won't be polite. As long as your head is still in one piece, we will get the information we want ourselves. After the Jonin finished speaking, he took out his sword and said, I will take care of this brat myself. Hey, Oba, can you do it? This brat is not weak, said another Jonin. Don't worry, he's just a 10-year-old brat. Even if he is a member of that clan, how can he be stronger than me? Let me see if the blood of his clan is delicious or not. Oba said with a cruel smile as he approached the youngster. Although the young man was shocked, he did not lose his calm and looked at the Jonin attentively. Go to hell, you little brat. Oba yelled, and the sword in his hand slashed towards the youngster. Watching the blade keep approaching him, the teenager's eyes are not filled with fear, but are full of calmness. Such an expression is absolutely impossible to appear on a normal youngster. The appearance of this expression shows that this young man has something far beyond his age. This kind of thing is called a talent. Just when the sword was about to hit the youngster's head, the youngster stepped back abruptly to avoid the extremely fast sword slash, and then the kunai in his hand stabbed towards Oba's neck fiercely. Oba was startled, and quickly raised his sword to block it. Ding! The kunai was blocked by the sword, but there is no trace of regret on the youngster's face. Instead, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he yelled softly, Earth style, Earth flow spears, what? Oba was shocked. In the next moment, several earth spears suddenly rose up around Oba's body, and then moved to pierce Oba's body. Damn! Oba wanted to dodge the attack, but he was held tightly by the youngster. Let me go! Oba shouted angrily, but the youngster didn't let him go. Just as Oba was getting desperate, the other 2 Jonin moved. Wind style, wind cutter jutsu, the gust of wind formed a sharp blade and cut the earth spear directly, and at the same time, moves towards the youngster. Seeing this, the youngster quickly retreated. But the wind pressure was so strong that the youngster flew out and hit a big tree not far away. Ugh! With a groan, the youngster spit out a mouthful of blood, and there is a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. I failed. Oba sighed in relief and said, I'm saved. Oba, don't try to look strong. The strength of this brat is not normal. In just an instant, he is able to complete the hand seals to perform an earth release ninjutsu. He's really talented. He's really amazing, as expected of being a member of that clan. But the better the talent he has, the more he need die. Otherwise, we will be in danger when he grows up. Yes, today he will definitely die. The 3 Jonin formed an encirclement, enclosing the youngster in the center, and slowly moved closer. The youngster smiled bitterly, they are really shameless. 3 Jonin are besieging me together. It seems they are so cautious of me now. Originally, the youngster wanted to take advantage of their carelessness to kill one of the Jonin. But now, it seems that there is no chance for him to do that. In that case, even if I die, I need to bring them with me. A determined expression appeared on the youngster's face, and the chakra inside his body started to burst. At this time, a figure soared into the sky and landed in front of the youngster. All 4 of them were taken aback. Who are you? Asked Oba. It has nothing to do with you. You have 2 choices right now, go away, or die. Kakashi said coldly, and the terrifying aura was released from his body. In an instant, the 4 people present felt tremendous pressure. So strong. This is the only thought in the hearts of these 4 at this time. Sir, this is a matter for our Mizuoni clan, are you sure you want to intervene? Oba said threateningly. Mizuoni. Never heard of it. However, if you don't go away in the next second, I will let you know how sharp the sword in my hand is. The Millennium Sword instantly appeared in Kakashi's hand, and bloody aura was released from the sword. That is a dangerous sword. The 3 Jonin look at each other in dismay, their eyes are full of fear when they looked at Kakashi. He's too strong. This is the common thought in the hearts of the 3 Jonin at this time. Let's go. In an instant, the 3 Jonin made a judgment because they felt the breath of death on Kakashi's body. Their intuitions tell them that they can't afford to offend this man. Seeing the 3 Jonin left, Kakashi looked at the youngster in front of him. Uncle, you are really amazing. The youngster looked at Kakashi with admiration. The youngster can clearly feel that the person in front of him is not malicious towards him. What's your name? When the youngster was taken aback, and then said, as for my clan name, I can't say it because of some complications. My name is Hashirama. Chapter 314 Chaotic Period. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. When he saw the youngster, he had a familiar feeling, so he took action to intimidate the 3 Jonin to leave. After all, he is in the past, so Kakashi must be careful about what he does. Killing is an act that absolutely requires thinking twice before acting in this situation. It is because the butterfly effect caused by killing is the strongest. No one knows whose ancestors these people in front of him are. If he kills someone not important, then it is okay. But, if it is Kakashi's ancestor who is killed, then there would be a big problem. So it doesn't necessarily wrong to kill, but there is a certain danger when he does it. Kakashi won't do such a risky thing. And this youngster turned out to be the legendary Lord First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Kakashi finally understood why the Lord First Hokage would say such things when he saw him back then. Sure enough, because of the Dragon Veins' problem, he had traveled too much back, and he had traveled through nearly 100 years of time. Kakashi has some headaches when thinking about it. After all, this period is the most chaotic period of the shinobi world. People are dying every day, and the average lifespan of people here is less than 30. Although with his strength, Kakashi shouldn't have any problem to survive, but he has to stay in this world for a year, and so he was feeling headaches when he thought about this. Although Kakashi is not afraid to kill, he hates killing. More importantly, if Black Zetsu found his trace in this time, it will cause a series of butterfly effects. Damn, I just remembered. Is Black Zetsu nearby? Kakashi was shocked and quickly used the Sage mode. Hashirama only felt that the uncle in front of him suddenly became extremely serious, and a strange energy suddenly appeared on his body. Red's eyeshadow appeared on Kakashi's face, and Hashirama was amazed. He could feel that Kakashi at this time was stronger than before. Sage mode's powerful perception covers a large area, but no trace of Black Zetsu was found. Kakashi opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Black Zetsu at this time has not found about Hashirama. It's no wonder, after all, the reincarnation of Ajura who has not yet grown up won't be so easy to find, even for Black Zetsu. Uncle? Hashirama called. Ah. Hello, Hashirama, right? Hello, my name is Jintaki. Kakashi said with a smile. Jintaki-san? I just remembered, I need to thank Jintaki-san for helping me, otherwise, I'm afraid I will die here today. Hashirama smiled brightly, apparently because of gratitude. Ah, you're welcome. I think that even if I don't show up, you can still escape from them. Really? I was so nervous just now. The people from the Mizuoni clan are very strong. Maybe I can kill them in a year or two, but I am still too young right now. Kakashi just shrugged upon hearing this. He naturally believes that Hashirama at this time can't beat these 3 Jonin under normal circumstances, but as the reincarnation of Ajura, he must be able to burst out with strength and win. Hashirama continued, Jintaki-san, where are you from? I have never seen you before, and you don't have a clan emblem on your body. Originally, this question should not be asked. After all, in the Warring States period, a person's origin cannot be disclosed casually. Especially a shinobi. During the Warring States period, there were dead people everywhere. Most of the shinobi lives only with their own clan, and the hatred between each other clan was countless. And the biggest enemy of the Senju clan is the Uchiha clan. However, he didn't know why, but Hashirama felt that the person in front of him is very kind, which made him have an involuntary urge to get closer. Especially when Kakashi used Sage mode, Hashirama felt that something in his body seemed to loosen. I am just a traveler who is just passing by here. Ah. Doesn't Jintaki-san have a clan? Asked Hashirama curiously. Kakashi shook his head. To speak about his clan, Kakashi was the only one left from the Hotake clan. Therefore, Kakashi is not lying. Hashirama quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Jintaki-san, I don't know that all of your clansmen are dead. Hashirama said sincerely as he didn't doubt what Kakashi said. After all, there should be too many people who have been annihilated during this period. Especially some small clans were either destroyed by others or absorbed by a powerful clan. Hearing what Hashirama said, Kakashi found it quite interesting. This guy is really similar to Naruto. It's okay, it's already a fact. Kakashi said with a smile. Seeing that Kakashi didn't look angry and showed a gentle smile to him, Hashirama felt awkward. Jintaki-san, where are you going? Hashirama continued to ask. Where am I going? Kakashi starts to think about it. The original plan was impossible to implement because of the time he traveled to was wrong. He has to stay here for a year before he can go back. Kakashi really didn't know where he is going to right now. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Hashirama understands it clearly. Jintaki-san must be a homeless person. He is so pitiful. Jintaki-san, do you want you to follow me back to my clan? Said Hashirama sincerely. Hashirama could see that Kakashi is very powerful. If such a person can join the Senju clan, it will definitely be of great benefit to his clan. What's more, Hashirama also has a good feeling for Kakashi. Go to your clan? Kakashi pondered for a moment and thought that it might be a good choice. Yeah, the people in my clan are very good, you will definitely be able to get along well. Okay, please lead the way. Kakashi said with a smile. Really? That's great. Then let's go now. Hashirama said. As he was about to pull Kakashi away, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Kakashi wondered. Jintaki-san, it's better if I go back and talk to my father first, otherwise, if I take you back right away, my father will scold me. It suddenly occurred to Hashirama that if he brought back a person of unknown origin, his father would be furious. If his father had a fight with Kakashi, it would be bad. Hearing this, Kakashi agreed. After all, during the Warring States period, the trust between people was very bad. Jintaki-san, there is a small stream at the front. Wait for me there. If my father agrees with me to take you to our clan, I will look for you at noon tomorrow. If my father disagrees, I will come over and tell you. Said Hashirama. Kakashi looked at the front, and then smiled. Okay. Hearing this, Hashirama was overjoyed. He bowed to Kakashi, and said, Thank you, Jintaki-san. Then I'll go back first. After seeing Hashirama left, the corner of Kakashi's mouth curled up slightly and then he muttered, It's really interesting. Chapter 315 At Sun Dear Youngster Al Novel Full Kakashi walked in the direction pointed by Hashirama, and it didn't take long before he saw a small stream. It should be here. Kakashi looked around, there was water, stone wall, and the forest. It was a good place. The location here is good, it's open enough, and there is a place to hide. Okay, I should live here for now. Kakashi made a small cave under the stone wall using earth release and planned to spend the night here. In war-torn air like this, it is probably unrealistic to find an inn. That being the case, it's better to rest here for now. It is impossible for Kakashi to stay in this timeline for a year without doing anything. Time is very valuable to him. Kakashi caught a fish in the stream and then roasted it. After he finished eating the fish, Kakashi returned to the cave. He created a shadow clone to guard him, and then he enters a meditative state. Kakashi has not fully mastered the Richi Caves Senjutsu he had gotten from Orochimaru. So, what he is doing now is practicing the Richi Caves Senjutsu. As long as he mastered Richi Caves Senjutsu as proficiently as Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu, he can be regarded as officially mastering it. At that time, Kakashi will consider integrating the two Senjutsu. Natural energy swarmed towards Kakashi, and soon, purple eyeshadow appeared on Kakashi's face. However, it is very unstable and seems that it would disappear in any moment. Kakashi concentrated on stabilizing his chakra, unaffected by the violent natural energy. After learning Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu, Kakashi can easily reach the balance point. Although the two Senjutsu are somewhat different, they all come from natural energy, so in the end, they have a lot in common. After a long time, Kakashi opened his eyes. The eyeshadow when he used the usual sage mode has changed from red to purple, and the frog eye on his right eye became a snake pupil. Is this Richi Caves Senjutsu? It really is very different from Mount Myabaku. Kakashi whispered. Absorbing Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu would make his body feels very light and there is no feeling of exhaustion when using it. And absorbing Richi Caves Senjutsu makes him clear-minded, and it seems that his IQ has risen. Of course, Kakashi knows that this is just an illusion. It's just he has become calmer, that's why he has this illusion. It's no wonder that after learning Richi Caves Senjutsu, Kabuto can arrange such a big act and be calm. It's not just because of his own intelligence, but also because Richie Cave's senjutsu gave him such bonus. Kakashi said. Soon, the energy from Richie Cave's senjutsu faded from Kakashi's body. After all, he has just learned it, so it will take a while for him to operate it as freely as Mount Myabaku's senjutsu. As for inserting it into the cursed seal on his body, it will need to wait until he fully mastered it. Kakashi is not in a hurry, he can take his time when he is in this timeline. Kakashi left the cave and it was already night. Stretching his body, Kakashi found that the starry sky 100 years ago was brighter than the future. Familiar faces seemed to appear in the starry sky. Naruto, Sasuke, Shisui, Itachi, Guy, Obito, and Mai. Wait for me. I will definitely go back with stronger than before. Kakashi whispered softly and made his promise as he looked at the sky. The night passed without any trouble, and the morning once again shone on the earth. Kakashi sat down by the stream, burning a pot of hot water. With a hand movement, the fish from the stream once again became the food in Kakashi's hands, and the fish was processed and then was put into the pot. Soon, a pot of fragrant fish soup appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi took a sip and smiled. A bowl of fish soup early in the morning is really a good choice. At this moment, in the forest not far from Kakashi, a long-haired youngster was staring at Kakashi and the pot of fish soup beside Kakashi. Who is this guy? Why is he here? And, why is the fish he cooked so fragrant? The teenager muttered to himself, but his heart was filled with doubts. Strange, why hasn't that Hashirama come yet? Isn't he usually early? The long-haired youngster muttered again. Kakashi's ears moved slightly, and then he said with a smile, since you are here, then come over, why are you trying to hide? The long-haired youngster was shocked. He didn't expect to be discovered. The guy's perception was very sharp. When he was thinking about whether he wanted to go there or ran away, Kakashi continued, you don't have the guts to come over. The youngster was taunted as he secretly thought, Humphrey, he's just alone, what's to be afraid of? With the confidence in his heart, the youngster didn't worry anymore and walked over directly. Hey, uncle, who are you and why are you here? The youngster shouted. Why can't I be here? Kakashi said with a smile. This. Because this is the secret base between me and Hashirama, no one else can come here. Hashirama? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He carefully looked at the long-haired boy in front of him, and then his heart was startled. What's your name? Kakashi asked. Huh? I won't tell you what my name is. The youngster said proudly. Kakashi smiled, but he didn't expect that this powerful man who would be very famous in the shinobi world in the future would still be at Sundeer at this time. With his meeting with Hashirama by the stream, it is not difficult to guess the identity of the youngster in front of him. Madara Uchiha. In the future, his name would scare the shinobi world when it was mentioned. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Kakashi's mind can't be suppressed. As long as I kill him, I may be able to change history, all those tragedies will not happen, and I don't have to seek strength anymore. The youngster clearly felt Kakashi's killing intent at this time. His heart tightens as he secretly thought, this man is very dangerous, he is even fiercer than my father. Damn it, why did I show up? There was some regret in the youngster's heart. Why didn't he leave just now, but rushed over as soon as he was taunted like that? Kakashi looks at the long-haired youngster in front of him, and after a while, he suppressed his killing intent. The youngster in front of him is not the Madara Uchiha who was causing tragedies, so it seemed a bit unfair if he was killed just like that. Besides, even if one Madara Uchiha is missing, there may be another Madara Uchiha that would appear. What's more, if Kakashi kill him now, he will no longer exist in the future, and the impact will be too great. Kakashi doesn't know if he can bear with the consequences. Kakashi is still a selfish person. Although killing the youngster in front of him may be able to prevent all the tragedies that follow, if this is at the expense of his own life, even if the possibility for it to happen is just 1%, Kakashi will give up without the slightest hesitation. There is a better way for the future, so there is no need to choose this one. Seeing that the person in front of him has suppressed his killing intent, the youngster felt relieved, as he has secured his small life for now. Kakashi smiled and said, sorry, I lost control for a moment. The youngster rolled his eyes after hearing Kakashi's excuse. What does he mean by losing control? He is obviously intent to kill me just now. However, the youngster did not care much. In this era, it is normal to have killing intent while facing a stranger. However, what made the youngster very curious is why Kakashi suppressed his killing intent. Kakashi didn't know that the youngster had so many thoughts at this moment, and he continued, Hashirama asked me to wait for him here, so here I am. The youngster froze for a moment, and said, you know Hashirama? Chapter 316 Students? Yeah, it's not wrong. Kakashi said with a smile. Huh? What does that mean? Madara was puzzled. Don't worry about that, I just need to wait for Hashirama here. How about you? Are you going to wait here together? Kakashi said. Of course, I have an appointment with Hashirama today. Madara said and then sat down beside Kakashi. Kakashi has suppressed his killing intent and expressed goodwill, so Madara has no fear anymore. Seeing Madara sitting next to him, Kakashi was a little surprised. This guy sure is different. He can't believe that in the future, he would become such a dangerous figure. Sure enough, the youngster beside him still hasn't grown up yet. It seems that Madara hasn't broken the bond with Hashirama at this time, and even his Sharingan still hasn't opened yet. He's still a good guy with a pure heart. Kakashi didn't care as he picked up the soup bowl, and took another sip of fish soup. The delicious fish soup went down the throat, making him feel a lot more comfortable. Seeing Kakashi who was on the side is eating fish soup, Madara drooled, and his stomach growled. In the morning, Madara went out early in order to go out to see Hashirama, and did not even eat breakfast. The growl of Madara's stomach is not loud, but to Kakashi, this kind of sound is almost like a thunder in his ears. Kakashi smiled and said, "Why? Hungry? Do you want to eat?" Madara blushed, turned his head proudly, and said, "No, I am not hungry." "Well, in that case, I will eat it myself. I don't want to give such a delicious fish soup to others." Kakashi laughed, and at the same time he poured a bowl of fish soup and eats it. The rich fragrance rushed straight into Madara's nose, and Madara could not help but salivate at this moment. Growl. Madara swallowed his saliva, and his eyes took another look at Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head to look, and Madara turned his face proudly again. Kakashi just smiled after seeing this. He didn't expect that Madara would be such a tsundere when he was a child. Kakashi poured a bowl of fish soup again, but this time, Kakashi handed it to Madara, who was stunned. Kakashi said, "Eat, there is too much left, I can't finish it alone, so please eat it." Madara hesitated for a moment. As he looked at the fragrant fish soup in his hand, he swallowed his saliva and then said, "Since you said that, I will help you." After Madara finished speaking, he couldn't wait to put the fish soup into his mouth. In just a moment, the fish soup was finished. Madara burped contentedly and touched his stomach with a look of enjoyment. "Is it delicious?" Kakashi said with a smile. "Well, it's delicious, uncle, you are too good. I have never had such a delicious fish soup before." Kakashi felt a little funny that Madara Uchiha was actually conquered by his bowl of fish soup. "If you like, then you can eat more. Although there is not much soup left, the fish hasn't been eaten yet," Kakashi said. "Really? Then I won't be polite." Madara was overjoyed and immediately took the pot of fish soup. After his tsundere's mask was torn off, Madara didn't bother to pay attention to his manner. Look at Madara who is eating the fish. Kakashi inexplicably thinks the youngster in front of him is a little cute. Not long after, Madara lay on the ground contentedly, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, thinking that this life is probably perfect. "Thank you for the hospitality, uncle," Madara said to Kakashi. "You're welcome," Kakashi said with a smile. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from across the stream. Kakashi and Madara noticed it immediately and stood up. The two saw that the figure is actually Hashirama. "Hashirama? Why did you come so late today?" Madara said with a look of disgust. Hashirama showed a silly smile and then said, I'm sorry, something delayed me. Good grief, so much time was wasted." Sorry. An apologetic expression appeared on Hashirama's face. Hashirama then jumped and landed near Kakashi and Madara. "Jintaki-san, I have told my father, but my father refused my request," Hashirama said apologetically. Kakashi was not surprised to hear this. After all, in this era, it is not easy to take in an outsider. "No problem," Kakashi said without nonchalantly. But it was Kakashi's attitude that made Hashirama felt even guiltier. "Sorry, Jintaki-san." Hashirama apologized again. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Madara said puzzledly. "I originally wanted to let Jintaki-san go to my house, but my father refused." That's not right, how did you two know each other?" Hashirama suddenly asked. "Do you mean this uncle? I came here to meet you, but I didn't expect to meet this uncle and he said that he was waiting for you, so we met." Madara replied. It turned out to be like that. Hashirama suddenly realized. "Well, Hashirama, it's okay, I can understand, since your clan disagrees, then forget it," Kakashi said with a smile. At this time, Madara said, "If uncle can't go to Hashirama's house, then uncle can go to my house." "Huh? Madara, you want Jintaki-san to go to your house?" "Yeah, the fish made by uncle is delicious. If uncle goes to my house, I can eat it every day." Madara smugly said his plan. At the same time, he felt complacent as he feel that he is really smart. Kakashi was feeling a little helpless when he heard that. Why did I suddenly become a chef? What, Madara? Jintaki-san is a very powerful shinobi. How can he go to your house to make fish for you? You really disrespect Jintaki-san. Hashirama retorted dissatisfiedly. Madara was taken aback, and at this moment he also remembered the powerful aura and killing intent that had just radiated from Kakashi. Indeed, a person with such a powerful aura and killing intent is definitely an expert. That makes sense, ha ha ha. Madara touched the back of his head and said with a smile. Kakashi looked at the two talking about him, feeling that he had no chance to interrupt them at all. Suddenly, Hashirama's eyes lit up and he said, Jintaki-san, it is better if you can teach me. Huh? Kakashi looked dumbfounded. Under what circumstances would the god of shinobi send you, Hashirama, to ask me to teach him? What's wrong? Is Jintaki-san not willing? Seeing Kakashi's unwillingness, Hashirama's mood instantly fell, and he dropped on the ground on his knees. Madara was also stunned at his moment. He understood Hashirama's strength very well. For Hashirama to actually ask the uncle in front of us to teach him, I'm afraid that this uncle's strength is really powerful. It's not that I don't want to, it's just. Kakashi hesitated. After all, such a development seemed a bit strange. Just what? Seeing Kakashi didn't reject it, Hashirama felt a little relieved, and he immediately said excitedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. At this time, Madara suddenly said, Uncle, I also want you to teach me. Huh? Kakashi was stunned again. Madara, what are you doing? Jintaki-san is my teacher. Hashirama said unhappily. Humphrey, I won't let you get a teacher alone so you can't overtake me. Madara said with a proud expression. What? You never beat me in the first place. What did you say? Madara said angrily. Okay, stop arguing you two. Kakashi said as he rubbed his ears. The two youngsters are quarreling near him, so it was really noisy. Tell me, why do you want me to teach you? Kakashi asked helplessly. Hashirama and Madara glanced at each other, and then said in unison, we want to be stronger. And then we will change this chaotic world. Chapter 317 Tacit Understanding. It's really a great reason. Kakashi said with a smile. Jintaki-san, you are willing to teach us? Hashirama looked at Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi nodded. For a year, he had nothing to do, so he didn't mind training these two future super experts. As for the impact, there may be some, but it is within the controllable range. Looking at Hashirama and Madara in front of him, Kakashi felt like he suddenly saw Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Hashirama was overjoyed, while Madara suddenly became a little hesitant. Madara came near Hashirama and whispered, Hashirama, have you ever seen Uncle make a move before? Hashirama was stunned for a moment and then he said, no, what's the matter? Then, how do you know that Uncle is strong? I don't know, but he should be great, right? Said Hashirama. Although the two communicate quietly, it was not difficult for Kakashi to hear it. Seeing that his strength was being questioned, Kakashi had the idea of showing his skill as a teacher. When you two grow up, I may not be able to win against you two, but I am still very happy to bully the 10-year-old you. Kakashi didn't know why, but suddenly there was an urge to play a prank in his heart. I heard it, Kakashi said. Hashirama and Madara were taken aback, and Hashirama quickly said, Jintaki-san, we are not doubting your strength. It doesn't matter, since that's the case, it's better for me to show it. I want you two to fight me. Kakashi said with a smile. Hashirama and Madara glanced at each other, and both saw the fighting spirit in the other's eyes. It is necessary for them to confirm if Kakashi really had the ability to teach them. Although Kakashi looked very strong, the two wanted to confirm how strong he is. So, let's get started. Kakashi said with a smile. Hearing this, Hashirama and Madara start to move and attack together. Although these two are talented, they are still too young. One has not yet obtained wood style, Kakashi, and the other one has not opened his Sharingan. Therefore, their real combat power is just around special Jonin level. And against such opponents, even if there are 100, Kakashi can beat them easily. Hashirama and Madara, one on the left and one on the right, attack together. Hashirama throws a straight punch towards Kakashi's face, and Madara attacked Kakashi's legs with a flying kick. Their attacks were quick, and the two appeared in front of Kakashi almost in the blink of an eye. But Kakashi didn't move. Hashirama and Madara felt something as strange as Kakashi didn't try to dodge. Can't dodge? Impossible. Even if their attacks were quick, it should still be possible to any of them to dodge, so it was strange that Kakashi didn't dodge it. Just as the attacks was about to fall on Kakashi, he smiled. With a movement of his body, he directly moved towards the gap between the two attackers, and at the same time he pressed one hand on Madara's head and one hand on Hashirama's waist. Boom. Madara was pressed to the ground by Kakashi, and Hashirama was thrown into the sky with a palm. Ouch! Madara groaned as his head was buried on the ground. Ah! Hashirama screamed as he had a free fall in the air. Your speed is not enough, it's too slow. Kakashi said, removing his hand from Madara's head and moved to the side. Madara touched her nose, stood up, and said, Uncle, you used too much force just now. You almost break my nose. Sorry, I forgot to control my strength. Kakashi said his apology, but his tone didn't sound apologetic. Instead, he showed an evil smile. At this time, Hashirama, who was free falling, finally landed on the ground. Kakashi reached out his hand to grab him and threw him to Madara's side. It's so dangerous. I almost fell to death. Hashirama said as he pat his chest. Hashirama, you're too shameful. Madara said, covering his face. What? You can try and free fall from that height, said Hashirama dissatisfiedly. Okay, you too. Next time, you have to be serious, Kakashi said. When the two heard this, their expressions became a little serious. Although it was just a short-lived match, Kakashi's terrifying speed has surprised both of them. He is too fast. When the two of them thought they could hit Kakashi in the next instant, the scene changed instantly. Let's continue, Kakashi said with a smile. Hashirama and Madara took out a stone at the same time and threw it towards Kakashi. And just as the stone was thrown, another stone appeared in the hands of the two youngsters, and it was thrown out at a faster speed. Kakashi was taken aback, this technique. In the next second, the stones thrown by the two youngsters slammed on the two previous stones, and then, the speed of the two stones soared. In the next moment, the two rocks that moved so fast like they were racing finally reached Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi was slightly surprised. If this technique was used by only one person, it would be nothing. But it was used by two people together, and their timing is also perfect. The strength and angle required for this need to be very accurate. For the two youngsters to be able to do this, it can only be said that the tacit understanding between the two youngsters is very amazing. Two stones also appeared in Kakashi's hands. He then threw them out at the same time, and it clashes with the two stones thrown by Hashirama and Madara. Pang pang. With two soft sounds, the stone fell to the ground. Of course, this is not over yet. Just as the stone fell to the ground, Madara and Hashirama's ninjutsu arrived at the same time. Earth style, earth flow spears. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, the earth spear protrudes sharply, and the fireball is scorching. The power contained in them is enough to kill one person. The earth spear directly pierced Kakashi's body, and the fireball drowned Kakashi's figure. Ah! We killed Jintaki-san! Yelled Hashirama as he holds his head. Idiot, there is no way it happened, said Madara. The flame dissipated, and the figure stabbed by the earth spear suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Kawarimi no jutsu? When did he use it? Both Hashirama and Madara were shocked. The two of them were staring at Kakashi closely just now. If Kakashi formed any hand seal, they would definitely find out. So where is he? Madara glanced around. Are you looking for me? Kakashi's voice sounded abruptly from behind the two youngsters. Both of them were shocked and quickly moved away. Kakashi didn't stop them, and just smiled at the situation. Hashirama, the speed of this uncle is too fast, we can't react at all. Madara whispered. Yeah, he's so fast. I have never seen anyone who has such a terrifying speed. Hashirama said with solemn tone. What should we do next? With his speed, our attack will not work at all. Madara said. Yeah, we have to think of a way, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Hashirama said with a smile. Seeing Hashirama's expression, Madara also smiled, and said, that's what I said. The expressions of the two were seen by Kakashi. Under the absolute power gap, not only did they not despair, but they burst into fighting spirit. They really aren't ordinary people. Perhaps it was this spirit that allowed these two to gradually grow into the peak of the shinobi world. Hey, Madara, I have a plan, said Hashirama. Huh? What is your plan? Madara asked curiously. However, Hashirama did not say anything. He picked up a stone and threw it into the stream in an instant. Then, the stone causes a beautiful splash on the stream. Seeing this, Madara was taken aback, and then he smiled, so it's like that. Then let's start. Okay. Seeing that the two youngsters seemed to have a new battle plan, Kakashi was feeling quite curious. Hashirama dashed towards Kakashi, while Madara stayed in place. Hashirama starts to throw some punches, seeming to want a hand-to-hand fight with Kakashi. Kakashi didn't care, and walked towards Hashirama to block his punches. Although Hashirama's punches were strong, in Kakashi's view, they were still a little too weak. Just when the two clashes, Madara suddenly moved, and his hands formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Hearing the words, Hashirama jumped back instantly, and Kakashi faced the fireball with a diameter of 2 meters, but he didn't move. A stone reappeared in Kakashi's hand. He mixed it with the wind attribute's chakra and threw it. Like a huge wind blade, the wind attribute's chakra mixed with the stone not only did not strengthen the fireball, but directly cut the fireball in half. What? How is it possible? Madara was shocked. He had never thought that the fire release ninjutsu, which he was proud of, would be defeated in such a style. Madara, now is not the time to be surprised, said Hashirama. Yeah. Madara calmed down after hearing this. They knew that they can't lose their calm in this fight. Just after the fireball was cut in half, few more stones appeared in the hands of the two youngsters. The figures of the two youngsters kept moving, and the stones in their hands were thrown towards Kakashi one after another. Kakashi swayed slightly, avoiding these stones one after another. Suddenly, Kakashi frowned. Kakashi smiled slightly as he looked at the two incoming stones. It turned out to be like that. When the two stones approached Kakashi, exploding sound rang twice and the stones turned into two figures. It is Hashirama and Madara. The two shouted at the same time, "Take this." Kakashi moved his hands, grabbed the two fists, and then pressed the two youngsters to the ground. The two figures who threw the stones before turned into mud in an instant. Earth clone. It turned out that the moment when Madara used his fire release ninjutsu, two earth clones were created, and at the same time Hashirama and Madara transformed into two stones using Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu. It is to use the chance when they get close to Kakashi to cause damage. It's a pity that Kakashi's keen sense made the two youngsters' plans failed. Good plan, but unfortunately, you two still failed. Kakashi said with a smile. Hearing this, Hashirama and Madara looked disappointed. They did not expect that the battle plan that they thought would cause damage to Kakashi failed. Kakashi let the two youngsters go and smiled. How is it? Still want to continue? Hashirama and Madara glanced at each other and shook their heads. Kakashi has proven his strength. Kakashi had never used any ninjutsu except a kawarimi no jutsu throughout the entire fight. But even so, the two youngsters still lose. At this moment, Hashirama said firmly, "Jindaki-san, please teach me." "Uncle, please teach me too." Madara also said. Chapter 318 Hatred. Looking at the two youngsters in front of him, Kakashi could hardly imagine that it was these two people who would calm down this chaotic world. But that is the truth, whether Kakashi can believe it or not. "Jindaki-san, no, Jindaki-sensei, what ninjutsu are you going to teach us?" Hashirama asked expectantly. Madara also looked at Kakashi expectantly. Seeing this, Kakashi thought for a moment, and said, "Well, I need to think about this and see what you are good at first." Hashirama said, "Jindaki-sensei, I can use earth release and water release. My taijutsu is also very powerful. This guy is not my opponent at all." "What? I'm not inferior to you in taijutsu," Madara said dissatisfiedly. "You fell to the ground before me in the last duel." Hashirama said with a smile. "Humphrey, it means you also fall to the ground," Madara said. "But you are the one who fall first." Hashirama said proudly. "You." "Humphrey." Madara put his hands on his chest, and turned his head like a tsundere. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. These two are really close. "Jindaki-sensei, I am good at fire release," said Madara. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry about learning ninjutsu for now, laying a solid foundation is the key," Kakashi said. "Foundation? Our foundation is already very strong," said Hashirama puzzledly. Madara also agrees with a nod. Both of them already have strengths far surpassing those of their peers. So it is a bit strange to say that their foundation is not solid. Kakashi smiled and said, "Powerful strength and solid foundation are two different things." "Jindaki-sensei, I don't quite understand. The chakra in our body is composed of spiritual force and physical force, and the amount of our chakra is often directly related to our strength. Therefore, chakra is the key factor in determining the extent to which a shinobi can achieve. Of course, under the same circumstances, shinobi's strength does not entirely depend on chakra, but also tactics, secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai." Both Hashirama and Madara nodded their heads. Both of them came from the Kekkei Genkai clan, and had great understanding about the so-called secret technique and Kekkei Genkai. Once their Kekkei Genkai is activated, their strength will increase greatly. The foundation I'm talking about is the training spiritual force and training your body. I understand about body training. I and Hashirama do it every day, but what is the spiritual forces training?" Madara asked puzzledly. Kakashi smiled and said, "There are many kinds of spiritual forces training. Some people naturally have strong spiritual force, and some people naturally have weak spiritual force. Only by increasing our spiritual force can our chakra break through the limit. What should we do then? Asked Hashirama. The easiest way to improve spiritual force is to believe. That means our will. The stronger our belief, the stronger we can get. Such a method is too abstract and is obviously unrealistic for daily training, so what can be used is the training method of spiritual force. Kakashi paused, took out a scroll and continued, this is the secret technique of spiritual forces training. You two should take a look first, and then I will answer your questions. The two took the scroll and looked at the content curiously. The spiritual forces training secret technique Kakashi gave to the two of them was the secret technique he obtained from Kurenai. Over the years, Kakashi has been practicing this secret technique. Kakashi's spiritual force is now several times stronger than before. It is also precisely because of this increase in spiritual force that Kakashi has more chakra. And because of that, he was also able to master senjutsu successfully. Otherwise, with Kakashi's previous chakra, it is almost impossible to train senjutsu. Kabuto in the original work was able to meet the conditions of training senjutsu because he transplanted Orochimaru's cells into his body, and his chakra surged. At this time, there is also had a certain purpose that Kakashi taught the secret technique of spiritual force to these two youngsters. Needless to say, Hashirama inherits the sage body, so his physique is definitely very powerful, but his spiritual force is weaker if compared to his body. The spiritual forces training secret technique can make up for it a little. Madara's Sharingan is the greatest manifestation of his spiritual force, and enhancing his spiritual force will naturally help his strength. Both of them have their own growth paths. It is not good for Kakashi to change without authorization, so he can only help them more on the basic. As for why he helped these two, Kakashi couldn't tell. Maybe he just wanted to help the two tragic heroes in the original work. It is ridiculous that Madara has been played by such an existence like Black Zetsu for his whole life. It is really sad for him. So Kakashi thought that maybe he can help the two of them for a little bit. Not long after, Hashirama said, Jindaki-sensei, the content on this scroll is so profound, I don't understand it. Madara also nodded in agreement. Kakashi is not surprised. With the knowledge of the two of them right now, it would be abnormal if they could understand it. After Kakashi explained it to the two of them, they finally realized. You can't teach others about what I taught you, understand? Kakashi said. Hearing this, both Hashirama and Madara nodded their heads. This is not difficult to understand the reason, so the two are not surprised. And the reason why Kakashi did not let the two to tell others was just to prevent too much deviation in history. What Kakashi didn't know was that as soon as he came here through the gate of time, the butterfly's wings had already started to stir up. After practicing for a while, the two youngsters were a little tired and took a break. It was almost noon, and Kakashi had nothing to do, so he cooked lunch for the two youngsters. Although both fish soup and grilled fish are fish, it has different taste when Kakashi made it. Hashirama and Madara finished their lunch with enjoyment on their faces, and there was something different in their expressions when they looked at Kakashi. In this era of indifferent human feelings, being taken care of like this, whether it is Madara or Hashirama, they are touched. After lunch, the three of them all lay down near the stream, enjoying the cozy sunshine in the afternoon. At the same time, they also chatted casually. Suddenly, Hashirama asked, Jindaki-sensei, can you tell me why this chaotic world exists? Chaotic world? Kakashi murmured. Since I am small, dead is a common thing. Some of my brothers are dead in the hands of the enemy. They are all just 7 or 8 years old. They have not enjoyed the beauty of this world and already passed away. Hashirama said sadly. Madara was deeply moved. After all, he had the same experience. Both of them looked at Kakashi, expecting an answer. The chaotic world, it's really an inexplicable thing. Humans are a complex creature and always have a variety of emotions. When one person's emotions burst out and another person can't understand him, there will be conflicts between the two. Once this conflict is expanded, it will become a battle, soon there will be death happening, and then hatred will be born, and once hatred is born, it will be difficult to stop, because it is difficult for the one party to forgive first. It is equally difficult for the other party to understand. Kakashi looked at the two youngsters who has thoughtful expressions, and continued, unless people can understand each other, hatred won't disappear, and the war cannot be stopped. After all, this is an era of combat. And if you want to be heard, you need to show your strength. Sensei, I seem to understand a little, said Hashirama thoughtfully. Kakashi smiled and continued, when one party can't let go of the past, the other party's effort is needed. Hashirama, when you get to that point, you will fully understand what I said today. Chapter 319 A Dream Village. The chaotic times exist at this time, on one hand because of hatred, and on the other hand because of interests. It's just that the problem of interest can never be resolved. Where there are people, There would be disputes over interests, which is completely unavoidable. So Kakashi avoided talking about it because it will be hard to change. But hatred can be eliminated. After all, the 5 great shinobi villages formed a village precisely because of the eliminated hatred of the various clans in the village. Of course, there is no escape from the relationship of interest. The word interest can trigger war and promote peace. After the 4th Shinobi World War, the hatred of the 5 great shinobi village disappeared from the villages and reached the point where the hatred of each other was eliminated. Because of the alliance, peace has been maintained for decades. Of course, there may still be no escape from interest, but mutual understanding between each other does promote peace. And to promote this kind of peace, it cannot be achieved without a strong force. Even Naruto, who has the strongest Hawk no Jutsu, needs to defeat his opponent first every time before he can change his opponent's heart. Only those who are strong have the right to speak, nothing more. Although indisputable, it is a bloody fact. The reason Kakashi said this to Hashirama at this time is just to make the relationship between Hashirama and Madara more harmonious in the future. Madara later lost everything and it would be too sad if even their last bond was broken. Of course, Kakashi knew that he was too worried. After all, Hashirama to Madara is like Naruto to Sasuke, so Hashirama will never let Madara go. In the end, maybe they can't tell whether it is friendship or love. After all, Naruto's fans can't either. Both Hashirama and Madara showed thoughtful expressions. Maybe this has become a small seed that is planted in their hearts. The training time flows slowly like flowing water, and then Hashirama and Madara return to their clans. Although the identities of the two of them are unknown to the other party, they both have a vague guess. It's just that no one wants to destroy this. For the two of them, it is really rare to have a friend who they can talk to each other like this. Watching the two separate by the stream and walking in the opposite direction, Kakashi seemed to see the future. Kakashi couldn't help but sighed. For Kakashi, the future of the two has already been doomed. After all, in Kakashi's era, both of them were already dead. Hashirama, Madara, maybe it will be different when we meet in the future. Kakashi sighed with emotion. He returned to the cave he had made, and continued to practice. Such days lasted for a period of time. During the day, Kakashi teaches Hashirama and Madara spiritual forces training and also some taijutsu and ninjutsu. At night, Kakashi practiced senjutsu alone. The days passed very leisurely. But Kakashi faintly felt that these days might not last long. Hashirama and Madara fight against each other by the stream, while Kakashi watched. Madara, put more strength in your punch, the angle is too high, lower it a little. If you like I said, Hashirama would already be lying on the ground. Hashirama, the strength of the legs is not balanced, put a little more strength to the right, so that you can hit Madara just now. Pointers like this filled the entire process of the two youngsters' fight. In the end, the two lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Haha, so tired, Madara, you has become stronger. Hashirama said with his head tilted while looking at Madara. Humphrey, so are you. Madara responded. There was joy in both of their hearts. This feeling of becoming stronger made both of them know that their goals were getting closer and closer. Looking at the man wearing a white short-sleeved trench coat, a trace of admiration and respect rose in their hearts. You two are done? Kakashi said with a smile. Of course not, I can still stand up. Hearing this, Hashirama struggled to stand up, his body released a little more strength. Not to be outdone, Madara stood up as well. I still have strength. Looking at the two who are trembling, Kakashi smiled and said, since you two still have the strength, it's better to try and see who can climb that stone wall first. Kakashi pointed to the stone wall to the side, and both looked over. The stone wall is very high, about a few hundred meters in height, which is naturally wishful thinking for ordinary people to climb, but it is not difficult for shinobi. Okay, let's get started. Kakashi gave an order, and Hashirama and Madara rushed out, and ran towards the stone wall. What an energetic youngsters. Kakashi smiled, and then disappeared without a trace. It didn't take long before Hashirama and Madara to almost reach the end point. Madara, the first place is mine, said Hashirama triumphantly. Humphrey, don't think too much. It will be mine, Madara said without showing weakness. The two went head to head and eventually arrived at the same time. As soon as the two arrived, they heard the sound of applause. Clap clap clap. Kakashi clapped and smiled, very good, it seems to be a draw. Huh? Jintaki-sensei, how come you are here? Aren't you below just now? Hashirama asked curiously. Of course I climbed up. Jintaki-sensei, why didn't we see you coming up with us just now? Madara said. Well, stop looking at little details like that, look behind you. Kakashi said with a smile. After hearing this, the two youngsters looked behind one after another. The lush forest appeared in front of the two at this moment. The sea of forest, the towering mountains, the blue sky, and the blossoming white clouds, everything looks so peaceful and beautiful. Wow! So beautiful! Exclaimed Hashirama. Yeah, from here, we can see the entire forest scenery with our eyes, it's really great. Madara also smiled. Kakashi touched their heads and said, this is the feeling you two should remember. This kind of small view of the mountains is really beautiful, but it also feels a bit overwhelming. At this moment, both of them looked at each other and showed a slight smile. It's not cold in the heights because they have companions. Suddenly a trace of loneliness appeared on the Hashirama's face. No matter how strong he became, the things he lost would not be able to return. Unfortunately, my dead brothers can't see this scene anymore. Hashirama muttered hearing this. Madara was also feeling a little lost. After all, Hashirama's words resonated with him. Kakashi then said, the deceased is gone, Hashirama, cherishing the present is the most important thing. Hearing this, Hashirama immediately laughed and said, Jinbei-sensei is right. I have decided. I will build a village here in the future. Become the support of everyone. Protect everyone. I will also build a school in the village. All the children who have not grown up are trained there, and create the mission's rank system, so that everyone can perform mission that match their own ability. Jinbei-sensei, Madara, what do you think? Madara was taken aback, and said, you are really naive Hashirama. How can it be done? Kakashi smiled and said, I think that it's a very great idea. Yeah, that's right. Madara, you see, Jinbei-sensei agrees with me, we should do it together. Let's create this village together. In this village, we can protect our younger brother. Madara smiled and said, well, it's a good idea, maybe this is the beginning that is necessary for us to calm the chaotic times together. Yeah. I think this idea is really great. Jinbei-sensei, what do you think? Hashirama said. Yeah, it's great. Jinbei-sensei, then you can give this village a name. Hashirama looked at Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi froze for a moment, you want me to name it? Kakashi looked at Madara who was on the side, and then smiled, it's better to call it Hidden Leaf Village, village hidden in the leaves. The people in the village are hidden leaf village as leaves, even if they die, they fall, and withered. They will turn into fertilizer to nourish this big tree called Hidden Leaf Village and make it grow stronger. Chapter 320 Conflict Jinbei-sensei, then we'll go back first. Said Hashirama. Okay, go ahead. Beside the stream, Hashirama and Madara exchanged stones with each other and agreed to meet again tomorrow. Watching the two leave, Kakashi sighed, he felt that this was probably the last time he would saw them again in such a calm manner. If his prediction is correct, the next time they met, it will be the moment when Madara and Hashirama got into conflict. Can I stop it? Kakashi shook his head. He didn't know the answer. Although Hashirama and Madara are strong at this time, they are still absolutely incomparable to the clan head of the Senju clan and Uchiha clan. People who are weak cannot get any right to speak at all. Without the right to speak, one can only accept passively. Destiny. During the night, Kakashi is sitting cross-legged inside the cave. Natural energy was absorbed into Kakashi's body from all directions, and purple eyeshadow slowly emerged on Kakashi's face. Kakashi opened his eye, and his right eye has already turned into a snake pupil. Releasing a sigh, Kakashi muttered, I finally mastered it. Training Rechi Cave's senjutsu is much faster than Mount Myabaku's senjutsu. It is not that Rechi Cave's senjutsu training is simpler than Mount Myabaku's senjutsu training, but because Kakashi has gained experience so his training time became faster. Kakashi made a hand seal with both of his hands. At this moment, the Rechi Cave's senjutsu chakra that is inside his body is condensed into a cursed seal, sealed on the back of his waist, and distributed to the side of silver cursed seal of Mount Myabaku's senjutsu. This process was a bit slow, and it was completely finished after an hour. If someone sees the back of Kakashi at this time, they would find that there was another black and purple cursed seal mark beside the silver cursed seal. The two are placed on both sides of his back. After finishing all this, Kakashi opened his eyes and released a sigh of relief. This Rechi Cave's senjutsu is finally completed, and he has gotten a small step on the road of senjutsu fusion again. Kakashi didn't know whether the fusion of the three Holy Lands senjutsu can be successful or not. He just think that the six path senjutsu in the legend should have something to do with the three Holy Lands senjutsu. As for whether it can be successful or not, Kakashi can only know after trying. He has gotten 2 of the 3 Holy Lands senjutsu, so he is close to fusioning it. Thinking of this, Kakashi's expression became a bit dignified. Senjutsu chakra was originally wild, and if the fusion fails, he is afraid that he will be in danger. Well, no use of thinking it. I can only give it a try first. Thinking about this, Kakashi slightly released the 2 cursed seal marks in his body. Two completely different senjutsu chakras were instantly intertwined. It's as if two evil dragons meet each other, and becomes very crazy. Kakashi's face changed, and secretly thought that it is not good. He didn't expect that these two senjutsu chakra would have such a big repulsive effect. Kakashi immediately made a decisive decision, urging two cursed seal to absorb the senjutsu chakra back. Kakashi's reaction was not slow, but it was still a step too late. The two intertwined senjutsu chakra in Kakashi's body slightly exploded. Puff! Kakashi directly vomited blood. Kakashi dropped on the ground with one hand, his hair a little messy. Damn, I didn't expect the reaction to be so strong. Kakashi felt that the chakra pathway in his body had been slightly injured, and it was estimated that it would take several days for him to recover. It seems that even for a moment, the fusion of the two senjutsu is impossible. What went wrong? Kakashi frowned, thinking about the reasons. After a while, Kakashi's eyes lit up and he came to a conclusion. Mount Mayabaku and Rechi Cave, Toad and Snake. These are originally opposed to each other, so it is really difficult for them to merge. If he wants to accomplish this, he feels that it needs a little blending agent. Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu. Kakashi feels that only after getting the Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu can the fusion be realized. It seems that I have acted too hastily. Only after I have learned the three Holy Lands Senjutsu, can I begin to fuse it. Kakashi clutched his chest, the burning pain continued, but it didn't matter to him. Kakashi took a wound medicine and after a while, he rested. But at this time, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan discovered something neither big nor small. The things between Hashirama and Madara are finally exposed into their father's eyes. Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima made the same choice, that is, let Hashirama and Madara go to and lure each other, and eventually capture each other and ask for confidential information in the other's clan. Although Hashirama and Madara are all unwilling in every possible way, they could only succumb under the pressure of their father. It's just that both of them took out a stone before leaving today, thoughtfully. In the morning, the sun shines again on the small stream. Kakashi stood on top of the stone wall, looking into the distance. Under this stone wall is the future Hidden Leaf Village. And this stone wall is the future Hokage Rock. Kakashi feels something and then saw two familiar figures, Hashirama and Madara. Not far behind the two of them, there were some figures following them. Finally, is this day will still happen? Kakashi sighed softly. The story moves under Kakashi's view, as the same as original work. Hashirama and Madara exchanged stones, and realized that their clans had set up an ambush for each other. The two wanted to leave, but in the next moment, Senju Batsuma, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Izuna jumped out one after another. The four confronted each other with murderous intent. In the end, Madara turned against Hashirama for the sake of his younger brother. We are still too naive, Hashirama. I am afraid that the beautiful visions we said before will not be realized. Madara, you. Hashirama, I am glad to meet you during this time, and also Jintaki-sensei. Madara, we finally had a common ideal. You won't give up so easily, right? Hashirama looked at Madara expectantly, hoping to get a positive answer. Madara closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, Senju Hashirama, we are enemies. Everything we thought before is wrong. There is only hatred between us. It is too difficult to understand each other. We will see each other again later on the battlefield. My name is Madara Uchiha. Madara suddenly opened his eyes, and his scarlet Sharingan appeared. Hashirama was stunned for a moment. That Sharingan explained everything. Kakashi sighed and jumped down from the stone wall and landed between the 6 people. Those 6 people are taken aback, especially Uchiha Tajima and Senju Batsuma. They can't believe that someone was watching them all this time without them knowing. This person's concealment ability is a bit too terrifying. Kakashi ignored the two adult, but looked at Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama, Madara, I didn't expect you two to come this way. Madara lowered his head, not knowing how to face Kakashi. And Hashirama said, Jintaki-sensei, we. As he was speaking, Hashirama was stopped by his father. Are you the mysterious powerhouse that Hashirama said? Asked Senju Batsuma. Uchiha Tajima asked, is it you who taught Madara ninjutsu recently? Faced with the questions of these two, Kakashi did not answer. At this time, he only felt disheartened. Damn it. You actually dare to ignore my Uchiha clan. Seeing Kakashi not answering his question, Uchiha Tajima was furious. Senju Batsuma is also somewhat angry. The two looked at each other, and both saw anger in each other's eyes. As the two of them are the biggest opponents, they naturally have the deepest understanding of each other. It was just a glance, and both of them saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Such a person, we should just kill him first. Hashirama and Madara also noticed the subtle atmosphere at this time, and were startled. Jintaki-sensei. Be careful. Both Hashirama and Madara shouted at the same time. Kakashi has already left a place in their hearts during this period of time. In the next moment, Uchiha Tajima and Senjubatsuma's sword simultaneously slashed at Kakashi. Go to hell, you arrogant brat. One on the left and one on the right. They completely blocked Kakashi's retreat. It's finished. This is the thought in Hashirama and Madara's mind at his time. The two are very clear about their father's strength. Although Kakashi's strength is unfathomable to them, but in the face of their fathers, Hashirama and Madara feel that Kakashi won't be able to escape this blow. Even everyone present didn't think Kakashi could escape the blow. When the blade almost hit Kakashi's sleeves, Kakashi still didn't move, and Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima both showed cruel smiles at the same time. But in the next moment, Kakashi suddenly disappeared. Ding! Two swords collided with each other. Uchiha Tajima and Senjubatsuma's swords collided, but Kakashi has disappeared to who knows where. This is space ninjutsu? Uchiha Tajima said in surprise. Chapter 3211 Rejecting. Both Uchiha Tajima and Senjubatsuma showed surprised expressions. Space ninjutsu, that is a kind of ninjutsu that is extremely difficult to learn. Even if you understand all the essentials of the ninjutsu, without the corresponding talent, there is still nothing you can do to use it. It can be said that space ninjutsu is in a sense even rarer than Kekkei Genkai. At least Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima have not seen anyone using space ninjutsu before. Their understandings of space ninjutsu are only from their clan's document. Uchiha Tajima knows that when Sharingan evolves into Mangekyō Sharingan, there is a certain chance that space ninjutsu will be derived. But Mangekyō Sharingan hasn't appeared in the clan for a long time. It was so long that Uchiha Tajima thought it was only a legend. Not to mention the shock of the Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima, Hashirama and Madara were equally shocked. The two of them were still young and had no knowledge of space ninjutsu, but they just saw clearly that Kakashi disappeared in an instant. It's not Shunshin, it's not a taijutsu, he just disappears without any explanation. Only then did they know that their understanding of their teacher is really limited. After being together all these days, they've only managed to scratch the surface of Kakashi's strength. Obirama and Izuna were very shocked. After all, it was impossible for them to imagine that the joint efforts of the Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima would actually fail. It should be known that, in this chaotic world, there are only a few people with such skills. Obirama even felt that there was something very interesting in the fluctuations when the silver-haired man disappeared. It's just that he didn't know the details as he is still young. Just as everyone was shocked, Kakashi's figure reappeared, and the place where he reappeared was in the intersection of Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima's blade. Kakashi stood on the two swords and said in a low voice, I have no intention of being an enemy of the two because it will make my two students sad. You two don't need to be so angry. Looking at Kakashi who was so close, Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima take their swords at the same time and put them back in the scabbard. Kakashi turned over and landed on the other side. Can you tell us your name? Uchiha Tajima said. Jintaki. Uchiha Tajima frowned. Kakashi only said his name, but not his clan name, which made him curious. Seeing the expression on Uchiha Tajima's face, Kakashi understood his thought. As for my clan name, I am just a traveler walking in this world alone, so there is no need to mention it. The eyes of Senjubatsuma lighted up. Hashirama had told him before that Jintaki was a very powerful individual and wanted to let him join the Senju clan. However, Senjubatsuma felt that he was just a nameless person, and he was not so good. Not to mention that in this era, outsiders may be a spy that was sent by their enemies. But now that he saw Kakashi with his own eyes, Senjubatsuma can be sure that this person is definitely not a spy. This kind of combat power is enough for him to become the leader of a clan. No one will be so bored that he would become a spy when he is already that strong. As for Kakashi's combat power, just having space ninjutsu is enough to make Senjubatsuma's heart move. Although space ninjutsu has a very high talent requirement, when did the Senju clan lack genius? Thinking of this, Senjubatsuma then said, Jintaki Dano, you are Hashirama's teacher, so you naturally are also a guest of my Senju clan. The relationship was not explained before, so misunderstandings are inevitable. Now that it has been cleared, it is better for you to came to us. As the Senju clan's guest, my Senju clan would definitely treat you well. Kakashi hasn't spoken yet, but Uchiha Tajima suddenly said, Jintaki Dano, you are Madara's teacher, the guest of my Uchiha clan, so you should visit my Uchiha clan first. It is not without reason that Senjubatsuma and Uchiha Tajima did this. After all, the Senju clan's strength and the Uchiha clan's strength is almost the same. If Kakashi join any of them, With such a powerful strength, it is likely to directly lead to the extinction of the opposite side. The reason why the Uchiha clan lost to the Senju clan in the original work was because Izumi Uchiha, one of the 4 powerful persons from the 2 clans at the time, was defeated by Tobirama when he used the newly created Hiroshin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. After that, the original evenly matched situation was instantly disintegrated. Seeing that their fathers are trying to win over Kakashi, Hashirama and Madara were a little confused. If Kakashi went to the other side's clan, what should they do? They also lost 2 important people at that time. Hashirama and Madara were a little lost at the same time, but no one came forward to persuade Kakashi. Naturally, Kakashi would not agree to Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima's invitation. He is just a passerby, and he absolutely won't do anything to change this big situation. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Sorry, I just want to travel freely." Seeing Kakashi's refusal, Uchiha Tajima and Senju Batsuma's killing intent appeared again. Such a person, if they cannot be used for their own purposes, they need to kill him. Seeing the 2 men overflowing with killing intent, Kakashi felt helpless. Originally, he wants to use Hiroshin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, to leave, but he suddenly have another thought. Rechi Cave's Senjutsu has just been completed, so it's better for him to experiment it. His muscles and bones have not been moved for a long time. Hashirama and Madara were surprised when they noticed their father's intentions. "Father! Stop!" cried Hashirama. "Father, calm down!" Madara screamed. It is a pity that Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima didn't care about what their son are talking. "Jintaki Dano, if you don't want to go to my Senju clan today, I am afraid I will forcefully invite you." "Jintaki Dano, my Uchiha clan is more sincere. You should consider it." Kakashi smiled when he saw this and said, "Since the 2 of you have shown your intention, I might as well show mine. I am also very interested in how powerful the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are when they joined forces." "Arrogant!" Uchiha Tajima shouted coldly. At this moment, the scarlet eyes have already appeared, and the 3 Tomoe on his Sharingan start spinning, making people feel chilly when they saw it. "Jintaki Dano, let's see if you can get out of here today." The powerful aura on Senju Batsuma's body also rose instantly, and he pulled out his sword with his hand. "Father!" Hashirama and Madara yelled at the same time. Senju Batsuma was feeling a little impatient, and said, "Tobirama, take Hashirama away." Uchiha Tajima also ordered Izuna to take Madara away. Hashirama and Madara are unwilling to leave. Kakashi smiled and said, "Hashirama, Madara, it is better if you 2 look at this from the distance. Rest assured, if I want to leave, there is no one in this world who can stop me," Kakashi said casually. But when Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima heard this, they felt that Kakashi is too arrogant. The 2 of them are expert at this time, so they didn't expect Kakashi to say such arrogant thing. In an instant, the aura on the 2 clan head directly increases, and the 4 youngsters couldn't breathe. Tobirama quickly grabbed Hashirama and said, "Big brother, we need to get out of here. It's too dangerous." Although Hashirama is unwilling, but he didn't want to take a risk, so he chose to leave. On the other side, Madara and Izuna also walked away. Being in the center of this terrifying aura, Kakashi didn't seem to be affected at all. Kakashi smiled faintly, and said, "It is a great honor to be able to fight against you 2. As soon as he stretched out his right hand, the Millennium Sword instantly in his hand, and at the same time the black and purple cursed seal on his back waist was instantly unsealed, and purple eyeshadow appeared on Kakashi's face. Let's start. Chapter 322 2 against 1. Rechi Cave's Sage Mode is finally used, and Kakashi's terrifying aura burst out at this moment. Gloomy, cold, and terrifying aura. If the Kakashi just now is a gentle sheep, Kakashi at this time is a poisonous snake that was about to eat everyone. And the Millennium Sword is his fangs. Uchiha Tajima and Senju Batsuma were shocked when they saw this. What an amazing aura. Compared with before, it has increased by several times at least. What kind of forbidden technique is that? How can it be so terrifying? Uchiha Tajima said in horror. First, it was the legendary space ninjutsu, and now it is this horrible inexplicable forbidden technique. Who is this person? There is actually such a weird ninjutsu. Senju Batsuma frowned slightly. This forbidden technique seemed to be familiar. However, as things have developed to this point, it is natural to have a fight first. 2 swords, 2 clan head, and 2 burly men. In contrast to them, Kakashi seems a bit thin. Uchiha Tajima and Senju Batsuma have been fighting for many years, so they know each other so deeply that there is no other person in this world that can know better. Therefore, once these 2 join forces, the power burst is enough to make people fearful. And the 2 of them have never joined forces before. Because they are mortal enemies. But in order to kill Kakashi, they joined forces. It's because a strong expert who didn't have any good relationship with any of them. If this kind of person does not die, they are afraid that it will cause a lot of trouble. Even if Kakashi said that he would not intervene between the two clans, both of them believed that a dead person is more reliable than any promise. The swords are slashed and the terrifying pressure was in the atmosphere. The swordsmanship of these two actually took the path of overwhelming their opponent. The Millennium Sword flew up and down, and it was able to block the attack of two swords. The increase from senjutsu has greatly improved Kakashi's physique and strength. Otherwise, under this wave of sword attacks, he would be injured. None of these two clan heads are weaklings, so they continue their attack. Uchiha Tajima slashes towards Kakashi's neck, and Senjubatsuma slashes towards Kakashi's heart. The cooperation between the two is very dangerous. Kakashi was a little surprised. The Millennium Sword in his hand then blocked Uchiha Tajima's sword, and then with a circling move, Uchiha Tajima's sword clashed with Senjubatsuma's sword. Ding! In an instant, Kakashi's sword actually suppressed the attack of Uchiha Tajima and Senjubatsuma. The pupils of the two shrank. What a good technique. Amazing. I didn't expect Sensei's swordsmanship to be so good. Father and Uchiha Tajima can't get any advantage even when they fight together. Hashirama said excitedly. Obirama, who was on the side, was silent and silently observing the situation on the battlefield. Kakashi said with a smile, "You two's swordsmanship seems to be nothing much." "Well, in front of me, this kind of swordsmanship is not enough," Kakashi said, and then the Millennium Sword in his hand suddenly released the sound of thunder. Boom. In the next second, the swords of Uchiha Tajima and Senjubatsuma are broken. The Millennium Sword's strength is fully showed at this time. Uchiha Tajima and Senjubatsuma abandoned their swords and stepped back. "Good sword," Senjubatsuma praised. Although his and Uchiha Tajima's swords were not famous swords, the materials they used were not ordinary, so they did not expect that they would be cut directly by Kakashi's sword. Of course, there is the increase of Kakashi's chakra, but this is also because of Millennium Sword itself. Uchiha Tajima looked at the Millennium Sword with eyes full of greed. "With this kind of artifact in my hand, the next time I fight against Senjubatsuma, I will surely be able to kill him." Thinking of this, Uchiha Tajima attacked again without hesitation. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, the hand seals were quickly formed, and then a fire dragon spurted out of Uchiha Tajima's mouth. The fire dragon is terrifying with its sharp teeth, and the hot temperature is more terrifying than any fire release ninjutsu Kakashi has ever seen. At this time, Senjubatsuma is not standing quietly as both of his hands already formed hand seals. Earth style wall, a large number of stone walls suddenly appeared around Kakashi, sealing all Kakashi's retreat path. Only one exit was left, and at that exit, the ferocious fire dragon was roaring. Upon seeing this, Kakashi stabbed the Millennium Sword on the ground, and make hand seals with both of his hands. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation, with a soft crash, the stone wall that was originally created by Senjubatsuma to block Kakashi's retreat path came to live in an instant, forming a huge shield, and blocked the fire dragon. Senjubatsuma was stunned at the sight of this scene. This person actually turned my ninjutsu into his own use? And he actually increased its power? Uchiha Tajima also discovered this, feeling unfathomable at Kakashi's weird ninjutsu. An unknown ninjutsu is the most terrifying ninjutsu, because you don't know its weaknesses, and you don't know its power. Kakashi is quite satisfied with the power of this sage art. The first time I used it, and it was much stronger than I imagined. It seems that Jintaki Dano is really an opponent who needs us to use all our strength to kill. Uchiha Tajima said. Haha, Tajima-san, you jest. Uchiha Tajima, we need to get a solid plan. This brat can use space ninjutsu. If he wants to run, we won't be able to stop him, said Senjubatsuma. Makes sense. Uchiha Tajima said with a cruel smile. Kakashi frowned as his smile made him a little uneasy. Fire style, Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu, Uchiha Tajima uses fire release again, but this time, a number of fire dragons were spurted of his mouth, and their power is stronger than before. Senjubatsuma also made hand seals and pressed his palms on the surface of the water. Water style, Water Dragon Biting Explosion, 2 water dragons appeared from the surface of the water and flew towards Kakashi from different directions. There are fire dragons roaring in front of him, and water dragons rushing towards him from behind. Kakashi jumped up into the sky instantly, avoiding the encirclement of the two ninjutsu. The water and fire collide and causing a lot of steam to rise. The vision began to blur. Fortunately, under Sage Mode, Kakashi's perception has risen sharply, so even if he couldn't see anything, he could perceive the two clan heads' position. In the next moment, Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima disappeared at the same time. Their speed is so fast that even Kakashi is shocked. Inside the steam, the Scarlet Sharingan emerges. Ganjutsu, Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Kakashi directly used Senjutsu to temporarily cut off his optic nerve. Huh? Uchiha Tajima was startled. He didn't expect that Kakashi would have no reaction to his Sharingan's Ganjutsu. Have you fight against Sharingan before? Kakashi smiled and didn't answer. Should I tell him that I have Sharingan? At this time, Senju Batsuma flew out of the steam and hit Kakashi's face with a punch. Kakashi got hit and he was thrown away by the momentum of the punch. What a great strength. A kunai appeared in Uchiha Tajima's hand and he attacked Kakashi. Kakashi hasn't stood firmly yet, facing this sudden kunai attack, he can only wave his sword to block it. Ding. The two clashes with each other, and Senju Batsuma attacked from behind Kakashi. Wind style, vacuum great sphere, the violent wind attacked Kakashi, and Kakashi quickly retreated, but was dragged by Uchiha Tajima. It's bad. Kakashi secretly thought is not good. He wants to use inorganic reincarnation again, but his hands were held by iron grip. With this, you can't use ninjutsu. Uchiha Tajima said with a smile. Kakashi's pupils shrank. When did he grab my hand? At this moment, the wind sphere hit Kakashi's back fiercely, and Kakashi was directly blasted out. Jintaki-sensei. Madara and Hashirama shouted anxiously at the same time. Chapter 323 Wounded. Since the start of the Warring States period, this is the first time Senju clan and Uchiha clan teamed up. As the opponent of these two, Kakashi does not know whether he is lucky or unlucky. Anyway, Kakashi feels a little pain in his back at this moment. Although at the last minute, Kakashi gathered Senjutsu Chakra on the back to reduce the damage, but he has to say that the wind release ninjutsu from Senju Batsuma is much stronger than Danzō. Although he has no wood release, with a powerful body and a huge chakra reserve, Senju Batsuma still became the clan head of the strongest clan in this chaotic time. It may be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest person in the world right now, but there is really almost no one who can defeat Senju Batsuma in this time. His only opponent is Uchiha Tajima. The two are almost equal in strength. They have been fighting for decades to no avail. Kakashi patted himself on the back and said, "Ah, it hurts." Seeing that Kakashi was okay, Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima were a little surprised. He was hit head-on, but he was still okay? Even his clothes are not torn. What's going on? Hashirama and Madara, who saw this from distance, felt a joy in their hearts. Looking at the two clan heads again, Kakashi had some admiration, as expected of the strongest clan's clan head. They are indeed very powerful. What kind of freak is this brat? How can he still okay after being hit by my attack like that? Senju Batsuma cursed. The ordinary chakra cannot withstand this kind of damage at all, but the Senjutsu chakra is different. After all, it is much stronger than the ordinary chakra. I don't know, but it looks like it will be really hard to deal with him. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. Uchiha Tajima said coldly. Senju Batsuma nodded in agreement. That is a powerful attack. If even the opponent's skin is not scratched after being hit by that, how can they win against him? In fact, Kakashi's defensive power is not as exaggerated as they thought. The blow just now almost depleted the Richi Cave Senjutsu's chakra in his body. He is just barely maintaining the sage mode. Moreover, Kakashi was not unscathed. I have already fought enough. As expected of the Uchiha clan and Senju clan's clan heads, you two are really strong. We should stop fighting now. I have no intention of being enemies with you two. As for my two students, I can only say goodbye and hope that we will meet again in the future. As Kakashi finished speaking, his figure disappeared from that place. Needless to say that he uses Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, to leave. Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima's expressions are somewhat unsightly. The two have teamed up for the first time, but they didn't manage to defeat their opponent. It was a shame that would always be remembered by them. But the two have no plans to fight against Kakashi again. Although the fight just now was short, the two of them also figured out Kakashi's strength. He can use space ninjutsu easily, and he also has such defensive power and reaction ability. The two of them couldn't defeat him at all. Unless Kakashi has a reason to have to fight them to death, they have no intention to fight again, and now that he leaves, they didn't really care at all. So, things have become simple. Their cooperation ended and the two clans are still enemies. They looked at each other, didn't do anything, and then they left. There will be no need for them to fight right now as it is meaningless. And the surprise that Kakashi left for the two of them today has not dissipated, so they have no intention of fighting again. Then, the great battle has ended without any winner. The residents of the Senju clan. Senju Batsuma looked at the stubborn-looking Hashirama in front of him, and said, Hashirama, what is the origin of that Jinchaki? Father, I don't know. I told you before that I met 3 shinobi from Mizuoni clan back then. The situation was precarious. It was Jinchaki-sensei who rescued me and forced those 3 people back. I once invited Jinchaki-sensei to come to the clan, but it was rejected by you. Hearing this, Senju Batsuma was stunned. At the beginning, he felt that it is not important, so he rejected it directly. Now that he thinks about it, he really regrets it. If I didn't reject Jinchaki back then, perhaps we might have already defeated the Uchiha clan by now. No matter what, this time you and the Uchiha clan's brat have violated the big taboo of the clan, so punishment is inevitable. Hearing this, the pillars looked sad. Not because of the punishment, but because he lost a friend like Madara Uchiha. Yes, father, I understand. I will go to the forbidden area. Senju Batsuma nodded and told Hashirama to leave. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan's residence, the same scene took place and Madara Uchiha was also punished. In a distant place, Kakashi's figure appeared quietly, and the numbness feeling from his back made him quite uncomfortable. Even if I was protected by Senjutsu Chakra, it seems that my injury is not light. Although Kakashi looked like nothing happened in front of the 2 clan heads, he actually suffered a certain amount of damage on his back. Kakashi stretched out his hand to touch the wound lightly, and then his facial muscles twitched. Taking off the trench coat and his shirt, Kakashi saw that his back was bruised at this time. Some of the muscles on his back have been blackened. That Senju Batsuma is really ruthless. Kakashi couldn't help but release a sigh, thinking that his luck in these 2 days was really bad. Before this, he trained to fuse the 2 senjutsu and caused some damages in the chakra pathway in his body, and now his back is wounded, making it even more inconvenient for him to move. Adding these 2 together, Kakashi felt that he might not be able to train for a while. Sure enough, warring states period is very dangerous. Kakashi chuckled, took out some medicine, and apply it on his wound. As the injury is on his back, he has to create a shadow clone to apply the medicine. After the medicine was applied, Kakashi put on his clothes again. After all, streaking is a bad habit. Kakashi was not very happy after seeing the scene of Hashirama and Madara's breakup. What's more, this era is not where he wanted to come. The original plan was all gone because a moment of failure. At this time, he can only quietly wait for the day when the dragon veins can be used again. Suddenly, Kakashi had a feeling that the world was huge, but he has nowhere to go. After thinking for a while, Kakashi left this place. The wound on his body needs him to recuperate for a while, so at this time, Kakashi needs to find is a place where he can recuperate peacefully. It is not a wise thing to run around while wounded like this. After walking for a long time, Kakashi's ear moved as he heard a scream again. Kakashi murmured, "This world is really chaotic." It didn't take long before I heard someone being attacked again. Out of curiosity, Kakashi planned to go over and take a look. After all, with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he can leave easily if he was in danger. Kakashi jumped onto a big tree and looked at the distance. There were dozens of people fighting at the distance. The difference is that there is no such thing as ninjutsu flying around, and it is more like a battle between samurai. The collision of sword against sword. The sound of the sword clashing rang endlessly. Kakashi's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he saw these people. More than half of those who fought have silver-white hair. Chapter 324 Mizuoni clan again, silver-white hair with sword. Kakashi was a little excited when he saw this. Could it be? Are they the Hatake clan? Kakashi once saw the history of the Hatake clan in the Ancestral Hall. Originally a small clan during the Warring States period, the clan later joined Hidden Leaf Village. Occasionally there are geniuses on this clan, but the clan is not prosperous. By the generation of Kakashi's father, there were only a few people left. Except for Sakamo Hatake, who killed himself, the rest of the clansmen died during the Third Shinobi World War. As in his timeline, Kakashi is the last Hatake clan's clansman. There is no special bloodline in the Hatake clan, and their chakra also can't be called abundant. The only thing worth mentioning from the clan is the sword technique and a quite fine chakra control. With the sword technique, the Hatake clan can be considered to have a firm foothold, but there is still a big gap between them and the top clan. After all, this is a world that relies on special bloodline, and it is difficult for a clan without special bloodline to prosper. Almost all of the experts in this world are from special bloodline clan, and except for a few who are civilians, most of them have special bloodline. This world is very unfair. Some people are born to stand at an end that is difficult for others to reach even in their entire lives. If a shinobi without special bloodline wants to become stronger, the effort required will be several times that of special bloodline shinobi. And these people must have extremely talented people, otherwise, it would be impossible. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Guy, Minato, These are the people who do not have any special bloodline and only relied on their own efforts to become powerful experts. But how many shinobi without special bloodline can become strong like them? It's too difficult. The Hatake clan is such clan. During the Warring States period, they are almost exterminated. Kakashi looked at the distance and saw that the silver-haired people had been beaten and had no strength to fight back. Nagai. Hold on. A middle-aged silver-haired person roared. Ah. Clan head. The man who was called Nagai only had time to let out a scream, and then his head was chopped off. Flesh and blood splattered. This is Warring States period. An era of killing without blinking. Ah. Damn. You are a group of beasts. Are you really going to exterminate our Hatake clan? The Hatake clan's clan head roared loudly. Haha, you're just a weak clan. It's really ridiculous for you all to want to occupy the resources here. Another long-haired middle-aged man sneered. Mizuoni Aoki. You Mizuoni clan are bullying us. This is the territory of our Hatake clan. Hey, Hatake Sasu, are you a 3-year-old child? You actually can say such naive words. Right now, you are weak and I'm strong. What I say is the truth. You Hatake clan are weak, that's it. Mizuoni Aoki coldly snorted, and the long sword in his hand was covered with a thick chakra. Not to be outdone, Hatake Sasu also coated his sword with his chakra. Damn. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Clansmen of Hatake clan, for the sake of the children, and for the future of the Hatake clan, we need to fight the Mizuoni clan till the end. Yeah. For Hatake clan. Dozens of shinobi from the Hatake clan tightened the grip of the swords in their hands, bursting out with an astonishing aura. The words filled with decisiveness flooded the entire battlefield. The people of the Mizuoni clan couldn't help but stunned after seeing this. Mizuoni Aoki said coldly, I heard that the Hatake clan was originally a samurai clan, and later turned into shinobi clan. It seems that it is true. This kind of aura is really the aura that only the samurai would have. But, being a shinobi is not as easy as being samurai. Raising the sword in his hand, Mizuoni Aoki roared, Clansmen of Mizuoni clan, let us teach these Hatake clan what a shinobi actually is. People like them who were a samurai before can't become shinobi. Yes. Clan head. The two clansmen are divided into two places, facing each other. The Mizuoni Aoki reveals a cruel smile, and then the people of the Mizuoni clan formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu, dozens of shinobi from the Mizuoni clan use the same ninjutsu. Water release ninjutsu. These are the specialty of the Mizuoni clan. Their special bloodline is increasing their water release ninjutsu's strength. Dozens of ferocious water dragons looked majestic. Seeing this, Hatake Sasu despaired. This. How can we resist it? Not only Hatake Sasu, but even the rest of the Hatake clan's clansmen despaired. Against such terrifying ninjutsu, they have no power to fight back. Kakashi, who is in the distance, looked surprised. What's the matter? Why didn't they use ninjutsu to resist? Kakashi was puzzled. These dozens of water dragons' strength are no joke. At least half of the people will die if they are hit by those. Seeing that the water dragons are about to swallow the lives of the Hatake clan's clansmen, Kakashi squeezed his right fist and his heart fell into an endless dilemma. Should I save? Should I just stay silent? It doesn't matter, I will just help them first. After all, that's my Hatake clan. Kakashi whispered, and his figure disappeared instantly. They are my own clansmen. There might even be my ancestor among them. How could I just watch them being slaughtered? Fuck the timeline. I will take care of those things when that happens. With a move of his right hand, the Millennium Sword instantly appeared in his right hand, making a buzzing sound. The chakras all over his body swiftly moved, even affecting the wound on his back. Kakashi could feel that the wound was opened and even began to bleed. But at this moment, Kakashi didn't care. Flash steps. His speed skyrocketed, and Kakashi appeared in front of Hatake Sasu. Hatake Sasu was taken aback and didn't see how Kakashi appeared, but he then saw Kakashi's silver-white hair. Is he from the clan? However, I have never seen this person before. Hatake Sasu's thoughts just flashed past, and the ferocious water dragons are closing towards them. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and the Millennium Sword in his hand was instantly covered with lighting. The terrifying lighting was condensed on it. Secret sword technique, air slasher. With a loud crash, the Millennium Sword instantly turned into a tens of meters long giant sword, piercing the sky. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this. What is that? Mizuoni Aoki exclaimed in shock. But no one can answer him. In the next second, that huge sword slashed down. Boom. With a loud noise, the sword directly chopped the dozens of water dragons, causing them to shatter. After that, The sky was full of heavy rain, drenching everyone present. That shocking scene shocked everyone. The sword's momentum is not slowing down, and it continues to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Mizuoni Aoki quickly shouted, "Not good. Everyone, quickly get out of the way." But it was too late. The giant sword directly left a long galley on the ground, and the number of Mizuoni clan's clansmen being cut by it was countless. Broken arm flying. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Although Mizuoni Aoki has managed to escape death, his right arm has been cut off and no longer exists. Mizuoni Aoki looked at the figure that appeared out of thin air with hatred, but there was actually more fear in his eyes right now. There is only one thought left in his mind: run. He is not human. The remaining Mizuoni clan's clansmen are very scared by Kakashi's attack. In an instant, the remaining Mizuoni clan's clansmen ran away. As if in that instant, the roles of the prey and the hunter have reversed. At this time, Kakashi's back had been stained red with blood. Forcibly using that secret technique has caused Kakashi's half-wounded body to be wounded even more than before. Hatake Sasu was overjoyed and said quickly, "Thank you for helping. We, the Hatake clan, are very grateful for your help." Chapter 325 The clan's situation. Kakashi did not answer, and the wound on his back was completely opened. His clothes are soaked with blood. Seeing this, Hatake Sasu was shocked and he said quickly, "Little brother, are you okay?" Kakashi just felt his vision darken before he fainted. Little brother, little brother?" As Kakashi fainted, Hatake Sasu quickly supported him. Seeing the blood dripping from Kakashi's back, Hatake Sasu knew that their savior seemed to be injured. Even after being injured, he still rescued me and the others. Thinking of this, Hatake Sasu's heart became even more moved, and he hurriedly returned to the place where his clan is with Kakashi. The Hatake clan now lives in a village. Except for the dozens of shinobi who just went out to meet the enemy, the rest of the clansmen are old people, young women and children. Seeing Hatake Sasu and the others coming back, the clansmen are very excited. A 17-year-old girl ran over and asked excitedly, "Lord Sasu, have you repelled the enemies from the Mizuoni clan?" Hatake Sasu nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, Kagetsu, we have resisted the attack of the Mizuoni clan, but it was all thanks to this little brother, otherwise, I am afraid that our Hatake clan will perish." Hatake Kagetsu was shocked when she heard this, and looked at Kakashi who is on the back of Hatake Sasu. "Lord Sasu, this person has silver white hair just like us, is he a member of our Hatake clan?" "I don't know. After this little brother rescued us, it seemed that his old injury had been reopened and he passed out. However, the silver white hair may indeed belong to our clan." Hatake Sasu said somewhat uncertainly. The silver white hair is indeed a symbol of the Hatake clan, but it is not that no one else has such a hair color. It can be said that the Hatake clan must have silver white hair, but having silver white hair is not necessarily meant they are from the Hatake clan. Hatake Kagetsu didn't ask too much, but she felt that Kakashi who is on Hatake Sasu's back was unusually handsome. "Okay, Kagetsu, I can't talk to you now, I have to take this little brother back and give him some treatment first." "Yes, Lord Sasu, is there anything I can help?" asked Kagetsu. Hatake Sasu thought for a moment and then said, "Alright, come over and help." Kagetsu was happy when she heard it. The remaining Hatake clan's clansmen that have come back have gone to treat the wounded and also the healthy one are patrolling and guarding the village. During this period, there may be wars every day, so the necessary guards are still needed. Hatake Sasu returned to his home with Kakashi and placed him on the bed. "Kagetsu, take off this little brother's coat. I need to find a piece of cloth and wound medicine." "Huh? Oh, okay." Kagetsu is a little shy when she heard this, but she still responded. Upon hearing her response, Sasu didn't feel anything wrong, so he went out to get the things needed. Kagetsu looked at the unconscious Kakashi, feeling a little shy, but she finally moved her hand. The white short-sleeved windbreaker worn by Kakashi was gently removed, and it was already full of blood. When Kagetsu saw this, she was really shocked. Is this person suffered multiple injuries? How could he shed so much blood? Kagetsu murmured. In fact, Kakashi's injuries were not too much. It was just that the wound that has been reopened, and the wound he got from the fusion of Senjutsu Chakra before has relapsed, causing him to faint. Kagetsu didn't hesitate anymore. She turned Kakashi over, and then took off Kakashi's shirt, revealing his upper body. Kakashi's body is not burly, but he has all the necessary muscles. It is not outstanding, but it is full of explosive power. Kagetsu was a little shy when she saw this. At this time, Sasu walked in. "Kagetsu?" Sasu called, and Kagetsu was taken aback. "What's wrong, Lord Sasu?" "The cloth is ready. You can wipe this little brother. I can't do this kind of work. You are usually the one who deal with the wounds the clansmen got." No problem. Kagetsu did not decline as she was usually help people like this. During this period, there was no medical ninjutsu. Even if there was, it was impossible to obtain it with the background of the Hatake clan. Therefore, the Hatake clan still uses wound medicine to treat their injuries. Kagetsu wiped the blood from Kakashi's body with a cloth, exposing the wound on his back. Originally, the wound on Kakashi's back is just blackened muscle with some blood flowing, but at this time, it seemed that there were a lot of small wounds, which looked quite frightening. When Kagetsu saw this, she was a little frightened. She has never seen such a serious injury before. In fact, these injuries were just skin injuries, and Kakashi didn't have much pain in his body from these wounds. Without any delay, Kagetsu applied the wound medicine to Kakashi's back, and then wrapped Kakashi tightly with a bandage. After finishing these, Kagetsu breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "It's finally done." Sasu, who is on the side, was also happy when he heard this, and said, "Sorry for the trouble, Kagetsu. It's a good thing there is you here. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will not know how to treat him." "Lord Sasu, you jest. This is my responsibility," Kagetsu said with a smile. "Kagetsu, you are really kind. I don't know which young man in the clan who will marry you, but they must be really lucky to get you," Sasu said with a smile. Kagetsu blushed when she heard this, and said, "Lord Sasu, you are teasing me. Humphrey, I will ignore you. I am leaving." After being a little embarrassed by Sasu, Kagetsu walked and left Sasu's home. Sasu laughed and said, "This little girl is still so thin-skinned." After saying that, Sasu didn't think too much about it. After all, it's normal for girls to be thin-skinned. Sasu then put his gaze on Kakashi. Who exactly is this young man? Why did he suddenly appear and save the Hatake clan? Seeing his silver-white hair, Sasu couldn't help but stop thinking. If he is really from the Hatake clan. Sasu's heartbeat quickened. It should be known that the situation of the Hatake clan is not good now, except for the sword techniques that are passed down when they are still a samurai clan. They almost didn't have any ninjutsu. This is why when they are facing the terrifying water-release ninjutsu of the Mizuoni clan, none of the Hatake clan's clansmen used ninjutsu against the enemy. It's not that they don't want to use it, but it's because they don't have any strong ninjutsu to fight against it. Although Kakashi used sword technique back then, Sasu could see that there was a shadow of ninjutsu in his attack. Otherwise, only with swordsmanship, it would be impossible for the attack to be that powerful. Therefore, this powerful young man in front of him must also be a ninjutsu master. If this person is really from the Hatake clan, then perhaps the Hatake clan can get rid of this current situation. Sasu even began to think that maybe this person is someone who is sent by the gods to save the Hatake clan. With this kind of vision, Sasu's expectations for Kakashi have reached the highest point. It's just that all of this can't be determined until Kakashi wakes up. Looking at Kakashi, who was still unconscious, Sasu didn't stay with him. Having just experienced such unusual war, he was exhausted. Moreover, as the clan head, there is a clan waiting for him to lead. The next day, as the sky was just getting bright, a ray of sunlight shone on Kakashi's face. Kakashi frowned slightly and opened his eyes. "Where is this place?" Kakashi whispered softly. Chapter 326. Waking up, Kakashi opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the strange ceiling, wondering if he had transmigrated again. But the pain in the back made Kakashi wake up immediately. "I just seem to have saved the Hatake clan's clansmen." Thinking of this, Kakashi struggled to sit up. This place is really simple. Kakashi glanced around and couldn't help but comment. But it's no wonder that Kakashi said this place is indeed a bit simple, except for a bed and a table. There is nothing else in this room. Kakashi touched his back that has been wrapped with a bandage, and he could feel that his wound had been treated. The bandaging is quite meticulous. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Increasing his perception, Kakashi found that he seemed to be in a small valley, and hundreds of clansmen lived in this valley. Kakashi retracted his perception, touched his chin, and said, "Is these the people who have treated me? It seems that this place should be the residence of the Hatake clan. It is written in the old scroll that the environment of Hatake clan was a bit bad, but I didn't expect it to be so bad." Kakashi shook his head, sympathizing with his ancestors. If he didn't save this group of people this time, perhaps the remaining women and children would have to wander elsewhere, and wait for more than 10 years before they can once again have the power to live like this again. Annihilation? It shouldn't happen, otherwise, how did Kakashi come out? Thinking of this, Kakashi was a little stunned. There seemed to be no record of this kind of near-genocide in the old scroll he read. Was it deliberately hidden? Or is it? Kakashi thought of a certain possibility and couldn't help being stunned. Is it cause and effect? Kakashi shook his head, unable to understand the answer. After he traveled through time, things have moved in an unexpected direction. Perhaps, in the original timeline, There are still things that I don't know. In any case, it is important to heal my injury first. Kakashi stood up, feeling the crispness behind his back, and secretly thought, it seems that after the wound has been opened, it is still not completely closed yet. Seeing this, Kakashi created a shadow clone, and healed himself with mystical palm technique. Although he is not good at medical ninjutsu, Kakashi still has the ability to close his wound. 5 minutes later, Kakashi felt that there was no more blood leaking from the wound on his back. The next treatment can't be cured by Kakashi's half-hearted medical ninjutsu, so it can only be healed slowly through time. Kakashi sat on the bed, reflecting on his previous fight with Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima. When it comes to the strength, Kakashi is a bit higher than any one of them. Even if the two work together, Kakashi can still win the battle. But why is Kakashi injured like this? The reason is simple. Kakashi doesn't use full power at all. The newly mastered Rechi Cave's Senjutsu is the only move that Kakashi used. Kakashi did not use his Hatake clan sword technique, lightning release, flash steps, or even flying thunder god jutsu. Why is it so? It's because of fear of exposure. Although Kakashi is in a disguise at this time, and his face was different from his previous self, but once any of these ninjutsu was used, it would inevitably be remembered by Madara. Yes, it's Madara. A guy who is still alive until Kakashi is at least 13 years old. If his identity is exposed to Madara, can his original self grow smoothly? Kakashi didn't know, but he didn't dare to gamble. Kakashi also originally thought that using Rechi Cave's sage art was enough, but Kakashi has underestimated Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima. Even if those two didn't have wood release and Mangekyō Sharingan, the strength of those two is still very powerful. Isn't Hashirama and Madara are still strong even without wood release and Mangekyō Sharingan? The wood release and Mangekyō Sharingan are only complementing their strength. Instead of saying that those are the reason they are strong even without those. On the other hand, Senju Batsuma and Uchiha Tajima are equivalent to Hashirama and Madara without wood release and Mangekyō Sharingan. Are those two weak? There is no way that the clan head of Warring State period's two strongest clans are weak. It can be said they are among the top expert during the Warring State period. Kakashi is certainly strong, but those two are definitely not weak. This result is not surprising for Kakashi, who is not using his full strength, and fought against the two people's cooperation. Kakashi could only sigh since he felt that he was too arrogant. It might be better to leave directly at that time. Just when Kakashi was thinking about it, the door opened. What came in was a charming girl with clothes in her hands. Seeing Kakashi's naked upper body and he looked over, she couldn't help but froze, and then her face turned slightly red. "Are you awake? I thought you still have to sleep for a while," Hanatsuki said, putting the washed clothes in her hands on the bed, and said, "This is your clothes. There was blood on it yesterday, so I have washed it for you." "Thank you. Can you tell me where am I?" Kakashi asked. "This is the residence of the Hatake clan. Yesterday, Lord Sasa brought you back. He said that you have repelled the people of the Mizuoni clan. Thank you very much. Otherwise, our Hatake clan would be in misfortune." "It's okay, this is what I should do." Hanatsuki paused for a while, and said, "Well, this big brother, are you also from the Hatake clan?" Hanatsuki said, pointing at Kakashi's silver-white hair. Kakashi smiled and said, "Yes, I am indeed from the Hatake clan." Kakashi didn't deny it. He felt that there is no need to lie about this to his own clansmen. Hanatsuki said, "Really? Then, what is your name?" Kakashi thought for a while, but he chooses not say his real name, and said, "Hatake Jintaki." "Hatake Jintaki? It's a strange name, but Big Brother is also a member of our Hatake clan. It's really great. Are you from the branch that has left before?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "I don't know, my parents have already passed away, leaving me alone." Hanatsuki panicked when she heard this, and quickly apologized. I'm really sorry, Jintaki-san, I didn't mean it." Kakashi smiled and said, "It's okay." Hanatsuki felt a little embarrassed for a while, and said quickly, "Jintaki-san, I'll call Lord Sasa to come here, he is also very concerned about your injury." "Okay." Seeing the little girl hurriedly left, Kakashi was amused. "She's really a good girl. Lord Sasu? Is it Hatake Sasu?" Kakashi murmured, suddenly thinking of something. It seems that in the old scroll he read before, there was a clan head named Hatake Sasu who led the rise of the Hatake clan. Is it him? Kakashi was a little curious about what kind of person was this clan head who led the rise of the Hatake clan. Chapter 327 Butterfly Effect? Not long after, Hatake Sasu came in. Kakashi has already put on his clothes. Kakashi looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Very ordinary, His aura is also not unusual. Kakashi felt a little strange. How can such a person lead the rise of the Hatake clan? Moreover, this person seems to be the one who fought against the Mizuoni clan before. If I was not there, how can he survive? Kakashi was lost in thought. He was thinking about a problem. Did the chicken come first or the egg? Things about traveling time are indeed the most difficult thing to understand. While Kakashi was looking at Sasu, Sasu was also looking at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi didn't have the sharpness aura from back then, but looked like a kind young man. Little brother, you finally woke up. How do you feel? Asked Sasu. Well, my old wound reopened, but it's okay now. Kakashi said with a smile. Thank you for your help back then. If it is not because of you, I am afraid that the Hatake clan would be in disaster today. Sasu said respectfully. Sasu is deeply grateful at Kakashi. Kakashi saved not only him, but also the hope and the future of the Hatake clan. This is what I should do. Sasu was taken aback when he heard this, and then said, I heard Hanatsuki said that you are also a member of the Hatake clan. Is it true? Kakashi nodded, and said, my father is indeed a member of the Hatake clan, so I am naturally also a member of the Hatake clan. Sasu thoughtfully said, at the beginning, the Hatake clan is the samurai clan from the Land of Iron. There were indeed some clansmen who separated from us. Could you be from the one of them? Kakashi shook his head and said, I don't know, I'm the only one left. Hearing this, Sasu didn't ask any more questions. The silver white hair is already the best proof. Moreover, the Hatake clan didn't have anything to make someone strong like Kakashi to come over to be a spy. Excluding these factors, Sasu no longer doubted what Kakashi said. What's more, Sasu has placed the hope of the rise of the Hatake clan on Kakashi. After all, that shocking sword technique back then has left a deep impression on Sasu's mind. In that battle, Sasu also knew that if the Hatake clan did not make reforms, sooner or later they would die in this era. How can Sasu be willing to accept such an ending? When the ancestors of the Hatake clan left the Land of Iron, they wanted their clan to become bigger. Unexpectedly, the clan ended up so miserably now. So that's the case. Does little brother have any plans? Sasu looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. Kakashi chuckled and said, Mr. Sasu, you can just call me Jintaki. I have no plans for the moment. It's better for me to take care of my wound first. Sasu rubbed his hands nervously, and said, Jintaki, since you are also a member of the Hatake clan, how about joining us? We are all members of the clan and should take care of each other. Kakashi was taken aback. Although he saw the purpose of Sasu, he was so straightforward that Kakashi really didn't know how to deal with it. I want to help my ancestors about this. But what about the impact? After coming to this timeline, Kakashi has always been restrained, even hesitating to kill, just because this is the past. Seeing Kakashi didn't answer, Sasu felt a little nervous. Jintaki. Sasu called again. Kakashi reacted and said with a smile, Mr. Sasu, I still have things to do in a few months, so I can only stay for a while. Sasu was a little disappointed when he heard this. If such a strong expert stayed, the Hatake clan would surely be able to soar in strength, but now it seems to be impossible. But what Mr. Sasu said is right. We are all members of the same clan, so we should help each other. Kakashi said with a smile. Hearing this, Sasu was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He understood the meaning of Kakashi's sentence. Thank you, Jintaki. Sasu said excitedly. Kakashi smiled and didn't say anything. Early in the morning, when the sun has just risen, almost everyone of the Hatake clan are practicing their swordsmanship in a large open space. From the elderly in their 50s to the children of 5 years old, everyone looks focused. This is the foundation of their lives and they have to be diligent and serious. Hanatsuki was also waving a wooden sword, flushing and sweating. At this time, Sasu and Kakashi came over together, and when Hanatsuki saw them, she ran over and said, Lord Sasu, Jintaki-san, why are you here? Jintaki-san, your wound is still not healed, you should just rest. Kakashi smiled and said, it's okay, it's nothing serious. At this scene, Sasu felt something as strange as he felt that Hanatsuki seemed a bit abnormal. Seeing Kakashi said so, Hanatsuki couldn't say much. Kakashi looked at the Hatake clan sword technique that everyone was practicing, and he frowned. This sword technique is not right. Although it doesn't seem to be a problem by itself, it is far from the Hatake clan sword technique Kakashi has practiced himself. Why is it different? Seeing Kakashi's expression when he looked at the people training, Sasu asked curiously, Jintaki, what's wrong? Mr. Sasu, is this the way you usually train? Sasu's face flushed, and he said, this is the sword technique of the Hatake clan and it is naturally far behind your sword technique, Jintaki. Hearing this, Kakashi became even more puzzled. This is not right. How come my own ancestral swordsmanship become like this? Although they are somewhat similar to each other, this one is far worse in power. Hanatsuki was originally practicing the sword technique with Hatake Nagaki, but when Hanatsuki ran towards the strange man, Nagaki became concerned. He was angry after seeing this. Now that Nagaki heard that strange man is disdaining their sword technique, Nagaki became even more angry. Nagaki did not go to fight against the Mizuoni clan at that time, so he did not know about Kakashi's strength. Now in the eyes of Nagaki, Kakashi is just a good-looking weakling. How dare he disdain the Hatake clan sword technique? It's unbearable. Therefore, Nagaki directly stood up and said, "That brat over there, are you looking down on our Hatake clan sword technique?" Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He never expected that he would be misunderstood like that. Hearing this, Sasu is a little angry and said, "Nagaki, what are you doing?" "Jintaki didn't mean that." "Lord Sasu, this brat just meant that, Jintaki, right? I challenge you to a fight." Kakashi was amused, but he didn't show it on his face. This kid was really funny. "If you don't answer, I will treat it as if you agree. Let's start now," Nagaki said, waving the wooden sword in his hand and slashing towards Kakashi. "Nagaki. What are you doing?" Hanatsuki hurriedly tried to stop Nagaki. "Jintaki-san is still injured. How can you try to attack him like that?" Hanatsuki said in a frantic tone. Seeing this, Nagaki became even more angry. "Hanatsuki, why are you protecting this brat? I'm teaching him to be a man." As he said, Nagaki looked at Kakashi, and said, "Brat, if you have the ability, come and accept my challenge. It's not good to hide behind a woman like that." Kakashi chuckled and said, "Okay, as you wish. Jintaki-san, don't pay attention to Nagaki, he is just fooling around." Hanatsuki said quickly. "It's okay, it will only take a few seconds." "Brat. What are you talking about? You dare to look down on me?" Nagaki was furious and attacked Kakashi again. Kakashi didn't get angry. He moved to Hanatsuki's side and said, "Lend me your wooden sword." Before Hanatsuki could react, the wooden sword in her hand was already gone. Hanatsuki was startled, and secretly thought, so fast. Nagaki only felt a gust of wind in front of him, and then a wooden sword was placed on his neck. "Are you convinced?" Kakashi said with a smile. Nagaki swallowed saliva and nodded. Kakashi retracted the wooden sword upon seeing this, and Hanatsuki yelled, "Jintaki-san, you are so amazing." The rest of the crowd also saw Kakashi with admiration. To be able to defeat Nagaki in an instant, no one here can do it. Kakashi has proven his own strength. At this time, Sasa stood up and said, "Everyone, this Jintaki is also a member of our Hatake clan. He separated from us long ago and now officially returns. Today, Jintaki will teach you all about swordsmanship." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. After all, they just saw Kakashi defeat one of them in an instant. Even Nagaki was also excited. In this era, everyone worships the strong. Kakashi smiled and said, "Everyone, I am Jintaki. It is an honor to be able to teach you all. Next, I will demonstrate the sword technique for everyone." After hearing this, everyone looked at Kakashi intently. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't dawdle anymore. He tightened the grip on the wooden sword, and began to dance. Sweep, chop, swipe, cut, slash, stab. Kakashi carefully demonstrated every move and style, as if he was back in his youth, practicing the sword technique in his house. The sword stops and Kakashi stood still. Kakashi suddenly remembered the first sentence in the Hatake clan sword techniques book. During the Warring States period, the Hatake clan met a mysterious expert who passed them the Hatake clan sword technique. Chapter 328. Seeing Hashirama again. With the end of Kakashi's presentation, everyone in the Hatake clan was already dumbfounded. Is this the Hatake clan sword technique? Yes, and no. It's similar, but more powerful. Sasu's hands trembled. Of course, it is because of excitement. If the members of the Hatake clan can learn such a powerful sword technique, then how strong will the Hatake clan become? Kakashi was silent as his heart was filled with doubts. Is my appearance inevitable or accidental? Perhaps the timeline have already changed? But what about the evidence? Kakashi shook his head, remembering what the Lord First Hokage said when the forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation, was removed. It's you? Then. Kakashi felt a mess in his head after thinking about this. Where is the beginning? Where is the change? While Kakashi was thinking, Hanatsuki yelled, "Jintaki-san, you are amazing." Kakashi woke up, and then temporarily suppressed these problems. Nagaki then said, "Jintaki-san, I apologize for what happened just now." Kakashi waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I understand your reason." The following things became simpler. Kakashi taught these people all the technique of the Hotake clan sword technique. Of course, things like secret technique can't be taught to them for now. Time passed just like this. 7 days later, Kakashi's wound had recovered, and the bandages were all removed, revealing his perfect figure. The wound is finally healed. It's so uncomfortable to wear so many bandages. At this moment, the door slammed open. Hanatsuki said happily, "Jindaki-san, we are going hunting, do you want to come too?" In an instant, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Kakashi had his upper body naked, while Hanatsuki looked straight at it. When Hanatsuki reacted, she quickly covered her eyes and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know if that Jindaki-san is changing clothes right now." Kakashi smiled, "This little girl is really shy." "It's okay, I am already dressed," Kakashi said, putting his jacket on instantly. Seeing this, Hanatsuki breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Jindaki-san, is your wound healed?" "Well, it's almost okay." "So fast." "The wound seems very serious, but it's healed so fast." "Jindaki-san is really amazing," Hanatsuki said admiringly. Kakashi smiled and asked, "By the way, what was the hunting you just said?" "It's like this. There is not much food in the clan, so today we are going to hunt wild animals in the forest, so that in the next month, we can have enough food." "So it's like that. Jindaki-san, do you want to come too?" Hanatsuki asked expectantly. "Okay." Kakashi readily agreed. Kakashi is idle right now, and it's not bad to do some exercises. Moreover, Kakashi has eaten a lot of free food recently, so it is necessary to make some compensation. Of course, with him teaching the clan sword technique, no one in the clan would say that Kakashi was just a leech. "Great. Let's go." Hanatsuki took Kakashi's hand and ran out. Kakashi was taken aback, but did not resist. This little girl seems to be. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Hanatsuki took Kakashi to the open space where she was training with her sword before. At this time, everyone has assembled. Sasu saw Kakashi come over, and said, "Jindaki, you came just in time, want to go hunting with us?" "Lord Sasu, I have just told Jindaki-san about it, and he also agreed." "Oh?" Sasu looked at Hanatsuki's hand that was holding Kakashi meaningfully. Hanatsuki finally noticed and quickly let go of her hand, and her face flushed. When Nagaki saw this, his expression darkened, but he didn't say anything, just feeling a bit bitter in his heart. "Mr. Sasu, are we going now?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah. Some people will stay to guard the village, and the rest will go hunting," Sasu explained. After that, dozens of shinobi of the Hotake clan brought their equipment and go into the forest. Dozens of people were divided into a dozen teams, with 3 people in each team. Hanatsuki naturally followed Kakashi, and the other person in their team is Nagaki. The 3 of them walked through the forest and soon saw a wild boar. "Jindaki-san, look, there is a big wild boar there, it looks like a few 100 pounds. It's enough for us to eat for a long time," Hanatsuki exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi nodded. He then picked up a stone, narrowed his eyes, and then threw the stone. Bam! With a crisp sound, the stone was thrown straight into the wild boar's eyes. It passed through its head, and nailed to the tree trunk on the back. Hanatsuki and Nagaki are stunned when they saw this. "Wow! Amazing!" Nagaki said in shock. After hunting for a long time, Nagaki know very well how strong the defensive power of this wild boar is. Ordinary swords can only leave a white mark on the wild boar's body, and its eyes are the weakest point of the wild boar. At such a distance, with just a thumb-sized stone, Kakashi is able to penetrate the head of the wild boar. This level of strength and judgment is really amazing. Jindaki-san is so amazing. Kakashi smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a few tricks." "Really? I want to learn too." Hanatsuki looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. "No problem, but let's take the wild boar back first," Kakashi said. "Okay." Hua-yu nodded in response. A few 100 pounds of wild boar finally landed on Nagaki's body. The reason is very simple. As a weak girl, how can he bear to let Hanatsuki carry a few 100 pounds of wild boar? As for Kakashi, the prey was hunted down by him. Isn't it shameful if he let Kakashi bring it back? Therefore, Nagaki is the one who bring the wild boar back. On the way back, Kakashi's ears moved slightly and then he stopped. "What's wrong, Jindaki-san?" Hanatsuki asked curiously. "You two should go back first, I have something to do." After Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Huh? Hanatsuki still wants to say something, but Kakashi's figure has already disappeared. "What is Jindaki-san going to do?" Hanatsuki asked curiously. Nagaki then said, "I don't know, there should be something important if he left just like that. Let's go back first, it's not safe here." Okay. Although Hanatsuki was puzzled, she didn't continue to stay here. After all, this is not the territory of the Hatake clan. Kakashi leaped between the trees, and then stopped in one place. Not far away, 10 shinobi are besieging 2 shinobi, one big and one small. Hashirama, seize the opportunity to run quickly, there are 10 enemies on the opposite side. Yamobuki-ji-san, what are you talking about? How can I leave you here alone? Said Hashirama coldly. Senju Yamabuki then said, Hashirama, now is not the time to say something like that. You are the future and the hope of the Senju clan, so you absolutely cannot die here. Yamobuki-ji-san, rest assured, I can take care of these 10 people. The leading scarred man on the other side was furious when he heard this, and said, Little brat. What did you say? People said that the Senju clan loved to talk big, now it seems to be the case now. You still want to run by just rely on you two wastes? What a joke. Hearing this, the corners of Hashirama's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said, You should stop saying nonsense, and just give it a try. Recently, I have awakened my Kekkei Genkai. Wood style, cutting jutsu, the scarred man saw that both of Hashirama's hands are forming hand seals, and then countless wooden spikes emerged from the ground. What the hell is this? The scarred man was shocked, but in the next second, he could no longer make a sound. With a burst of screams, 10 shinobi were stabbed to death by those wooden spikes in a flash. Blood then spilled all over the ground. 7 or 8 wooden spikes were stabbed into the big scarred man who was still screaming just now. Senju Yamabuki was stunned when he saw this. This. Is it the legendary wood release in the legend? Hashirama, when did you awaken it? Senju Yamabuki was pleasantly surprised. He was well aware of what this Kekkei Genkai meant to the Senju clan. Hashirama smiled and said, Just the day before yesterday, I'm still not very skilled at using it yet, hee hee. Chapter 329 Shikatsu Forest. At this time, Hashirama is only 10 years old, but he has already awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai. His future is boundless. At least, that's what Senju Yamabuki thought. You know, the wood release Kekkei Genkai from the Senju clan is more difficult to awaken than the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Even the people of the Senju clan thought this was just a legend. But what Senju Yamabuki didn't expect was that it would appear in a 10-year-old child. This makes Senju Yamabuki feel that he was dreaming. There was a smile on Hashirama's face, but he was thinking about another question in his heart. Originally, Hashirama felt that there was something in his body about to break out, but it wouldn't come out. It seemed that there was a need of opportunity for it to break out. After training his spiritual force with Kakashi, this feeling became clearer. Until the day before yesterday, the last layer of the shell was suddenly broken, and he awakened the wood release. Kakashi, who was watching from the side, was also shocked at this time. Wood release. The only Kekkei Genkai who can compete with Sharingan. Kakashi didn't expect that Hashirama would have been awakened at this time. He really deserved to be the god of the shinobi in the future. Great, Hashirama, with your awakened Kekkei Genkai, the possibility that you can get the approval of Shikatsu Forest's Lady Katsu is greater. Senju Yamabuki said with excitement. Hearing this, Kakashi was a little shocked. Shikatsu Forest? The two actually mentioned to Shikatsu Forest? Yeah, Yamabuki-ji-san, I am confident that I will be able to get the approval of Lady Katsu, and then our clan will prosper. It's not too late, let's set off quickly. Senju Yamabuki said. Okay. Said Hashirama as he nodded. Then the two went towards a certain direction. A smile appeared at the corner of Kakashi's mouth, and then he said, Interesting. Shikatsu Forest? I have been searching for it for a long time. Kakashi said, moving his feet as he followed behind them. With Kakashi's skill, the two couldn't find they are being followed at all. As for the reason why Hashirama would come to the Shikatsu Forest with Senju Yamabuki, this all started with the battle between Kakashi and Senju Batsuma, and Uchiha Tajima. The Richi Caves senjutsu used by Kakashi gave Senju Batsuma a familiar feeling. After returning home, Senju Batsuma thought about it for several days, and finally knew where this familiar feeling came from. Shikatsu Forest. Senju Batsuma once accidentally entered the territory of the Shikatsu Forest and met Katsu, but he did not get Katsu's approval. The feeling that Senju Batsuma felt on Kakashi was somewhat similar to that of Katsu. After this incident, Senju Batsuma remembered Katsu again, so he called out Hashirama, who was still facing the punishment, and told him to go to the Shikatsu Forest with Senju Yamabuki to find Katsu. A powerful summon beast, and the strange ninjutsu, Senju Batsuma hopes Hashirama can get them. As for the reason why he chose Hashirama and Senju Yamabuki is simple. Senju Yamabuki once went with Senju Batsuma, so he knows the way to the Shikatsu Forest, and Hashirama is the most outstanding genius in his clan at this time. Senju Batsuma believes that Hashirama will get Katsu's approval. Therefore, this scene is now happening. But the two people who went to the Shikatsu forest eagerly did not expect that behind them, there would be someone following them. As the night darkened, Hashirama and Senju Yamabuki finally stopped. Yamabuki-san, why did you stop? Is it here? Asked Hashirama in confusion. He then looked around, but didn't see anything. There is just a valley, and nothing else. Senju Yamabuki then laughed and said, Hashirama, Lady Katsu is a summoned beast. It has its own unique territory called Shikatsu Forest. Although this place borders the space here, it is also blocked by a seal. Without a contract, it is very troublesome if we want to go in. You mean, this is the entrance? It's just that we can't see it, right? Yeah. What should we do then? Haha, don't worry, I have come here with clan head before, so I know how to get inside the Shikatsu forest. Senju Yamabuki then formed hand seals with his hands, and uttered softly, Kai. An invisible ripple scattered, and then a door the size of a person appeared in front of the two of them. Is this the entrance to the Shikatsu forest? It's really hidden, exclaimed Hashirama. Hashirama, get in quickly. Senju Yamabuki said. Huh? Yamabuki-san won't go in with me? Hashirama asked doubtedly. No, there are still some things in the clan that need me to deal with. I can't leave for too long, and whether you succeed or fail, Lady Katsu will send you directly to the Senju clan's residence at that time, so you don't need to worry. So it's like that. Then thank you for escorting me here, Yamabuki-san. You're welcome. Hashirama, remember, you must succeed. This may be related to the future of the Senju clan. Hashirama nodded seriously, and then he walked towards the entrance. The door faded slowly, and finally disappeared. Senju Yamabuki sighed and said, Hashirama, the pillars, you must succeed. Senju Yamabuki did not continue to stay, and left the place directly, returning to the Senju clan's residence. However, what he didn't know was that he had a pair of eyes watching his every move. Behind a big tree, Kakashi has already revealed the Scarlet Sharingan, and then he secretly thought, interesting, I didn't expect that the Shikatsu forest at this time has not been contracted with the Senju clan yet. Kakashi made up his mind and decided to go to the Shikatsu forest. Shikatsu forest's senjutsu is now the only senjutsu Kakashi lacks. If he can get it, he can officially try to fuse the senjutsu. Thinking of this, Kakashi walked to the position where the two just stood. His hands formed hand seals, and if Senju Yamabuki is here, he will find that the hand seals Kakashi formed are exactly the same as his just now. Kakashi said softly, Kai. Immediately, the same door appeared in front of Kakashi. Natural energy is coming out from the door. It looks like it is correct. Kakashi whispered softly, and then stepped in. After a while, Kakashi appeared in a dark and humid place. Looking around, Kakashi found unconscious Hashirama not far away. He must have not been able to endure the dizziness of the spatial transformation, so he just passed out. Kakashi chuckled and then looked around. It looks like a dark and humid valley. The temperature is not high, maybe only just 16 degrees Celsius. The light is severely insufficient and the visibility is not high. There are pillars resembling white bones everywhere, with a sticky liquid on them. Is this Shikatsu forest? It really seems to fit the name. Shikatsu forest, wet bone forest. Kakashi looked around and decided to wake Hashirama first. He lifted Hashirama up and patted him lightly. Ow, it hurts, who is it? After releasing a scream, Hashirama immediately woke up. What caught his eyes was a familiar face. The irritated expression on Hashirama's face instantly turned into an extremely happy expression. Jintaki-sensei? Why are you here? I should be the one asking you this question, why did you come to the Shikatsu forest? Kakashi asked, pretending to be in disbelief. Jintaki-sensei also knows the Shikatsu forest? Asked Hashirama in surprise. Of course I know, if I don't know, how can I appear here? Kakashi said with a smile. Chapter 330 Katsu then, is Jintaki-sensei also come to meet Lady Katsu? Asked Hashirama. Kakashi nodded and said, yes, that is indeed my purpose. Ah. That's terrible. I also came to meet Lady Katsu, hoping to get her approval. If Jintaki-sensei is having the same purpose, wouldn't I be in hopeless situation? Said Hashirama, half squatting on the ground depressedly. Kakashi face-palmed after seeing this guy is really easy to get depressed. Hashirama, you think too much, I already have a summoned beast. Kakashi explained helplessly. Ah. Really? Hearing this, Hashirama became excited again. Well, I'm looking for Lady Katsu for something else. That's great. By the way, Jintaki-sensei, what is your summoned beast? Hashirama asked curiously. That is a secret. Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi didn't know if his summoning technique could still be used or not at this time. After all, he is in the past right now. Can summoned beasts travel through time when I summoned it? Kakashi didn't know, and didn't want to try. If something went wrong, there would be another problem. Is that so? Hashirama said disappointedly. Immediately afterwards, Hashirama said, "Oh yeah, Jindaki-sensei, the last father thing, I want to apologize to you for what happened with my father last time. I didn't expect it to be like that." Looking at Hashirama's guilty expression, Kakashi shook his head and said, "It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Let's go find Lady Katsu together." "Yes." Hashirama replied happily. In the dark and damp Shikatsu forest, the two felt a little uncomfortable along the way. Kakashi originally wanted to find Tsunade to get the Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu training method, but after asking Tsunade, he learned that Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu training method is only known to the original Katsu, and the split Katsu Tsunade summoned didn't know about this. The original Katsu has been asleep for decades without waking up. It needs to explain here that there is only one Katsu in the Shikatsu Forest, but Katsu has a powerful splitting ability, and the one summoned by Tsunade is only a part of original Katsu. The original body of Katsu is still in a state of deep sleep. Originally, Tsunade is also interested in Senjutsu, but because of this, she can't learn it. She can only develop a different technique from Senjutsu based on the past information and her own research on medical ninjutsu. When Kakashi learned of this, he had no choice but to give up. After traveling to the wrong time, especially after the failure of the fusioning the Senjutsu, Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu was once again included in Kakashi's target. At this time, the original Katsu is not sleeping yet. After all, Hashirama still hasn't learned Senjutsu. If it really asleep, then how did Hashirama learn Senjutsu? The two of them walked for a while, and Hashirama said, "Jindaki-sensei, why haven't we seen Lady Katsu after walking for a long time? This place is too big. Don't worry, let me take a lot." Kakashi also felt that walking like this is not an option anymore, not to mention there are so many forks here. It's a waste of time to walk the path one by one. Kakashi then released the Cursed of Rishi Caves Senjutsu. In an instant, the purple eye shadow once again appeared on Kakashi's face. Hashirama was amazed, and he secretly thought, "It has appeared again, and my father said this is a Senjutsu. But, I don't know if it is Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu or not." Kakashi opened his eyes abruptly, and instantly found Katsu. "I found it." At this moment, Katsu, who is sitting on a huge chair, moved the two antennae on its head and whispered softly, "Is there a human coming in again? Is it that brat called Senjubatsuma again? No, there is a smell of stinky snakes and toads, and it's coming from the same person. It's weird." Katsu was a little confused, but she was too lazy to move. She already felt that the two human are walking towards her. "Hashirama, I found it, let's go." Kakashi released the sage mode and whispered, "Yes. Jindaki-sensei." Hashirama replied, and then he secretly thought in his heart, "It seems that this strange Senjutsu has the ability to enhance perception. It's really amazing." Kakashi didn't know that Hashirama was thinking at this moment. The two walked together for about 10 minutes and then they saw a huge cave. "Is this where Lady Katsu is?" Hashirama asked curiously. "It should be right here, let's go in," Kakashi said. "Okay." After entering the cave, their vision became clearer, but the temperature was still not high. In the middle of the cave, Katsu with its huge body is sitting on a huge stone seat, which was about the same size as the one Brahmamaru is sitting. This should be Lady Katsu's real body? Kakashi secretly thought. What a big slug. Hashirama was shocked. Kakashi patted Hashirama's head lightly, and said, "Don't talk like that. It's Lady Katsu." Hearing this, Hashirama quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." At this time, Katsu moved and said, "Too young human, why did you come here?" Hearing this, Hashirama answered, "Lady Katsu, I am the son of Senjubatsuma. My father told me to come here to accept your test, hoping to win the help from the slug race." Katsu then pondered for a bit and then said, "Oh, it was that brat from back then. It seems that I have told him about this. You are very good. You can become the contractor of the slug race. Take it." As Katsu finished speaking, it spit out a summoning contract from its mouth and it landed in front of Hashirama. Hashirama was dumbfounded after seeing this. Is this all right? Isn't it too simple? Where is the test that father said? This summoning contract will not be fake, right? Lady Katsu? Is this all right? Asked Hashirama in disbelief. Yeah, you can use your blood to write your name on the scroll, says Katsu. Seeing that Hashirama was still in a daze, Kakashi smiled and said, "Hurry up and sign the contract. Isn't that your purpose of coming here?" "Oh, okay, right away." Hashirama quickly bite his thumb, causing the blood to spill out instantly. He then used the blood to write his name on the summoning contract. Finally, He put the blood on all of his fingers and printed it on the scroll. "It's done," said Hashirama. "You're done, Hashirama? I hope you can spread the name of the slug race through the entire shinobi world," Gatsu said. Hashirama nodded and said, "Thank you for your trust, Lady Katsu. I, Senju Hashirama, will definitely spread the name of the slug race through the entire shinobi world." Chapter 331 Dragon Veins' Origin. If you can do this, it's worth noting that I gave you this summoning contract. Okay, you can go back first. Come here again in 3 years, and I will teach you something interesting, Gatsu said. "Yes, Lady Katsu," said Hashirama delightfully. At this time, Gatsu turned his gaze towards Kakashi. "Who are you? Why do you smell of stinky snakes and toads?" Gatsu asked suspiciously. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then came to understand that it was probably the aura of Mount Myabaku's senjutsu and Rechi Cave's senjutsu that made Gatsu discover it. It's no wonder that Gatsu found it. After all, as one of the leader of the 3 Great Holy Land, it is normal for the Gatsu to be sensitive to the aura of the other 2 other Holy Land. Hearing this, Hashirama also looked at Kakashi curiously. "Stinky snakes and toads? What does it mean? Lady Gatsu is really amazing. You can see the aura inside my body with just a glance." Gatsu had no expression on its face, and then he looked at Hashirama and said, "Senju Hashirama, you can leave this place." Hashirama realized that the next conversation was not something he could listen to, so he responded and said to Kakashi, "Jindaki-sensei, do we still have a chance to meet again?" Kakashi laughed and said, "Of course." Hearing this, Hashirama was overjoyed, and then said, "Then I will wait for Jindaki-sensei to come and see me." "Yeah. Remember the dream we 3 share?" Hashirama was taken aback, and then smiled, "Yes. I will definitely make it come true, that dream named Hidden Leaf Village. Go." After hearing this, Hashirama left the place. Gatsu asked Hashirama to come back again in 3 years. Others might don't know what was going on, but Kakashi knew. Gatsu wanted to teach Senju Hashiramatsu when he comes back here again. Although Hashirama was talented, he was only 10 years old at this time, and there are still some qualifications he didn't meet yet to learn senjutsu. And 3 years later, Hashirama would become 13 years old, and he would be qualified at that time. Seeing Hashirama leave, Kakashi refocused his gaze on Gatsu. Gatsu's eyes are also focused on Kakashi. After a moment of silence, Gatsu then said, "Human, you are not someone from this timeline, right? Are you from the future?" Kakashi was taken aback. It never occurred to him that he would be exposed by Gatsu in less than a moment. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Gatsu smiled and said, "It looks like I guessed it correctly. Lady Gatsu is really amazing. You are able to see my origins with just a glance. It's not about seeing through. Right now, the descendants of Mount Myabaku and Rechi Cave have not yet been born, but for you to have the senjutsu from these 2 holy lands, it is very strange. Although I can't predict the future like Gamaru, but I can more or less see the trajectory of time. Your body bears a mark that does not belong to this era." Kakashi finally understood the reason. It turns out to be like that. "So, human, what is your purpose for traveling to this timeline?" Gatsu's tone was gentle and it feels harmless. Kakashi pondered for a moment, and then said, "Lady Gatsu, I come from the future. It was an accident for me to come to this timeline. I am waiting for the recovery of the Dragon Veins so that I can go back." "Dragon Veins?" "Yes, only it has the power to travel through time," Gatsu muttered. Seeing that Gatsu seemed to know something about the Dragon Veins, Kakashi asked curiously, "Lady Gatsu, what is the Dragon Veins? Why does it have the ability to travel through time and space?" "Dragon Veins? That was originally a failed product made by the Sage of 6 Paths. But unexpectedly, it doesn't seem to be a failure," Gatsu said with a smile. "Failed product?" Kakashi became even more puzzled. Sage of 6 Paths wanted to create something that can travel through time and space. He wanted to return to the past to change his mother's tragedy, but unfortunately, he failed at that time and left behind the Dragon Veins. The Dragon Veins can indeed travel through time and space, but it can't be used to travel to the time Sage of 6 Paths wanted. There seems to be a faint power that is stopping him from doing so. Even the Sage of 6 Paths could do nothing about it. Kakashi was taken aback. He did not expect that the Dragon Veins would be something created by the Sage of 6 Paths. "Human, the shuttle of Dragon Veins is not something that anyone can experience. It needs the approval from the will of the world." "The will of the world?" "The will of the world will not interfere with the development of the world, but if someone wants to change what has happened by traveling through time, and the change will have a huge impact, the will of the world will stop it. And what Sage of 6 Paths wanted to do is something that is now allowed by the will of the world, that's why he failed." Kakashi finally understood the reason. If the Sage of Six Paths stops Kaguya, then the world of shinobi will no longer exist. Such a huge change is indeed won't be allowed by the will of the world. Kakashi was also a little relieved when he heard that. After all, his existence was originally not supposed to be here. But now that he thinks about it, as long as he doesn't die, there shouldn't be any problems. So, can you tell me, what is your purpose of coming here? Is it for the Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu? Gatsa said. Kakashi nodded without denying it. After all, this is his purpose for coming to the Shikatsu Forest. You already own Mount Mayabaku's senjutsu and Rechi Cave's senjutsu, but now you also want Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu. Are you planning to? Gatsa stopped talking. Kakashi was taken aback. Does this Katsu know everything? Lady Katsu, I want to fuse the three great holy lands senjutsu to see what kind of effect it will have, Kakashi said. Upon hearing this, Gatsa smiled and said, Human, you are very courageous. Three great holy lands senjutsu are wild, and you actually want to fuse these three senjutsu together. It is really unconventional. Is it impossible? Kakashi said with a bit of disappointment. No, but only one person has done it, said Katsu. Who? Sage of Six Paths. Kakashi was taken aback. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths are really related to the three great holy lands senjutsu? Human, I admire your courage. I am willing to give you the Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu. I am very curious, will you become the second Sage of Six Paths? Kakashi was overjoyed when he heard this, and said quickly, Thank you Lady Katsu. No, I am just curious. Huh? Gatsa said and suddenly become a little surprised. What's wrong Lady Katsu? Kakashi asked in confusion. Human, there seems to be something interesting on your body, Gatsa said. What? Open the two seal scrolls on your bag. Hearing this, Kakashi stretched out his hand and took out the two seal scrolls from his bag. This is... Kakashi was surprised. The first scroll Katsu was talking about is actually the scroll that was given by Shishui before, and the content is the empty slate that was obtained by Hyuga inside a mysterious cave, and the other one is the mysterious stone box that his aunt, Maiko has gave to him. Kakashi has never found any information about these two things, so he can only put them in a seal scroll. Kakashi removed the seals, and then, the slate and the stone box instantly appeared in front of him. It still looks the same as before. Gatsa looked at those two things with a trace of nostalgia in its eyes. Human, I really have to say that your luck is too good, or maybe it's the arrangement from the heaven. Gatsa said in an erratic tone. Lady Katsu, what are these two things? I have got them for some time, but I haven't been able to understand the mysteries hidden. You will know one day. Keep them safe. That day won't be too far from now. Gatsa didn't answer Kakashi's question, but instead said in riddle. Kakashi was helpless, but if Katsu didn't say anything, he couldn't do anything about it. It seems that the leader from these holy lands like to talk halfway. It's like Great Toad Sage Gamamaru last time, leaving some inexplicable prophecy, but not to make it clear. Thinking of this, Kakashi was taken aback. Prophecy? The silver white-haired red-eyed boy, the traveler of the world, the fateful twin, the wheel of destiny begins to change and turn, and whether to go back home or not, it is all in the hands of the boy. The fateful twin? Kakashi was stunned. Originally he thought it was Naruto and Sasuke, but now, the former Jura and Indra's reincarnation seem to have become his students too. So which one is the fateful twin? Does the wheel of destiny begins to change and turn was talking about I travel back in time using the dragon veins? So, what did go back home mean? Kakashi suddenly felt that his brain was full of things, but he couldn't figure out a clue. At this time, Gatsa said, Humans, you should walk the path ahead with your heart. As Gatsa finished speaking, it once again spit out a scroll from its mouth, but this scroll is a lot smaller than the one given to Hashirama. Human, this is Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu training method, take it. Kakashi took it. He didn't look at its content immediately, but put it in his pocket. Thank you Lady Katsu. You're welcome. You can go now. Hearing this, Kakashi turned around and left. At this moment, Gatsu is the only one left in the huge cave. Haha, it looks like the future would be really interesting. Chapter 332 Hanatsuki's thought Kakashi left without staying in the Shikatsu Forest. Kakashi was a little surprised that he obtained the Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu training method easily. That Gatsu seemed to know something, but it didn't tell Kakashi. Kakashi didn't care too much about it. After all, it is normal for someone like Gatsu to conceal a lot of things. In short, it is already good enough for Kakashi to get the senjutsu. Kakashi didn't worry that Gatsu would give himself fakes. With its pride, it wouldn't do these nasty things. With all three great holy lands senjutsu in hand, all Kakashi needs now is to fuse them. But before that, Kakashi still need to master Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu first. Even with the first 2 Senjutsu as foundations, Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu won't be so easy to learn. The power of 3 Great Holy Lands Senjutsu is on the same level, but each has its own deviations. Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu is increasing physical strength the most, Rechi Cave's Senjutsu is shifted to the increasing the mind and spirit, and Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu is balanced. Compared to Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu and Rechi Cave's Senjutsu, Shikatsu Forest's Senjutsu is more gentle. Kakashi went out of Shikatsu Forest and returned to the Hatake clan's residence. It was already late at night. Kakashi did not disturb other people, and returned directly to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Kakashi couldn't help but being stunned. Someone is in his room. Kakashi saw Hanatsuki's head is lying on the table. She looked like she was asleep. When the door creaks, Hanatsuki seemed to feel something, and slowly opened her eyes. When Hanatsuki saw that it is Kakashi, she stood up abruptly and said, "Jindaki-san, you are finally back. Where were you? Are you waiting for me?" Kakashi said. Hanatsuki's face turned red and she nodded gently. "What's the matter?" Kakashi asked. Hanatsuki shook her head abruptly, and said, "It's nothing, I'm just a little worried. I wanted to wait for you to come back, but I didn't expect to fall asleep." Hanatsuki said as she felt regretful that she fell asleep. Kakashi smiled and said, "It's nothing, don't worry about it. It's too late now, you should go back to sleep." "Okay." Hanatsuki answered softly. She walked to the door, and then suddenly stopped and said, "Jindaki-san, are you really going to leave one day?" Kakashi sighed and said, "Well, it will be at most half a year. I still have things I haven't finished yet." Hanatsuki's eyes darkened and said, "I understand, I am leaving first, Jindaki-san should go to bed too." Watching Hanatsuki leave, Kakashi shook his head and whispered, "What a silly girl." Kakashi didn't know how to think about Hanatsuki. After all, Kakashi is destined to leave this place. In a sense, Hanatsuki is his ancestor. So it is impossible for him to do anything to Hanatsuki. Give birth to children with your own ancestors? Then reproduce yourself? Thinking about this logic is really terrifying. Kakashi turned off the lights and sat cross-legged on the bed. After Hanatsuki left Kakashi's room with a look of disappointment, she met another person. "Lord Sasu?" Hanatsuki looked at the person who appeared before her in surprise. "Hanatsuki, is Jindaki back yet?" "Yeah, Jindaki-san just came a moment ago." Hanatsuki replied. "That's good, Hanatsuki, you and Jindaki." Hearing this, Hanatsuki's face turned redder and she said, "Lord Sasu, what are you talking about? I just admire Jindaki-san." "Haha, is that really the case?" "Hanatsuki, I have watched you grow up since you were a child, so I can see your thought clearly. You are close to others your age, but never showed anything close. But when you looked at Jindaki, I saw that your eyes are full of light." Sasu said with a smile. Although Hanatsuki is not Sasu's child, Sasu regards it as his own daughter. Too many people die in this chaotic times. And Hanatsuki's parents were also Sasu's teammates. Hanatsuki lowered her head shyly when she heard this. Upon seeing this, Sasu understood. He sighed slightly, and said, "Hanatsuki, I admit that Jindaki is very good, but he doesn't belong here, so he will leave sooner or later, at that time." "Lord Sasu, I understand what you mean. Jindaki-san seems to have a very important task to complete, I can see it. I won't sink too deep." Look at the firmness and helpless expression on Hanatsuki's face. Sasu can only sigh faintly. He could not do anything about this kind of thing. Sasu patted Hanatsuki's shoulder and said, "It's good that you understand. Rest early." "Okay, thank you, Lord Sasu," Hanatsuki said, and then she walked back to her room. Sasu released a sigh and said, "I hope that Hanatsuki can really understand it." Hanatsuki was lying on the bed, her expression wasn't good. The scenes of the past flashed through her mind. The first time she saw Kakashi, he was seriously injured and looked weak. Hanatsuki couldn't help but blush when she remembers that handsome face. Immediately after, she learned from the returning clansman that such a thin-looking person had actually repelled the menacing Mizuoni clan with one move. Looking at Kakashi, who was quiet on the bed, Hanatsuki felt an admiration at first. What kind of existence is he? On the public square, the man showed a shocking side. He defeated the strongest of the younger generation in the clan, Hatake Nagaki, with just one move. Then he showed the Hatake clan sword technique that was more powerful than before, making Hanatsuki felt that Kakashi is very amazing. What a powerful sword technique. What an amazing person. When hunting today, Kakashi just used a small stone to kill the big wild boar that would cause Hanatsuki some trouble if she is the one fighting it. People in this era like the strong ones, and Hanatsuki is the same, especially if this strong one is also gentle and handsome. Hanatsuki is only 18 years old. How can she not be tempted when she meets with such a person? If you meet someone who is too amazing when you are young, the experience will be painful. And Hanatsuki seems to have embarked on this path of no return. Jintaki-san, is there really no way? Hanatsuki lamented, looking at the moon outside the window, and it is unknown what she is thinking. Kakashi would not have imagined that he intervened the past inadvertently and made such a big mistake. At this time, Kakashi is sitting cross-legged on the bed and took out the scroll from Katsu. Kakashi was a little excited, but soon he calmed down. If you have a distraction when training senjutsu, you won't know how you die. After reading the scroll carefully, Kakashi frowned from time to time, nodded from time to time, and finally closed the scroll. After putting the scroll back, his hands formed a hand seal. Without a word for a night, Kakashi began to practice the Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu. Chapter 333 Changing the Future in the Hatake Clan's Public Square. Almost all of Hatake Clan's clansmen are sweating as they train the Hatake Clan sword technique that was passed down by Kakashi. It is almost the same as the original, but compared to the original, it is much stronger. Sasuke looked at everything in front of him with great relief. If this continues, it won't be long before the Hatake Clan can be safe in this chaotic times. Kakashi sat on a big rock at the side, watching everyone train. Kakashi has to say that the Hatake Clan is indeed born to wield swords, as there are a lot of good seedlings in the clan. In just a month, most of these people have been able to skillfully use the sword techniques handed down by him. The rest will depend on themselves. Swordsmanship is easy to learn but difficult to master, and there is no way to become a swordsmaster without perseverance. Sasuke sat next to Kakashi and said, "Jintaki, thank you so much." "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for teaching us the new Hatake Clan sword technique. I believe that with this new sword technique, our Hatake Clan will certainly be able to become famous in this shinobi world." Kakashi frowned upon hearing this. Frankly speaking, he did not want Hatake Clan to be more famous in this chaotic times, because the fame in this troubled world is through the bones that are piled up. Not only the bones of the enemy, but also the bones of their own people. Moreover, if the destiny of the Hatake Clan develops according to the original, Kakashi will still end up alone. As last member of the clan, Kakashi could not help but feel a little sad. "Mr. Sasuke, what are your plans for the future, or where do you plan to take the Hatake Clan?" Kakashi asked. After pondering for a moment, Sasuke said, "I don't know, I just want to protect my people." "Mr. Sasuke, do you think this chaotic times will end?" Kakashi asked again. "I don't know, the separation of the big clans was originally for their own interests, but later evolved into war of hatred and interests. If we want to end this chaotic times, in addition to the greater interests when these clans united, we also need a powerful person. The person who will lead us," Sasuke said, looking at Kakashi. In Sasuke's view, Kakashi is the person with such qualifications. When Kakashi felt Sasuke's gaze, he was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Did Mr. Sasuke think I can do that?" "Yes, Jintaki. Although I don't know how strong you are, but in my opinion, you should not be much worse than the peak expert of this world. If you can lead our Hatake Clan to fight in the shinobi world, you will surely be able to unify the shinobi world." Kakashi shook his head and said, "Mr. Sasuke, the shinobi world is huge, and there are many powerful existences that we don't know about. With just me, I won't be able to do it, and my time in this world is not long." Sasuke was shocked and said, "Jintaki, what do you mean?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Mr. Sasuke, there are some things that I can't tell you for the time being. I have a small suggestion for the future of the Hatake Clan. I don't know if you would like to listen." "I naturally believe in your view, Jintaki," Sasuke said. "Mr. Sasuke, the next conversation is very important, so let's change place," Kakashi said, grabbing Sasuke's shoulder, and then the two disappeared from the public square. Sasuke only felt a little dizzy, and then he suddenly arrives at Kakashi's room. "This is..." Sasuke was surprised. "It's just a little trick. Mr. Sasuke, I hope you can listen carefully to what I say now, but don't ask why, okay?" Kakashi's face is very serious. Sasuke felt the heavy atmosphere and he nodded seriously. "In about a decade or so, the strongest clan, Uchiha and Senju, will unite." Kakashi was interrupted by Sasuke before he finished speaking. "What? How is this possible? The two are arch-enemies. It is impossible for them to cooperate. Mr. Sasuke, like I said, you just have to remember it, and don't ask why." Kakashi looked at Sasuke with serious expression, and there is powerful aura coming from his body, causing Sasuke to shiver involuntarily. Then Sasuke said, "I understand, Jintaki. Sorry, this matter is very important, so be sure to listen carefully." Sasuke nodded, indicating that he understands. The union of the two strongest clans will smooth the chaotic times. At that time, they will establish a village. You will lead the Hatake clan to join their village. By then, the Hatake clan will naturally have a shelter, and it will be much safer than today. If this is the case, it would be a good choice. Sasu muttered. Light flickered in Kakashi's eyes, and then he said, but I hope that the Mr. Sasu can do something to me. What is it? Joining the village can certainly make the Hatake clan flourish, but you can't put all the eggs in one basket. I hope that the Mr. Sasu can divide the Hatake clan into two by that time. Most clansmen will enter the village, while a small number of clansmen will live in a secluded place to retain the bloodline of the Hatake clan. Could it be there are dangers if we join the village? Sasu asked puzzledly. Kakashi shook his head and said, Mr. Sasu, the security of joining the village is much higher than it is now, but the world of shinobi is never too peaceful. When the person who has made shinobi world peaceful dies, war will inevitably happen again. There will be death if there is war. Our Hatake clan was originally sparsely populated, and no one knows if our clansmen will all die on the battlefield. Therefore, if we get some of the clansmen to go to secluded location to retain our bloodline, maybe one day it will be of great use. Hearing this, Sasu looked at Kakashi solemnly, and said, Jintaki, I can understand what you said, but this plan is talking far to the future. Who can say the future will be like you said? Kakashi smiled and said, the future? Mr. Sasu, I can tell you that in the future, I will be the last member of the Hatake clan. What? Jintaki, you? Sasu was shocked. I am sorry, Mr. Sasu, in fact, I am not from this world. I come from the future. To be exact, it is 80 years in the future. By then, I am the only one left from the Hatake clan. After thinking about this again and again, Kakashi finally told the Sasu his identity in order to make Sasu believe in him. This. How is it possible? Mr. Sasu, do you believe me? Sasu was really shocked by Kakashi's revelations, but he quickly calmed down and said, no wonder you try to not to get close to Henitsuki and you are not willing to stay here. So this is the reason. Yes, I have to go back sooner or later. It is by a mistake that I came here. Sasu calmed his mind and said, I understand Jintaki. If there is really such a day, I will divide the Hatake clan into two. I will lead some of the clansmen to join the village. And the rest of the clansmen will live elsewhere. If you can really meet these people in the future, please be sure to lead them to revive the name of the Hatake clan. I will. Kakashi solemnly said. After Kakashi finished speaking, he took out one of his special kunai and gave it to Sasu while saying, Mr. Sasu, please give this kunai to the clansmen that would go elsewhere. In the future, I will be able to find them through this kunai. Sasu reached out to take the special kunai. He nodded solemnly, and said, I hope all this goes well. I will leave the future to you. Chapter 334 Mizuoni clan's action. The secret plan has already done, but Kakashi was still worried. Although it may not be useful, it is still a hope for him. This is just a plan, Kakashi thought in a whim. The demise of the Hatake clan is something Kakashi doesn't want to see. No one wants to be the last member of a clan. It feels really sad. The rest is up to God's will. Kakashi said and sighed. After going back to the future, if he can still meet the remnants of the Hatake clan, then Kakashi's plan is considered a success. Kakashi was thinking about the future on this side, while on the other side, someone was already planning to do something to the Hatake clan. It is none other than the Mizuoni clan. Mizuoni Aoki, who has lost his arm, is leading the rest of his clansmen to get back to Mizuoni clan's territory in embarrassment. If it hadn't been for Kakashi fainting at the last moment, these people would not have been able to go back. The Mizuoni clan is stronger than the Hatake clan. If it were the original Hatake clan, they would not be able to fight against the Mizuoni clan at all. Therefore, Mizuoni clan wanted to take the Hatake clan's territory as their own. But what Mizuoni clan didn't expect was that there would be someone like Kakashi who appeared out of nowhere, and kill their clansmen who came to attack by the Hatake clan, leaving only a few people to survive. Even one of the strongest members of the Mizuoni clan, Mizuoni Aoki, has lost his arm. This has caused humiliation and fear to Mizuoni clan. On that day, the Mizuoni clan's clan head, Mizuoni Soumai, saw the Mizuoni Aoki who had returned with a serious injury. After learning of the existence of the mysterious expert, it became hard for him to sleep and eat peacefully. If there is such strong person in the Hatake clan, how should the Mizuoni clan deal with it? What should the Mizuoni clan who have offended the Hatake clan do? Mizuoni Soumai is very scared, so for more than a month, he has been sending people to investigate the situation of the Hatake clan, but there is no information. What the hell is going on? What are these people doing? I told them to go to inquire for information. But it has been more than a month and there is still no news at all. Mizuoni Soumai said furiously, Big brother, Don't get angry. The Hatake clan now has that mysterious expert, so I'm afraid it won't be easy for our people to get some news," said Mizuoni Aoki, who has lost his arm. "Aoki, it is really worrisome after you told me that the Hatake clan has managed to get such a person." Mizuoni Soumai sighed. "Big brother, it's not the time to talk about this now. This person must be our great enemy. I will definitely get revenge for my lost arm," Mizuoni Aoki said with eyes full of hatred. At the medical level of this era, a separated arm cannot be connected. As a shinobi, if he lost an arm, he won't be able to use ninjutsu anymore. After all, not everyone can make hand seals with just one hand. At least, Mizuoni Aoki can't do it. "Aoki, I understand that you hate him, but now that the Hatake clan has the protection of this mysterious expert, it won't be easy for us to defeat them. After all, it's you who said that person's strength is really at a different level. At that time, even if we can win, the strength of the Mizuoni clan will be greatly reduced. At that moment, how will we face the other enemies? It will be a hard fight, so it is better not fight. But Nissan, even if we don't want to provoke the Hatake clan, will the Hatake clan let us go?" said Mizuoni Aoki. That. Mizuoni Soumai became silent. He knew that the Hatake clan had been forced too much by them. If the Hatake clan had more powerful combat power, they would never let the Mizuoni clan go. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. "Clan head, I am back." The figure is the shinobi from Mizuoni clan who went to the Hatake clan to inquire information. "Aoshi, what is the situation? Did you have any information after investigating for so long?" Mizuoni Soumai was overjoyed and asked immediately. "Sorry, clan head. These days, the Hatake clan is very guarded, so I needed to wait for a long time before I had the opportunity to inquire the information," Aoshi said. "What is the situation? Who is that mysterious person?" asked Mizuoni Aoki. Aoshi was taken aback for a moment, and said, "Aoki-sama, according to the results of my investigation, this mysterious man is called Hatake Jintaki. He is someone from the other Hatake clan who has separated long time ago. It seemed that he happened to meet the Hatake clan at that time, so he took action." "Happened to meet? Damn it, we're so unlucky. How can that happen so coincidentally?" Mizuoni Aoki was furious when he heard that, thinking how unlucky he is. Mizuoni Soumai had a solemn face, and thought, this mysterious person was actually a member of the Hatake clan. "I am afraid that it would be difficult to handle this problem." Aoshi continued, "Clan head, I heard that Hatake Jintaki has been seriously injured after fighting against Aoki-sama's army." "What? Is that true?" Mizuoni Soumai said with great joy. "It's true. It is said that after Hatake Jintaki used that shocking sword technique that day, he became unconscious. His whole body was full of blood, and then he was carried back by Hatake Sasu." Aoshi said. "That's great." Mizuoni Soumai smiled happily. "Big brother, what's to be happy about?" Mizuoni Aoki asked in confusion. "Idiot, think about it, that Hatake Jintaki was less than 30 years old, so how could he have such a powerful strength? He must have used a forbidden technique to be able to release a powerful sword technique, and that forbidden technique obviously has side effects." Mizuoni Soumai said proudly, as if he had gotten the truth. Hearing this, Mizuoni Aoki reacted immediately and said, "Big brother, you mean that the strength of Hatake Jintaki comes from the forbidden technique, and the forbidden technique brings powerful side effects to him? The reason he is injured and taken back by Hatake Sasu, is it because of the side effects of the forbidden technique? Yes, it must be like this. I just thought, how could the Hatake clan have THT kind of luck? It turned out to be just a fake." Mizuoni Soumai said. "Big brother, then, should we all go and slaughter all of the Hatake clan's clansmen?" said Mizuoni Aoki, revealing a cruel smile. "That thing is naturally should be done. But, even if the chance is small, if he can still use the forbidden technique, we need a way to deal with it. Otherwise, we will not be able to bear the loss," Mizuoni Soumai said. Mizuoni Aoki was taken aback, and then nodded, and said, "Yes, that sword technique is too terrifying. If our clansmen are being hit by that again, I am afraid that it will cause heavy casualties. At that time, the gain will not make up the loss. Aoki, I'll plan this first. We must find a way to hold that Hatake Jintaki. 3 days later, we will go to clean up that damn Hatake clan. They actually dare to hurt our Mizuoni clan, I will show them their death," Mizuoni Soumai said coldly. Hearing this, Mizuoni Aoki said, "Yes, Nissan." Seeing the excitement of the two-person, no one noticed that the corner of Aoshi's mouth formed a smile. The smile showed sarcasm. Chapter 335. Before the war inside Sasu's house, Sasu's thoughts kept surging while looking at the special kunai in his hands. The future. What a distant term. But at this time, it was placed in front of Sasu. Regarding Kakashi's words, Sasu was still dubious. If the village named Hidden Leaf Village really appeared in the future, Sasu would make the final decision. Let's make the clansmen stronger for now. Sasu sighed. Kakashi was sitting cross-legged on a high mountain next to the Hatake clan's residence. The natural energy around him is constantly pouring into his body. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes, expelling all the natural energy from his body. Weird, this Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu seems to be repelled by Rechi Cave's senjutsu and Mount Mayabaku's senjutsu as soon as it enters the body. It is impossible to form a cursed seal with it. Kakashi frowned slightly. He didn't expect that after getting Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu, he would encounter such unlucky things. What is the problem? Kakashi was confused. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Kakashi's mind. Are the people from the Mizuoni clan going to act? Kakashi murmured. How could Kakashi not know that the so-called Osi had been investigating outside the Hatake clan's residence for so long? Kakashi deliberately let this Osi go back. Kakashi won't stay with the Hatake clan for a long time, so he planned to get the Hatake clan to fight once before he leaves. The Mizuoni clan are the best sharpening stone for the Hatake clan. Kakashi was afraid that the Mizuoni clan would be scared by him, so he lured the Mizuoni clan again through Osi's mouth. This will not only eliminate the biggest enemy of the Hatake clan right now, but also have the effect of training the clansmen, which is like killing two birds with one stone. As for whether the demise of the Mizuoni clan would affect the future situation, Kakashi had also thought about it. Kakashi has never heard about the Mizuoni clan in the future. It must mean that the clan has disappeared before the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, and it should not have much effect even if they are destroyed by the Hatake clan right now. What's more, judging from the current situation, there will be a war between the Hatake clan and the Mizuoni clan sooner or later. It seems that I must first prepare for the Mizuoni clan first. Let's hold down the senjutsu's problem for the time being. Kakashi then left the mountain and returned to the Hatake clan's residence. Not long after Kakashi walked into the residence, he saw a familiar figure. Hanatsuki? Why are you here? Kakashi asked curiously. It's nothing, I just want to go out. So that's the case. Do you know where Mr. Sasu is? Lord Sasu? He seems to be in the meeting room at this moment. Hanatsuki said. Okay, thanks a lot. Kakashi finished speaking and walked to the meeting room. Seeing Kakashi leave, Hanatsuki's face darkened. In the meeting room, Sasu was sitting on his seat, looking at the map hanging on the side, which was marked with the major forces around the Hatake clan. Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Mizuoni clan, Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan and so on. Mr. Sasu, what are you thinking about? Kakashi said suddenly. Sasu was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. It's you Jintaki. Why are you here? It's okay. I'm just thinking the next step for the Hatake clan. After all, we are surrounded by wolves. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the map and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. These clans are indeed powerful and dangerous. Except for Mizuoni clan who is not important, the other 4 clans are for the core members of Hidden Leaf Village. Mr. Sasu, don't think about it anymore. I have some information for you, Kakashi said. Huh? What is it? After 3 days, the Mizuoni clan would once again attack our Hatake clan. What? How could it be? They have suffered heavy casualties last time. How can they have the courage to come here again? Sasu said in disbelief. The Mizuoni clan is a strong clan. Even if a lot of people died last time, but their strength is still better than the current Hatake clan, Kakashi said. Sasu nodded solemnly, and said, yes, although we got your sword technique, but our Hatake clan is still not strong enough to fight against the Mizuoni clan. Unless you help us, otherwise. Mr. Sasu, my time is running out, so this time, I will help you stop a few experts from the Mizuoni clan, but you need to fight the other Mizuoni clan's clansmen yourself. The sword technique is for killing. Only during the killing can you understand the true meaning of that sword technique. Kakashi said, handing a scroll to Sasu. This is the rest of the Hatake clan sword technique. After you mastered all of these, you may be able to use the sword technique like me. Hearing this, Sasu solemnly took it, and said, I understand, Jintaki. Sasu also understands that the Hatake clan cannot always rely on Kakashi. This war may be the new beginning for the Hatake clan. There are still 3 days. I hope that Mr. Sasu can grasp it well. Kakashi solemnly said. Yeah. On the public square, Sasu told the Hatake clan's clansmen about the upcoming war. The Mizuoni clan is already gathering manpower and will attack our Hatake clan again in 3 days. Tell me, what should we do? Sasu loudly said. Everyone looked at each other, all feels a little uneasy, and a few even showed a look of fear. At this time, Nagaki stand up and say, "What is there to say? Is the Mizuoni clan thought that our Hatake clan is so easy to bully? Did they thought that they can do anything to us? There is nothing to say, just do it. If the Mizuoni clan dares to come, we must make them regret it. We should let them know how sharp the blade of our Hatake clan is." Good. As expected of the man from our Hatake clan. He really has the courage. Sasu said gratifiedly. The rest of the clansmen also regained their morale after hearing this, and roared, "Yeah. We will kill them. We will make the Hatake clan rise in fame." When Kakashi, who was standing in the distance, saw this scene, he nodded with satisfaction. Such a group of high morale people, when on the battlefield, will become the opponent's most feared enemy. 3 days later. The Mizuoni clan's residence. Mizuoni Soumai said, "Aoki, you really want to go? You should take care of your injuries right now. Big brother, you don't need to say more, I know my own situation. This arm was cut off by that guy. Today, I must take revenge," said Mizuoni Aoki. Mizuoni Soumai sighed and said, "Okay, then you should be careful and don't be impulsive. That Hatake Jinchaki will die today. I, your big brother, will cut off his head, and get your revenge." "Thank you, Nisan, but I'll do it myself." Good aspirations. It is what our Mizuoni clan should have. Get ready to go. Yes. Big brother. Chapter 336 Bloody Battle. 3 days passed very quickly. The Hatake clan has already prepared for the war. This war is imperative. It was also the last thing Kakashi wants to do before leaving. Kakashi sat on the roof, thinking about tomorrow's events. Not far away, Hanatsuki met Kakashi and she left in strange manner. Kakashi also discovered that recently Hanatsuki seemed to avoid him deliberately. Kakashi didn't care either, after all, it might be a good thing. It's almost time. After finishing the Mizuoni clan, I should go to the Dragon Veins. After all, my purpose of leaving Hidden Leaf Village this time is for the Sharingan. Kakashi murmured and then went back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, a scout from the Hatake clan stormed into the meeting room. "Clan head, Jindaki-sama, all the Mizuoni clan's clansmen have been dispatched, and now they have entered the territory of our Hatake clan." "Are they really here?" Sasu murmured. "Are they going all out this time? It seems that this Mizuoni clan is serious this time," Kakashi said with a smile. "Then let's act too." Sasu let out a long sigh and said. Kakashi nodded. They are notified in advance, so things went on smoothly. The two clans meet again, and the location is the same as the last time. "Hatake Sasu, today, your Hatake clan will be removed from this world," Mizuoni Soumai said coldly. "Humphrey, Mizuoni Soumai, the last time our clan fight, I recalled that it was your clan who was running with their tails between their legs, but now I see you still dare to come again," Sasu said. At this time, Mizuoni Aoki stepped forward and said, "Hatake Sasu, do not think that just because there is an additional brat of unknown origin, you can act so arrogant. Let me tell you, the weak will always be weakling." "Humphrey, arrogant," Sasu angrily said. Kakashi said, "Mr. Sasu, calm down." Hearing this, quieted down and said, "I know. Are you Hatake Jinchaki?" said Mizuoni Soumai. "Big brother, this guy is the one who cut off my arm," said Mizuoni Aoki. "It's me, is there anything you need?" Kakashi said nonchalantly. If it hadn't been because he was wounded, Mizuoni Aoki wouldn't have just lost an arm. "Smelly brat. You actually dare to hurt my Mizuoni clan, it seems that you are tired of living," Mizuoni Soumai said coldly. "So what? You. What an arrogant words. You think I don't know how strong you really are? It is just because of that forbidden technique. Today will be your death day." At this moment, a shinobi next to Mizuoni Soumai seemed to suddenly remember something, and said, "It's you." Mizuoni Soumai said, "Oba, what's the matter?" "Clan head, it was this guy who had rescued the little brat from the Senju clan at that time, otherwise, we would have killed him." "What?" Mizuoni Soumai became even angrier when he heard this. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment and looked at the man who was talking. It turned out that this shinobi was one of the 3 shinobi Kakashi met when he first came here. That is the person who was attacking Hashirama. Back then, it seemed that they had also said that they belonged to the Mizuoni clan, but Kakashi had forgotten about it a long time ago. "Brat. I didn't expect you to have causing trouble for us before. The Senju clan killed so many of us, and we finally encountered a kid who was alone, but he was actually rescued by you. Damn it. Just stop talking. Come on, your Mizuoni clan will disappear." Kakashi doesn't want to talk with these people anymore, and wanted to finish this war quickly. "As you wish. Let's go," Mizuoni Soumai shouted, and the 5 shinobi including him directly surrounded Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled softly and said, 5 jonin, I think that it is not enough. Brat, you should stop being so arrogant. The side effects from when you used the forbidden technique back then mustn't have completely healed yet, right? 5 people are enough. Mizuno Umai said proudly, feeling the victory is within his grasp. Kakashi sneered and said, who told you that I used a forbidden technique, or it have side effects? It's ridiculous. At this moment, the Millennium Sword instantly appeared in his hand, and his aura continued to become stronger. Everyone present was shocked. This. How is it possible? Mizuno Umai was horrified, he had never seen such powerful aura before. Kakashi then said to Sasu, Mr. Sasu, leave these 5 people to me. You and the other clansmen should take care of the others. Sasu nodded, raising the sword in his hand, he said, the clansmen of the Hatake clan, the beasts of the Mizuno clan are right in front of you right now. Over the years, how many of our companions have died in their hands? Today, we will make them pay it back. Kill. At this moment, the 2 sides of the shinobi clashed, fighting each other or joining forces in twos. The scene was chaotic. After a while, one person started to fall. Kakashi turned to look at the 5 people surrounding him, and said with a smile, they have started. It seems that we should start too. The 5 people looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know why, but they all had a bad premonition. And this premonition is very strong. How could you be okay? You obviously were injured by using a forbidden technique. You must be pretending right now. Your IQ made me very disappointed. Did you really think that I wouldn't find a spy trying to find information near our territory for more than a month? What? Mizuno Umai was shocked. If he found Osi, then how could Osi go back? But Osi did indeed go back, that means. Damn it, I got tricked. It seems that you already understand. It looks like you are smarter than your younger brother. Kakashi looked at Mizuno Umai and smiled. Mizuno Umai looked terrified and said, did you deliberately lure us to come? Yes, you guys are really annoying. So it's better if I use you guys to train the Hatake clan. Kakashi's voice barely fell when suddenly a head was flying in the sky. The head belonged to Oba, who had just recognized Kakashi. What? How come he is so fast? Mizuno Umai was shocked. The first one. Kakashi is like a grim reaper that is ready to reap their lives. Slash. Another head is flying. The second one. No. You are not a human. Mizuno Umai turns pale with fright. He can't see Kakashi at all, but people die one by one. It should be known that these people are the strongest shinobi of the Mizuno clan. Originally, he intended to rely on these people to lure Kakashi to use the forbidden technique, so that he could deal with it calmly. But now in this situation, there is no forbidden technique, but his people was cut one by one. The third one. The cold voice rang again, leaving only Mizuno Umai and Mizuno. At this time, the hearts of both of them are full of fear. With 3 heads flying up into the sky and 3 shinobi are leaving this world, Kakashi's voice remained unchanged. The next one is you. No, no. My lord, please let us go, we are willing to become the subordinates of the Hatake clan. Mizuno Umai quickly begged for mercy. Really? Kakashi said, cutting off his head with a single slash, causing blood to splash. Unfortunately, my Hatake does not need people like you. Kakashi said, and then a figure appeared in front of the Mizuno. Mizuno showed a vicious look on his face, and said angrily, it's not that easy to think I will die just like this. Let's go to hell together. After that, Mizuno pulled his clothes and, it is full of explosive tag. Kakashi's pupils shrank after seeing this. I didn't expect this guy would actually have such courage. But, I'm afraid this is not enough. His left eye changed and Mangekyō Sharingan emerges. Kami. Kakashi directly transferred the explosive tag on Mizuno body into another space. This. How is it possible? Mizuno was shocked. Blood dripped from Kakashi's left eye, and his vision became more blurred. It seems that using Kamyu in this timeline consumes more pupil power, Kakashi murmured. Then he looked at Mizuno and said, the 5th one. The sword in his hand moved and then, another head flew up. 5 kills. The end. Chapter 337. Leaving after Kakashi killed those 5 shinobi, he wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and looked at the battlefield. The 2 clans are still fighting hard. The Hatake clan is the one who has the upper hand. After Kakashi's training, these people have obviously made great progress. However, this is only the beginning. With the continuous mastering the Hatake clan sword technique, their strength will continue to improve. The battlefield is full of blood, this is war. Swinging the sword, defending, and sudden use of ninjutsu, every confrontation will leave blood. Not good. The clan head is dead. The people of the Mizuoni clan have been watching the battle on Kakashi's side. When they saw that the 5 experts of their clan are all died, fear spread among the Mizuoni clan. In less than half an hour, the war came to an end. The Mizuoni clan is almost completely annihilated. The members of the Hatake clan stood still for a while. They have been oppressed by the Mizuoni clan for so many years. This is the first time they have achieved a complete victory in a true sense. But perhaps the victory came so suddenly that it made them feel that they are dreaming at this time. Some people are sobbing in a low voice after they understand this hard-won victory is not a dream. Sasu's expression was equally excited, the sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the shame he had suffered over the years seemed to have finally disappeared. We won. Sasu shouted excitedly. The voice echoed on the empty battlefield, reaching every Hatake clan's members' ears. Yeah, it's our victory. Victory that is worth celebrating. Victory. 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 The original silent battlefield then starts to become louder and louder. The victory they have been dreaming all this time is finally happening. Sasu walked towards Kakashi and solemnly said, "Jindaki, thank you very much. Without you, there would never be this victory." Kakashi smiled and said, "You're welcome, Mr. Sasu, after all, this is what I should do." Jindaki. 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 At time, the members of the Hatake clan start to chant Kakashi's name, with eagerness in their eyes. This is their admiration of their clan's hero. Seeing all of this, Kakashi felt a sense of belonging. This is what the Hatake clan should be. That night, the Hatake clan partied all night to celebrate this victory. Of course, there is never a lack of vigilance. There are too many stories of extreme joy turns to sorrow, and Kakashi will not make such mistakes. A huge bonfire illuminates the night of the Hatake clan's members. They drink and compete and entertain themselves. It feels like they are not living in chaotic times, but is singing and dancing in prosperous times. Kakashi watched all of this silently, with joy in his heart. What is a clan? He seemed to feel the original thought of Itachi and Shizue at this moment. The hustle and bustle eventually stop, and everything will return to tranquility. Kakashi drank a lot of alcohol and now he is drunk. At this moment, he didn't deliberately keep himself awake, but let the drunkenness hover in his mind. Over the years, he has done so many things. He clearly felt that he is a little tired. This drunkenness may be what he should have to release his tiredness. In a daze, Kakashi was helped back to the room by Hanatsuki. Kakashi seemed to see Mai, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and whispered softly, "Mai, wait for me, okay?" Hearing this, Hanatsuki's body shook a little, and then she murmured, "Is she called Mai? It's a very nice name. Jindaki-san, I will bless you." Hanatsuki put Kakashi on the bed, gently covered him with quilt, and turned away. After a long time, Kakashi who was lying on the bedside and went to sleep. A few days later. "Jindaki, are you really leaving?" Sasu said reluctantly. Although he knew that this day would come, he didn't expect that it would come so soon. "Yeah, Mr. Sasu, I did everything that should be done, and I did the things that shouldn't be done. There really is no more reason for me to stay." Sasu sighed and said, "Okay, Jindaki, I wish you a smooth journey. I will take care of the things you told me. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Sasu." "Haha, it is no trouble, after all, everything is for the Hatake clan." "Well, then I'm leaving, please tell the other clansmen that I said goodbye," Kakashi said. "You didn't want to say it yourself? It's the same anyway, there's no need to do that. Don't you have anything to say to Hanatsuki?" asked Sasu. "Mr. Sasu, you know, continuous interaction will only make Hanatsuki more hurt." "Okay, then I will talk to Hanatsuki later." "Thank you, Mr. Sasu. Then I will leave now." "Yeah." Kakashi then disappeared from the Hatake clan's residence. No one knows how he left, and no one knows where he went, except for Sasu. However, since then, Sasu would never mention this person again, and even told the clansmen not to mention this person again. The name Hatake Jindaki is like a firework, which disappears after it emits a dazzling light among the Hatake clan. Even their history scroll does not record such a person. When Sasori wrote the Hatake clan sword technique into a book, he thought about it for a long time, and finally wrote on the first page of the opening chapter. During the Warring States period, the Hatake clan met a mysterious expert who taught them the Hatake clan sword technique, and the clan has risen since then. After more than a decade, Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha formed an alliance, uniting the two strongest clans in the shinobi world and established the village of Hidden Leaf Village. After learning the news, Sasu, who was very old at the time, was shocked. Later on, no one knew that a small number of the Hatake clan's members were separated by Sasu, being told that they are on a secret mission, and leave towards another place. Even the Hidden Leaf Village's Hotake clan did not know about it. The leader of this team is Hotake Hanatsuki. They are waiting for a person in the legend. Of course, these are just all words. Kakashi left the Hotake clan and traveled for several months in the Warring States period, and finally returned to Uran when he sensed that the dragon veins was almost restored. Seeing the familiar dragon veins, Kakashi murmured, "I can't make any more mistakes this time, otherwise, my plan will fail." After arriving at the familiar stone platform, Kakashi formed a hand seal to evoke the energy of the dragon veins. A burst of white light flashed, and it shot through the sky. Kakashi disappeared from the Warring States period, heading to the timeline he originally wanted to go. In Shikatsu Forest, Katsu seems to feel something, and murmured, "This person may." The latter words are inaudible, and no one knows except herself. 20 years after Hidden Leaf Village was founded, the Lord Second Hokage passed away, and the Lord Third Hokage took the Hokage position. Hidden Leaf Village was in a precarious situation. Outside the village of Hidden Leaf Village, a young man with silver-white hair murmured, "This time it's finally right." Chapter 338 Plan for the Sharingan. After the dragon veins regained its energy, Kakashi left the Warring States period and traveled to the timeline he originally wanted to go. Although the time is not very precise, it is almost the same. When Kakashi left Hidden Leaf Village, he makes a copy of the history of the Uchiha clan. Of course, Kakashi is not very interested in the history of the Uchiha clan, but he wants to know the situation of a certain person. This person is the father of Obito, Uchiha Mikaze. Uchiha Mikaze, Obito's father, should be 16 years old this year. According to the history of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikaze is 17 years old when he awakened the single Tomoe Sharingan, 23 years old for the double Tomoe, and 30 years old for 3 Tomoe Sharingan. He died in the battlefield when he is 32 years old, leaving Obito, who is only 3 years old at that time. The record in his mind flashed by, and Kakashi had already determined the state of the target of this strip. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan requires brothers, father or other close relative Sharingan to be transplanted and integrated. Kakashi's Sharingan came from Obito, and Obito has no brother at all, so Kakashi can only turn his attention towards Obito's deceased father. A dead person was originally impossible, but the existence of dragon veins created this possibility. Kakashi originally wanted to travel to the time when Uchiha Mikaze existed, but he didn't expect that he would be attacked by Mikaze back then, so that he went too far in time. But right now, he can officially start his plan. As Obito's father, Uchiha Mikaze's Sharingan must have the potential to become Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, talent is genetic. As long as he gets Uchiha Mikaze's eyes, he would be healed from Mangekyō Sharingan's blindness, and his Sharingan would evolve to eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. For now, I should first look for this Uchiha Mikaze. After Kakashi finished speaking, he completely suppressed his aura and walked into the village of Hidden Leaf Village. Now that the First Shinobi World War is over, the Shinobi world is still in a peaceful state, so even if Kakashi came to Hidden Leaf Village by himself, there would be no problem. Of course he needed to suppress his strength and aura, otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he was regarded as a traitor. Kakashi didn't want to leave any mark in this era because it would be very troublesome. After all, this era is only 14 years away from the time he was born. The closer the time gap is, the more troublesome it will become. Therefore, Kakashi's disguise has also been done more thoroughly. After registering at the Hidden Leaf Village gate, Kakashi entered the village. Hidden Leaf Village in front of him is not as prosperous as 40 years later, especially when the First Shinobi World War has just ended and the Lord Second Hokage has passed away. The whole village looks a little lifeless. The relationship between the various clans is also somewhat tense. So far, the first-generation clansmen that have founded Hidden Leaf Village have all died. Both the Lord First and Lord Second Hokage have died, and in everyone's view, Madara has also died. The rest of the villager is the generation that grew up after Hidden Leaf Village was founded. Although the younger Sarutobi Hiruzen has the dead Lord Second Hokage's recommendation, it was not an easy task to sit firmly in Hokage position at a young age. Of course, Kakashi didn't care about this. After all, he knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen will do a very good job, beyond everyone's expectations. Looking at the village in front of him, Kakashi missed his Hidden Leaf Village. Being far away from home, homesickness is a constant emotion for him. Kakashi found an inn and settled down. After all, investigating the information will take some time. Kakashi arranged his accommodation and started to wander around the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Although Hidden Leaf Village at this time was not as prosperous as 40 years later, there were still many people in the village. In addition to the villagers itself, there are also travelers, merchants, and missions clients. Hidden Leaf Village is the largest shinobi village in the shinobi world, So there are not only a few people who would come to travel to Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, when someone wants to come here, they have to go through some inspections, so it is very difficult for the spies to get inside Hidden Leaf Village. As for why Kakashi was able to come in, it is because he has the ability to do so. At his level, it is easy for him to go to Hidden Leaf Village undetected. Kakashi originally wanted to go to Akiraku Ramen for a meal, but when he went to the place, he found that there was no Akiraku Ramen at all. But after thinking about it, he recalled that Tuki is still a child at this time. At this moment, a figure passed by Kakashi. Kakashi turned to look and was taken aback. It was a boy with silver white hair. Although his face is a bit cold, he is extremely determined. Beside him, there is a boy and a girl of similar age. The girl said, "Today's mission is finally completed. It's all thanks to Tsukumo, otherwise we would be in danger." The other boy said, "Humphrey, what is great about it, I can do it too." "Haha, Kamei, are you not convinced?" The boy said. "No way. Well, I'm starving to death." "Let's not talk about this, Tsukumo, shall we have dinner together?" said the girl. The silver-haired boy then answered, "No, there's still something I need to do, so I will leave first." After the boy finished speaking, he leaves. "Humphrey, that guy is really indifferent," said the other boy. "Well, Tsukumo's personality is just like that." "Then let's go eat," the girl said. When the two left, Kakashi had already retracted his gaze. "Is that how father was like when he was young? He's really cold." Kakashi chuckled. After that, Kakashi left. In the third training field, Tsukumo is constantly slashing his sword and practicing his swordsmanship. It's not fast enough. The first essence of the Hotake clan sword technique is speed. My speed right now is still not enough. Tsukumo yelled, the sword in his hand was constantly hacking as if flashing around in the training field. After a long time, Tsukumo stopped and sheathed his sword. "Yo, Tsukumo, still practicing? You are really hardworking." A gentle voice sounded, and Tsukumo froze for a moment, and then turned to look. He then saw a handsome young boy standing at the side with a smile on his face. The most conspicuous thing is the clan emblem on his clothes that looked like a ping-pong racket. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. "Mikase, why are you here?" A smile appeared on Tsukumo's cold face. "Of course I'm here to train. I invented a new move. Do you spar now?" The boy called Mikase said with a smile. "Oh? Come on, then," Tsukumo said, with a playful smile on his face. "Hey, this time, I will definitely defeat you." After Mikase said that, 8 kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he moved his hands and threw all of them out. "Your shuriken jutsu seems to have improved." Tsukumo smiled and drew out his sword. Ding ding ding, all of the kunai was blocked. Seeing this, Mikase said uncomfortably, "It's not over yet." Tsukumo saw Mikase's hand move slightly, and then, the kunai that were blocked before moved again. "This is steel wire?" Mikase yelled softly, "Take this." Manipulated shuriken technique. All of the kunai move again, and then flew towards Tsukumo from all direction. "Success!" Mikase joyfully said. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the sword in Tsukumo's hand turned into after images, and all these kunai was blocked and landed to the ground. "Huh? It has failed again," Mikase said in a daze. Tsukumo's figure disappeared, and then appeared behind Mikase. He then whispered, "Mikase, your attack is too dangerous, I have to retaliate." At the time when Mikase was stunned, the corner of Tsukumo's mouth was slightly tilted, and his sword scabbard hit Mikaze. Mikaze's expression changed, and he flew away. "Tsukumo, you bastard." Chapter 339 Waiting. That person is Uchiha Mikaze. I didn't expect father would have such a good relationship with Obito's father. Not far away, Kakashi, who had hidden his body, watched this scene silently, feeling quite moved in his heart. Tsukumo and Mikaze, Kakashi and Obito, it's unknown if they count as a kind of fateful reincarnation. I have found Uchiha Mikaze, and now, I just need to look for an opportunity. Right now, Uchiha Mikaze's Sharingan should have not been awakened yet, so I need to find a way to awaken it, otherwise it won't work even if I got his eyes. Kakashi's plan is simple. It is to get Uchiha Mikaze's Sharingan. Of course, if he wants to wait for Uchiha Mikaze to awaken Mangekyō Sharingan to take his eyes, there would definitely no time. There is no time for him to awaken Mangekyō Sharingan, but there is still time if it is only Sharingan. Kakashi also worried that if Uchiha Mikaze hasn't awakened his Sharingan, his eyes wouldn't be able to be used by Kakashi. So, what he can do right now is obviously to awaken Uchiha Mikaze's Sharingan and then take it. At that time, Kakashi will transplant Uchiha Mikaze's ordinary Sharingan on his body, and use his self to evolve the Sharingan into a Mangekyō Sharingan. He doesn't know if this method will work, but it is the only method Kakashi can think of right now. In order not to cause any impact of the timeline, Kakashi had already prepared a pair of Sharingan, so, even if he takes Uchihamake's eyes, he would not be blinded. After all, this is Obito's father. Even in Obito's memories, he is just a dead person, so there's no one would know that his eyes have been changed. It seems that I would stay in Hidden Leaf Village for a while, Kakashi murmured. If Kakashi wants to do anything to Uchihamake's, he naturally can't do it in Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, there may be an accident. Therefore, Kakashi needs to wait for Uchihamake's to take out the mission outside the village before he can act. Fortunately, Uchihamake's is already a chunin at this time, so it won't be long before he takes a mission to go outside the village. So, what Kakashi has to do at this time is to wait. After looking at Sakamo and Make's in the third training field one last time, Kakashi turned and left. There is still a lot of time, so I'm not in a hurry. After Kakashi had just left, Sakamo frowned and looked at the place where Kakashi was originally been, but he saw no one there. Strange, why did I have a feeling of being spied just now? Is it an illusion? Sakamo secretly thought. At this time, Make's had already rushed up. Sakamo. You bastard. Why did you attack me that hard? My injured ass last time is still not healed. But now, you attack me really hard again. Make's touched his butt with one hand and hit Sakamo with the other. Sakamo easily dodges it and said with a smile, it's not my fault. It's you who always come and provoke me. But, you are not hurt. Yeah, I am not injured, but I am happy. Sakamo smiled. You. Okay then, I'll treat you to lunch. Make's was overjoyed when he heard that, and said, that's good, I want to eat barbecue. You really know how to pick the most expensive one. Of course. After all, it's your fault that I'm injured, so I will take revenge by doing this. Make said as he patted Sakamo's shoulders. You are not a Kameki, so you won't be eating that much. Let's go, said Sakamo. Okay. After they finished, the two went together for lunch. Somewhere underground in the land of fire, Madara Uchiha's face is full of wrinkles. His left eye is a scarlet Sharingan, but his right eye is gray, and it is clear that it has lost its light. But how can the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan lose its light? There is only one reason, that is, using Izanami or Izanagi. And Madara Uchiha used Izanagi with his right eye in advance, and was able to deceive Hashirama about his death. Madara touched his right eye and murmured, the stone tablet records, seeking stability, one god was divided into yin and yang, these two opposing powers acting together obtains all things in creation. But even after 10 years I have transplanted Hashirama cells into my body, there was still no reaction at all. What is going on? Madara very puzzled. Is it because I understood it wrong? Impossible, Hashirama and my strength are definitely the two opposing power that is written in the stone tablet. Then, what is the problem? Damn. There must be something wrong, I must find out the problem. I will definitely find the final answer to this path. Hashirama, just wait, I will prove that I am right. Madara murmured and then he continued to be immersed in studying Hashirama's cells. Who would have thought that Madara Uchiha, who was once the strongest person in the shinobi world, would actually conduct experiments in such a dark place? Kakashi didn't know that at this time, Madara was experimenting Hashirama cells in the Land of Fire's territory. Kakashi stayed in Hidden Leaf Village for a few days and found that Hidden Leaf Village was indeed a little tense at this time. Today, Kakashi feels that he seems to have been spied on. Of course, it's not because Kakashi's identity is exposed, but Hidden Leaf Village would send an Anbu to monitor all the strangers who stayed in the village for more than 3 days. After all, Hidden Leaf Village is just a village. If only for a visit, 2 days will be enough. If someone stays for more than 3 days, then it feels like they have planned something. If it were other periods, it would be fine. But at this time, Hidden Leaf Village's internal stability was unstable and the various clans were about to move. If there was an external attack at this moment, Hidden Leaf Village would be in danger. Therefore, caution is a must. When Kakashi noticed this surveillance, he decided to leave Hidden Leaf Village. After all, although he was not afraid of being exposed, as the length of his stay increased, Hidden Leaf Village's suspicion of him would also increase. Kakashi doesn't want to be invited to tea by the Anbu. Although his disguise was perfect, he couldn't help but cautious. After all, it is indeed strange for outsider to stay in Hidden Leaf Village for a long time and didn't do anything. So, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kakashi decided to withdraw first. After all, he has discovered the trace of Uchihamake's, so it would be easy to find him. As long as Uchihamake's leaves Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi can feel him using the Sage mode. Therefore, Kakashi chose to leave Hidden Leaf Village, and it was not until Kakashi left Hidden Leaf Village's sphere of influence that he felt that the gaze that watched him disappeared. I didn't expect that Hidden Leaf Village's security is really good at this time. Sure enough, Hidden Leaf Village at this time is powerful and terrifying. Even if Hidden Leaf Village has lost the Lord First Hokage and the Lord Second Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village still has a lot of experts. After all, there are a lot of strong people from the Warring States period. Otherwise, how could Hidden Leaf Village, who lost the Lord Second Hokage, win the First Shinobi World War? One day, I will make Hidden Leaf Village stronger. Chapter 340 Indecision. It is nighttime, and Kakashi sits in the cave with a fine sweat on his face. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes. His hands are on the ground, and he pants heavily. His left hand touched his slightly hot left eye. The eye. Kakashi muttered. After a while, Kakashi suppressed the discomfort in his heart and walked out of the cave. When the full moon was in the sky, Kakashi suddenly felt a little confused. The heat in his left eye has not disappeared, making Kakashi's mood even more irritable. Sharingan, Mangekyō Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Kakashi's left eye is not far from blindness after years of use. Releasing the 4-symbol seal on his left eye, the vision from his left eye is already very blurred and he almost can't see anything. Should he give up the Sharingan? It's not that Kakashi is unwilling, but he is afraid. This is a world of Kekkei Genkai. Without Kekkei Genkai, it is really too difficult to become the strongest. Even if Kakashi now has 3 great holy lands senjutsu, powerful lightning release and swordsmanship, Kakashi still can't give up the strength that Sharingan can bring. The enemies in the future are too strong, so Kakashi seizes every opportunity that can make him stronger. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is a step that has to be taken. The battle of the future won't be comparable to all of his previous battle. The ninjutsu that can destroy even the landscape easily, and at the last stage, the enemies can even destroy the world easily. Even after traveling through the years, Kakashi was still terrified at the thought of the final battle from the original work. At this time, he is still not strong enough. The fusion of the 3 great holy lands senjutsu has meets a bottleneck. Kakashi does not know whether he will succeed in fusing them. The Hatake clan sword technique has been practiced to the extreme, and if he wants to increase its power, he can only increase the output of the chakra. The same is true for the lightning release. Therefore, it is only his left eye that Kakashi can do something about at this time. So he created the Ruin plan. Just a few days ago, when he saw Sakamo and Mikaze, Kakashi was shaken. Should I really do this? Mikaze is Obito's father, the father of the person who he wants to save. Although Obito did not have any impression of him, although he is just a dead person in Obito's eyes. Kakashi originally thought that there was nothing wrong with his plan. After all, Mikaze is just a dead man. But when he looks at these people seriously, Kakashi understands that although they are already dead in his own timeline, they are not now. Whether it is Sakamo or Mikaze, they are living right now. Kakashi looked at all this from the perspective of God before, but now that he enters it, although he is just a spectator, he can also feel the feeling of living flesh and blood. They are living people and they are inextricably linked to their companion and families. The guilt in his heart rose uncontrollably. The Sharingan also seems to have reacted with his emotion right now. Are you responsible for reminding me? Kakashi muttered softly, touching his left eye. Am I really lost? For strength? For the uncertain future? Kakashi's shadow was stretched very long when the full moon was in the sky. All along, Kakashi has done everything to prevent the last tragedy, for Obito, for his companions, and for Mai. And to do this, the powerful strength is essential. Kakashi planned every possibility that could make him stronger. Kurama's chakra, lightning release armor, sage mode. His cards are increased more and more, but the uneasiness in his heart is also increased more and more. His strength is growing, but it still makes Kakashi feel the immeasurable gap. Perhaps it was this uneasiness that made Kakashi a little impatient. He doesn't have much time, so the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has become the fastest shortcut. Kakashi didn't tell anyone what he was going to do in Ruin, because it was a very disgraceful thing. Although Kakashi has been in contact with darkness for many years in Anbu, he always has his own principles in his heart. Not only the original Kakashi, but also his original self, the boy who grew up in peaceful times. The emotions in his heart continued to emerge, and the confusion in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Kakashi tells himself that for the future, this is not an unacceptable thing to do. It wasn't like he would kill Obito's father, he will just change his eyes, so Obito's father won't lose much. And as long as he did beautifully, even Mikaze himself would not notice that his eyes had changed. But on the other hand, the condemnation from the depths of his conscience made Kakashi feel like a bastard, as he would actually want to do this kind of thing. On one hand, it is his rationality, and on the other hand, it is his humanity. Sandwiched between the two, Kakashi felt an unprecedented fatigue. What on earth should I do? Looking at the boundless world, Kakashi is completely lost. Even if he wants to talk to a person, he doesn't know who to look for. Kakashi has no one to talk to. Over the years, he has carried too many things. He has friends and people he likes. He can talk to them about many things, but he can't talk about the deepest secrets in his heart. Because, that is something that can't be seen. Seeing how Sakamo was when he was young, Kakashi felt a little entangled in his heart. Should he save him by himself? But how to save him? Did the legendary White Fang really die because of the pressure of public opinion? Kakashi does not believe it. The legendary person on the battlefield died just because of rumors? That is a joke. So why did the White Fang die? Kakashi doesn't know, because no one knows. Even Danzō doesn't know about it. The original reason why Danzō spread the rumors is in order to make Sakamo lose his reputation and lose the chance to become the Hokage. However, Sakamo has chosen such a path, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Therefore, even if Kakashi wanted to save Sakamo, he doesn't know where to start. On one hand is his own father, and on the other hand is Obito's father. These two problems are the two big mountains in front of Kakashi at this time. To do, or not to do? If I don't do it, can I become strong enough to face the future enemies? But if I do it, will I cast off my humanity? For a while, even the intelligent Kakashi didn't know what to do. Past and future, strength and conscience. Kakashi hopes that someone can help him at this time, but he knows that it won't happen. All of these heavy things, in the end, he still needs to unravel it himself. With his hands behind his back, Kakashi's tide-like emotion was gradually reduced by Kakashi. Sacrifice, salvation, conscience, principle. Everything slowly flowed through Kakashi's heart. In the end, Kakashi released a long sigh, and then muttered, "If the heart is like the sunshine, why is there the need to be confused? My heart is bright, so I just need to follow my heart." Chapter 341 Encounter on a sunny day, Uchiha Mikaze's team took a mission to go out of the village, and this is the opportunity Kakashi has been waiting for. "Sanden-sensei, where are we going this time?" Mikaze asked curiously. "Mikaze, our mission this time is to go to the Land of Bear to take a confidential document. It is an A-rank mission, so we need to be careful," Sanden said. Hearing this, Mikaze became a little excited and said, "A-rank mission? It is a long time since I have done one." "Mikaze, don't be so excited, the A-rank mission is very dangerous," Amaru said. "What's so dangerous about it? Our team has a Jonin, and 3 Chunin, so it would be easy for us to complete the A-rank mission," Mikaze said with some disapproval. For an A-rank mission, their team configuration is indeed good enough, so it may not be difficult for their team to complete the mission. Therefore, it is not surprising that Mikaze has such confidence. "It's always right to be careful," Amaru said. "You brat is always like this. For my Uchiha clan, the A-rank mission is just a small mission," Mikaze said proudly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Mikaze has his own pride. In other words, every Uchiha clan's clansmen have their own pride. It's just that some are arrogant even if they don't have the strength to back up their pride. "Humphrey, are you not ashamed to say that you belong to the Uchiha clan? You even haven't awakened the Sharingan until now," Amaru said disdainfully. Mikaze blushed when he heard this, and then he said angrily, "What do you say? I will awaken the Sharingan sooner or later. As soon as I awaken it, my eyes will become the most reliable helper for the team. At that time, defeating a Jonin is not an impossible thing." "Humphrey, you always say that, but you haven't awakened it even after all this time," Amaru said contemptuously. Okay, you two should stop now. We're on a mission right now, so stop arguing like that." The only Kunoichi on the side couldn't stand their arguments anymore, so she stops them. "Humphrey, I will let you go as Chido's told us to stop," Mikaze said arrogantly. "That is what I should say," Amaru said angrily. "Humphrey." The two coldly snorted at each other before they stopped talking. Both Chidos and Sanden couldn't laugh when they saw this. They already saw this scene a lot of time as both of these two guys have been in the same team for more than 4 years, and they are always arguing. However, it's not that the relationship between these two is not good, it's just that the way they get along is different from others. "Okay, focus, we need to be careful in the road," Sanden said. At this time, the First Shinobi World War had just ended, so it was inevitable that there would be some bandits and missing men along the way. The 4 of them shuttled through the forests, and just not far from the 4, a figure silently followed after them. "Have you finally come?" Kakashi muttered to himself, with an expression that is hard to understand on his face. Kakashi is following behind the 4, but he didn't have the slightest plan to make a move. He is still thinking about something. Sanden feels a bit uneasy today, and he feels that something big is going to happen. But he didn't have any clue. It's just his Jonin's intuition, as there seem to be a lot of twists and turns on this road. Therefore, on this road, Sandon adjusts his alertness to the highest level to prevent sneak attacks on the road. The three Chunin didn't feel anything like what Sandon feels. They just felt that this mission is really suitable for them. During the First Shinobi World War, they had been on the battlefield, and the tension back then was incomparable to what they are doing right now. After the war, there was no passion for the missions they accepted. The three have long been bored. And this A-rank mission has reignited their enthusiasm. This time, I must show off my talent. Mikase secretly thought in his heart. With no troubles on the way, the team successfully arrived in the land of Bear, obtained the confidential documents, and then returned on the way back to Hidden Leaf Village. Isn't his mission too simple? Nothing happened along the way. Mikase complained. Idiot, for this kind of mission, the return journey is the most dangerous time. Amaru said. Who are you calling idiot? Mikase said angrily. Okay, stop arguing you two. Amaru is right, this is the most dangerous time of this mission, said Sandon. Why is that so, Sandon-sensei? Mikase asked in confusion. Sandon then answered, I am afraid that there are many people who want to get this confidential document. Now when we are bringing it back, many people will try to stop us. Now is the beginning of the danger. We can't take it lightly. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to Hidden Leaf Village. Sandon's words hit the three Chunin's hearts like heavy hammers, and the three Chunin turned serious. At this moment, they finally understand the real danger of this mission. Mikase's nerves tightened for a moment and then he shouted, Sandon-sensei, don't worry, whoever dares to come, I will let them know how powerful Uchiha Mikase is. As soon as Mikase said this, Amaru and Chido's emotions were relieved in an instant. A smile appeared on Sandon's face. This Mikase always has the ability which can make people's tension instantly disappear. Oh? That's very interesting. Let me see how strong the member of the Uchiha clan is. A cold voice quietly echoed in the ears of everyone, and in the next moment, Mikase feels that there is a kunai on his throat, and he can be killed in an instant. As the kunai is about to be cut his throat, the hand holding the kunai is firmly grasped by Sandon. You finally reveal yourself. Sandon said coldly. Oh? I didn't expect to be discovered. It's really a shame. The figure gave up Mikase, lifted his right hand, and sent a kunai towards Sandon's throat. Humphrey, you must be delusional if you thought that this kind of attack would succeed. Sandon quickly pulled out a kunai with his left hand and blocks the enemy's kunai with it. Ding! With a soft sound, the kunai was blocked. Oh? 2 times, said the figure, and then he turns into a phantom and disappearing from that place. Sandon quickly shouted, third formation. The three Chunin stood back to back after hearing Sandon's words, while Sandon stood in front of the three. Mikase, are you okay? Asked Amaru. Mikase shook his head and said, be careful, the enemy this time is very strong. Amaru nodded. He knows Mikase's strength very well. For the figure to silently put his kunai on Mikase's neck, Amaru knew that the enemy's strength is at least at Jonin level. Had it not been for Sandon to act quickly, Mikase would have already dead by this time. The figure slowly appeared not far away, and his forehead protector has revealed his identity. Sandon frowned and said, Hidden Stones Village's Shinobi? Chapter 342 Awaken Shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village. Hand over the scroll, otherwise, your life will end today, said the Hidden Stones Village's Jonin. What a joke, Hidden Leaf Village has no shinobi who would give up the mission. And, the armistice agreement has just been signed, do you want to destroy peace? Sandon said coldly. Peace? Haha, do you think that your life and death can affect the war? Besides, if you all died here, how will people know that I'm the one who do it? The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin said with a sneer. Damn it. Since you don't want to hand it over, then I will send you to hell. The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin said as he takes out a kunai from his bag. Seeing this, Sandon raised his alertness, and at the same time he whispered to the three Chunin, you three should be careful. There is no way that for the enemy to be alone, the rest of the enemies must still be waiting to ambush us. I will deal with this person, and I want you three to increase your alertness. Okay. The three Chunin nodded solemnly. They are all people who had been on the battlefield before. Although they were only in the rear back then, they still knew the cruelty of the war, and knew what they should do. At this moment, Sandon and the Iwakagure's Jonin have already clashed. They are Jonin, so the two are evenly matched at this time. Amaru, your perception is the best among us. Can you feel the position of the other enemies? Mikase whispered. Amaru closed his eyes, and his ears moved. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, No, I can't feel it. I guess they are using Hidden Stones Village's secret ninjutsu. This ninjutsu concealed their position. With my perception, I can't find out their position. Damn it, we are just a burden. Sanden-sensei is protecting us and can't use his full strength. Right now, he barely tied with that Iwakagire's Jonin, but after a while, I am afraid that he will be defeated. Mikaze said angrily. Chidos and Amaru looked dark when they heard this, and they all knew that what Mikaze said made sense. Sanden is being cautious with the enemy who haven't appeared yet, so he was restrained, but the Iwakagire's Jonin didn't have such problems, so he can use his full strength. Under such circumstances, the three Chunin knew that if Sanden reveals a flaw, he will be defeated. Mikaze said, "No, it can't go on like this. I'm going to help. At any rate, we are also a Chunin. We are no longer a Genin who needs Sanden-sensei's protection to survive." Mikaze, calm down, the opponent is a Jonin. If we go there, we may not be to help, and will only distract Sanden-sensei. Amaru said. Amaru, I understand what you said. But at this time, Sanden-sensei is already distracted. Instead of being a burden like this, it is better for us to go and help him fight together. Maybe we can take advantage of the situation and directly kill the enemy's Jonin. This. Amaru hesitated, or rather, he was a little convinced. Instead of waiting for Sanden's defeat, it is better for them to join forces to kill the enemy. Although they may be ambushed by the hiding enemies, they can just get one person to look for the ambush. Amaru, I think Mikaze is right, let's give it a go. Chidos said. Okay, since you all agreed with this, then let's do it. Amaru nodded. Mikaze then said, good, then let's start. Amaru, increase your perception to find the hidden enemies. Chidos, you and I will go and help Sanden-sensei. Okay. Years of tacit understanding let the three Chunin form their plans easily, and then, Mikaze and Chidos rushed over and joined their sensei's fight. Amaru has already increases his perception to the max and prepares to deal with the hiding enemies. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Earth style, Earth Flow Spears. Both Mikaze and Chidos launched ninjutsu at the same time to attack the Hidden Stones Village's Jonin. Damn brats. The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin let out a low growl, and then he immediately jumped back, avoiding the two ninjutsu attacks. At this time, Mikaze and Chidos have already stood beside Sanden. Why did you both come here? Stop being stupid, said Sanden angrily. Mikaze smiled and said, Sanden-sensei, we are no longer a weak Genin, we can help you defeat the opponent in front of us. Sanden-sensei, Mikaze is right, Chidos said firmly. Looking at the two familiar faces in front of him, Sanden felt that they have gradually lost their maturity and become a bit mature. Sanden chuckled and said, okay, then we will fight side by side this time. Yeah. The two responded excitedly. Looking at the three people in front of him, the Hidden Stones Village's Jonin's face turned ugly. Damn it, now it's 1 against 3. Before the Hidden Stones Village's Jonin can finish complaining, he saw the sky is full of shurikens that are flying towards him. Manipulated shuriken technique. The sky is full of shurikens that seem to have their own lives, flying around irregularly. The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin was shocked and muttered, what is going on? Steel wire? The corner of Mikaze's mouth curled slightly, he took the bait. Countless shurikens were flying around in midair, and when they all stopped, countless steel wires were already wrapped tightly around the Hidden Stones Village's Jonin. Damn it. How can it be so fast? The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin was shocked, he would never imagine that a small Chunin in front of him would have such superb shuriken jutsu. That's right, he said he is from the Uchiha clan. The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin suddenly recalled. It's good that you remembered it. Now, let me send you on your way. Mikaze formed hand seals, and then he bit the steel wire with his mouth, and yelled, fire style, dragon fire jutsu. A dragon-shaped flame flew out from Mikaze's mouth, looking extremely powerful. Sanden is slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Mikaze would be this powerful. Amaru, who was not far away, was overjoyed when he saw this. That move can definitely kill the enemy. The Hidden Stones Village's Jonin is in panic and tried to cut the steel wire beside him. But there were too many steel wires and he couldn't cut it all. Damn it. Iwamura. Yasuke. Do it. Yaemori, you are really useless, you are actually trapped by a brat. With a low growl, a figure appeared in front of Yaemori, and the figure is forming hand seals. Earth style wall, the semicircular earth wall appeared in front of the two, and then the hot dragon-shaped flame was blocked by the earth wall. The flame dissipated, and the earth wall, which was turned into pitch black dirt, also fell. Little brat, not bad, you can actually master such tactic. Under normal circumstance, even Jonin would be defeated by that tactic. Iwamura said coldly, and at the same time, he cut all of the steel wires on Yaemori's body with a wave of his sword. After he was released, Yaemori was relieved. He then looked at Mikase coldly, and said, "Damn brat, how dare you attack me?" Mikase's face was slightly darkened. He didn't expect that his attack would be blocked by his enemy's companions at the last moment. And at this moment, Sandon's expression changed, and he shouted, "No, only one came out, there's still one more person hiding." As soon as these words came out, Mikase and Sandon simultaneously looked at Almaru, who was not far away. Almaru was puzzled, but at this moment, a sword has already slashed towards Almaru's neck. Mikase was shocked, and hurriedly shouted, "Almaru, be careful." However, it is too late. The sword continued to move and hit Almaru's neck, and then a severed head flew into the sky, with confusion and unwillingness in his eyes. "Almaru!" Mikase yelled in grief. At this moment, a bloody color appeared in his eyes, and black tomoe was rotating in his eyes. Sharingan. Awakened. Chapter 343. Seriously injured Yasuke holds a sword which is covered with blood in his hand, and this blood belonged to Almaru. Almaru's momentary loss of focus when he saw the appearance of the other enemies, coupled with Yasuke's sneak attack, is the reason why he was killed so easily. What a stupid little brat, haha. Yasuke looked at the headless body and sneered. "You bastard." Mikase gritted his teeth and roared, holding a kunai in each of his hands, he rushes towards Yasuke. Sandon wanted to pull Mikase back, but found that Mikase's speed seemed to have suddenly become much faster. When he tried to catch him, it was already too late. "Mikase, be careful." Seeing that Almaru was killed, Sandon felt equally sad, but this was not the time to mourn the dead. As a jonin, Sandon has seen too many deaths. What he has to do at this time is not to be sad, but to defeat the enemies in front of him. But seeing the enemies in front of him, Sandon's heart sank slightly. The enemies are actually 3 jonin. On his own side, a chunin has already died. 3 against 3, but their strength is disproportionate. Oh? It seems that Yasuke has killed a chunin. Yay Mori, do you want this jonin, or do you want a chunin kun oyachi? Iwamura asked. Humphrey, of course it's the jonin. There is still no conclusion between me and him. Okay, then I will leave him to you. Don't ask me to save you again later. It's really embarrassing. Humphrey. Don't worry, it's impossible. Sandon's heart sank deeper when he saw this, and then he glanced at Chitos. At this time, Chitos has just witnessed the death of Almaru, so her heart was unstable. If she fights against a jonin at this time, Sandon knew that she will not be able to hold on even for a minute. Damn it. If this continues, the entire team will be wiped out. Chitos, now is not the time to be sad. If we don't kill the other party, we will all die here. Sandon shouted. Hearing this, Chitos's body shook a little, and then she instantly suppressed her sadness and said, Sandon-sensei, I understand. Haha, there is no use. Even if you are careful, Shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, no matter how careful you are, this place will be your grave. Iwamura said with a sneer. Iwamura, don't talk nonsense with them, just kill them. Yaemori said as he pulled out a kunai again, and clashed with Sandon. Haha, this guy is really impatient. Yaikun chuckled lightly, and cast his gaze on Chitos. Little girl, it is a pity that your opponent is me. Chitos was nervous, but she still calmed her heart and was ready to fight. She knows very well that she has no chance of winning in one-on-one battle against a jonin, so all she can do is to delay for time. She needed to wait for Sandon or Mikase defeated their opponents to help her. But can Mikase really beat his opponent? Chitos doesn't know, so she can only hope. Mikase is fighting against Yasuke at this time. As soon as the Scarlet Sharingan was awakened, it was as if Mikase has evolved, and his overall strength has risen by a lot. Therefore, even if his opponent at this time is a jonin, he can still fight evenly. Yasuke became more and more frightened as he fought. This kind of strength is definitely not something that a chunin can have. When he saw Mikase's Scarlet Sharingan, Yasuke exclaimed, Sharingan. Mikase did not care about this. Although the Sharingan which he had been dreaming for so many years has finally awakened, the price is actually the death of Almaru. For Mikase, this result is absolutely unacceptable. At this time, there is only hatred in his heart. Go to hell. Mikase roared and his movements are getting faster and faster. The 2 kunai are dancing beautifully in Mikase's hands, clashing with Yasuke's sword again and again. Little brat. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because of the Sharingan. You are still far away from matching my strength. Yasuke said angrily, and the sword in his hand began to dance constantly. The sword and the kunai then collide again and again. After seeing that he couldn't defeat Yasuke quickly, Mikase gradually calmed down. Damn, I can't delay any longer. Chitos over there has already confronted by the opponent's jonin. It seems that she will not last long. If I can't defeat this guy quickly, I am afraid that Chitos will be in danger. No. Almaru is dead, So I absolutely can't let anything happen to Chitos. After thinking about this, Mikaze's expression became extremely solemn, but the movements of his hands remained undiminished. Little brat, you sure can fight well, but your companion may not have such a good luck. That Iwamura is very strong. Yasuke obviously also saw Mikaze's worry, so he started to attack him psychologically. Humphrey. Chitos is not that simple, so she won't lose. The next person who will die is you. Mikaze said, and then he widened his eyes and a black tomoe began to spin. Yasuke was startled, and secretly thought, damn. It is a genjutsu. Seeing that Yasuke's movement became sluggish, Mikaze was overjoyed, and then the kunai in his hand was directly stabbed into Yasuke's heart. Arg! Yasuke screamed as his heart was stabbed. Hearing this, Iwamura was surprised. That idiot Yasuke, how can he be so careless when fighting against someone from the Uchiha clan? I can't waste time anymore. I need to get rid of this girl fast. As Iwamura thought about this, the movement of his hands became faster. Little brat, go to hell. If you want something to blame, then blame yourself for being born in Hidden Leaf Village. Iwamura said, and then the chakra on his body burst out, and his speed skyrocketed instantly. His body turned into an afterimage, and when he appeared again, he is already in front of Chitos. The sword stabbed towards Chitos. Little brat, go to hell. Xiaoyun was shocked. She wanted to dodge it, but found that her body couldn't move at all. Stab. The sword was inserted into the body. Blood splattered all over the place, but the person who was stabbed was not Chitos. Mikaze. Chitos exclaimed. The sword pierced into Mikaze's belly, who had rushed over to save Chitos. Chitos, I will not let you die. Mikaze said while gritting his teeth. Although the sword didn't hit Mikaze's vital point, Mikaze almost fainted from the pain of a sword piercing his belly. Iwamura was shocked. He didn't expect Mikaze to come over, and what was even more unexpected was that Mikaze would actually block the blow with his own body. What a fool, he actually used his own life to protect others. Iwamura said with a smile. People like you would never understand my feelings, go to hell. Mikaze said, and the kunai in his hand was thrown towards Iwamura. Iwamura wanted to block the kunai with his sword, but he found that his sword is stuck on Mikaze's body, and he couldn't pull it out in time. In desperation, Iwamura chose to abandon his sword to avoid the kunai. As soon as Iwamura jumped back, Mikaze knelt on the ground with blood flowing from his belly. Mikaze. Are you okay? Chitos said in panic. I'm fine. Now is not a time to relax, be careful. Mikaze said. Yeah. Chitos breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Mikaze was still able to speak, but looking at Mikaze's wound, she knew that if he wasn't treated in time, he might lose too much blood and die. Time is running out. Chapter 344 Choices. Sanden quickly found a gap and retreated back to Mikaze and Chitos's locations. Mikaze, are you okay? Asked Sanden worriedly. I'm okay. I won't die. Mikaze said with a smile. However, his face is very pale, and everyone could tell that he wasn't alright. Although he killed one of the enemies, there are still 2 unscathed Jonin left. On their side, Sanden is still fine, and Chitos is also fine, but Mikaze is already seriously injured. Although Sanden is confident to block one of them, even killing the enemy, but the remaining Jonin would be difficult to block with just Chitos and the seriously injured Mikaze. What should I do? Sanden is really anxious. Are we going to die here today? No. Even if I die, I will protect my students. They are the future of Hidden Leaf Village. Especially Mikaze, after just awakened his Sharingan, he can already defeat a Jonin in a fight. In time, he will definitely become the pillar of Hidden Leaf Village. I have decided. After making up his mind, Sanden took out a yellow pill from his ninja bag, and then he swallowed the pill. After a few seconds, Sanden's body seemed to burn, and then, powerful chakra instantly enveloped his body. What is that? How come there is such a powerful chakra suddenly? Iwamura was surprised. After all, Sanden's chakra seems to have been doubled. Yellow pill? What the hell is that? Yaemori was equally shocked. Yellow curry pill, the secret medicine of the Akimeki clan, can instantly enhance Akimeki clan's members' combat power. Now, let me send you to the hell. Sanden shouted in a low voice, and then, blue chakra was wrapped around Sanden's body in a visible form. You are a member of the Akimeki clan. Iwamura said in surprise. Yes, my name. Akimeki Sanden. Now die. Nikkiden Sensha. Human bullet tank. Sanden's fat body instantly turned into a huge meat boulder, crushing towards the 2 hidden stones village's shinobi. The huge meat boulder left the 2 with nowhere to dodge, and they can only try to block it. What a joke. How can we lose? Earth style wall. Iwamura and Yamri formed hand seals at the same time, and then 2 stone walls were instantly erected in front of them. Sandon didn't care about these walls, and the huge meat boulder directly hit the stone walls. The sturdy stone walls can't stop Sandon, and was directly crushed by the huge meat boulder. Boom! With a loud crash, the stone walls were destroyed. How is it possible? Iwamura said in shock. In the next moment, the huge meat boulder has already appeared in front of his eyes. Iwamura's eyes were full of fear, and he immediately grabbed Yaemori with one hand and held him as his shield. Iwamura! What are you doing? Yaemori said in shock. Sorry, instead of 2 of us die together, it's better for you to die for me. Iwamura ruthlessly said. You bastard. Arg. As Yaemori just wanted to resist, the huge meat boulder has already hit his body. In an instant, Yaemori's body was directly crushed into meat paste, and he died without being able to do anything. Although Iwamura had Yaemori as a cover, his right hand was also hit and was fractured instantly. Sandon stopped, and then he is panting heavily as he half-kneeling on the ground. Although the yellow curry pill get him huge power boost, the side effects to his body is also not small. At this time, Sandon feels weak and unable to move. Iwamura looked at Sandon with a sullen expression, and muttered, "What a terrifying power. I didn't expect that pill would have such a strong effect. However, you can't resist anymore." Sandon looked at Iwamura viciously and said, "You bastard, you actually use your own companion as a shield. Ha ha ha. He was about to die, isn't it better for him to save me? What a joke, as a shinobi, why did we need companion? In my opinion, those who are giving their lives to their companions are the real fools. Shameless." Sandon cursed. "Haha, you can curse all you want. Right now, you are just the meat on the cutting board. You like to protect others, right? Well, I will kill your students now and see if you can do anything about it." Iwamura said, showing a cruel smile as he looked at Chido's and Mikey's. "Damn. What do you want to do?" Sandon wanted to stop him, but he couldn't move. The side effects of the medicine are making him unable to move his body. "What do I want to do? You will know soon." Haha. Iwamura sneered towards Chido's and Mikey's. Seeing this, Mikey's expression tightened, and he grasped the kunai in his hand. Chido's then whispered, "Mikey's, you have always been protecting me. This time, it's my turn." After Xiaoyun finished speaking, she stood up firmly. "Chido's, what are you going to do?" Mikey's roared. "Mikey's, this time I will protect you." Chido's holds a kunai in her hand tightly and then look at Iwamura with solemn eyes. "Oh? What a courageous little girl, but it's not enough." Iwamura said, he is holding a kunai with his left hand, and rushed towards Chido's. "You indeed have the courage, but you will still die very miserably," said Chido's. Hearing this, Chido's was unmoved, and the kunai in her hand was thrown. With a light wave, Iwamura parried the flying kunai. "Go to hell." Iwamura then stabbed towards Chido's. Chido's was taken aback, and hurriedly tried to dodge the attack, but she was too late. She was stabbed directly in the shoulder, and she felt weak in an instant. This kunai. Chido's instantly dropped weakly to the ground. "Haha, I have applied special poison to this kunai." "How is it?" "Ha ha ha." Iwamura said triumphantly while laughing loudly, but at this time, Mikey's coldly said, "You are celebrating too soon." "Huh?" Iwamura was puzzled. He then saw Mikey's right hand move slightly. The kunai that was thrown by Chido's bounced back and went straight into Iwamura's heart. "Ugh! How is it possible?" Iwamura's eyes were full of disbelief. The kunai that was inserted into his heart was tied with a steel wire that was almost invisible. The corner of Mikey's mouth was slightly raised, and he said, "As a shinobi, we need to be unexpected." As he said that, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Mikey's mouth. "Good job, Mikey's," said Sandon joyfully. But at the next moment, Sandon's mind relaxed, and he fainted directly. The side effects of the secret medicine have appeared in full. Seeing that Sandon and Chido's fainted at this time, Mikey's expression becomes a little bitter. "This is terrible. Sandon-sensei and Chido's has fainted. I have to take them out of here. We have caused such a huge commotion. If someone comes over, I'm afraid." Mikey's finished speaking and stood up struggling. He first put Almaru's corpse into the storage scroll, and then took Chido's and Sandon away. Just after the 3 of them left, an old man with long hair in the distance said in a low voice, "That pair of eyes is good, maybe it will be useful. I will observe it for a while. But strange, why do I feel that there was another person observing this scene like me? Is this person's hiding skill too good? Or did I got into Ganjutsu? Forget it, no matter what, I didn't expect when I was searching for experimental material, I would encounter such a wonderful scene. Now I should go back and continue experimenting." After the long-haired old man finished speaking, he left the place. After Makaze get inside a cave with Sandan and Shidos, he fainted. He lost too much blood and his physical strength was consumed so much. It would be pretty good to be able to be awake until now. And just when Makaze fainted, a figure quietly emerged. Silver white hair, a face of indifference, it is Kakashi. Seeing the unconscious Makaze in front of him, as long as Kakashi wanted to, that pair of Sharingan would belong to him. And if he immediately replaced Makaze's Sharingan with the Sharingan that he had prepared long ago, no one would know that Makaze's eyes were changed. Even if Makaze felt that something was wrong, he would only think it was a side effect after awakening his eyes. Take. Or not take. If he takes it, Kakashi would finally get the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. With the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he will have greater confidence in dealing with the terrifying enemies in the future. If he doesn't take it, his plan will become a waste. What is the purpose of the hard work he has done for more than a year? But if he takes it, will he still himself? Seeing that his objective is in sight, Kakashi hesitated. Should I do it or not? Thinking of this, Kakashi bitterly said, am I also the kind of person who is unscrupulous for the sake of strength? This is the Obito's father, the friend of his father, not a casual passerby. Should I really do this? Kakashi sighed and placed his right hand gently on Makaze's eyes. As long as he moved his hand slightly, the scarlet eyes would come out, and in the future, he will put these eyes on his eye sockets. He will use this pair of eyes to look at the future, to see Obito, to see Naruto, to see Mai. Kakashi's right hand is violently shaking, and his face showed an indescribable expression. The struggle between rationality and humanity is constantly tumbling in his heart. Chapter 345 Converse Kakashi then pulled back his right hand that is on Makaze's eyes. Even if no one knew about it, it is still called stealing. What's more, he is the father of his good friend. The original Kakashi would not do it, nor would the Kakashi who has transmigrated. In his previous life, he was not such a merciless and cold-blooded person. Although he was in a society full of selfishness, he still followed his own principles stupidly, not for anything else, just for his peace of mind. People can do anything, but if they can't pass this kind of hurdle in their heart, they will have no peace for the rest of their life. People always complain about the unfairness of society, but they still end up colluding with each other. Later, they began to persuade new young people to say that this is society. If they want to live, they need to do this. However, getting along with people shouldn't be like this originally. If they say that society should be selfish and intrigue in its original form, they are just desperate. They have forgotten their original self, and become what they once despised. In his previous life, Kakashi can keep this peace of mind, and in this life, he will not give it up. The peace of the mind is something he brings from his previous life. This may be the only thing Kakashi still remembers, something that he should have. After a while, it seemed as if something in Kakashi's body has been released, and the heaviness that came after moving to this timeline has dissipated. His original indifferent expression gradually loosened. I must get the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but I can't get it this way. Looking at the immature face in front of him, Kakashi's hands released green chakra and then he placed them on the wound on Makaze's lower abdomen. The wound is not big, but it is very deep. What Kakashi can do is to stop the bleeding and heal the wound slightly. After a while, the blood stopped flowing from the wound, and the wound has healed slightly. Kakashi takes out a bandage and bandaged the wound. After doing all this, Makaze's eyelids moved slightly, and then he opened his eyes. With the silver hair in his view, Makaze subconsciously called out, Sakamo? Then, perhaps he felt that Sakamo wouldn't suddenly appear in such a place, he immediately woke up. Seeing the face that is similar to Sakamo in front of him, Makaze was surprised, and said, Who are you? How did you come here? Makaze said as he looked around. After seeing Shidos and Sandan are still okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi smiled and said, Do not worry, they are fine. That Akimaki clan's member has just taken the yellow curry pill, so he will be fine after a day of rest. Fortunately, it is not the red chili pill, otherwise he will die. When Choji has taken the red chili pill in the original work, if it wasn't for Tsunoda's timely treatment, he would be already dead. At this time, there is no great medical shinobi like Tsunoda. Even Tsunoda herself is only a teenager at this time. As for the young girl, she will wake up after only 3 hours of unconsciousness as the poison is only paralyzing her body for a while. Makaze nodded when he heard this, and then, he found that his abdomen was also wrapped with a bandage, and the wound has obviously been treated. Are you the one who did it? Makaze asked in surprise. If there is no other person who can move, it should be indeed me. Kakashi said with a smile. Thank you. If it wasn't for you to heal and bandage my wound, I'm afraid I would have already lost too much blood and died. Makaze said very sincerely. This is a life-saving grace, and it is not an exaggeration. It's just a small effort. So, uncle, who are you? Mikaze asked curiously. You can call me Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi said with a smile. Hatake? Are you from the same clan as Sakamo? But it seems that I have never seen you before. There are not many people in the Hatake clan. But you do look like Sakamo. Mikaze said curiously. Of course we look alike, it is because I am his son. Kakashi said with a smile. Hearing this, Mikaze was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a smile, You must be joking, uncle. After all, you look much older than Sakamo. Even if you said that you are his father, I would believe it. Ha ha ha, uncle, you are really humorous. Looking at Mikaze who laughed, Kakashi didn't seem to want to laugh at all. Uncle, why are you so serious? You don't even laugh when you tell a joke. Mikaze forced a smile and said. Do you think that I am joking? Mikaze swallowed his saliva, with an incredible expression on his face. He can clearly saw that Kakashi is being serious at this moment. Uncle, are you serious? But how could that guy Sakamo have a son? That guy clearly is someone who would never get a girl for the rest of his life. Mikaze said in a puzzled manner. Hearing this, Kakashi was absolutely amused, but when he thinks about it, his father's cold look might make it hard to get a girl. But fortunately, Ayako was able to tame Sakamo. Maybe not now, but that doesn't mean there won't be in the future. I am his future son, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi said. This. How is this possible? Did you travel through time? Mikaze was really surprised. Whether you believe it or not, the me in front of you is the truth. Then you are really Sakamo's son, but why did you appear here? Mikaze asked in surprise. Because I want to talk with you. Talk with me? Mikaze was really puzzled, and then, as if thinking of something, he suddenly said, Could it be that your biological father is actually me? That's crazy. Kakashi's face was full of black lines. Should I just take his eyes? See Kakashi's darkened expression, Mikaze immediately calmed down, and said with a dry smile, Haha, I am just joking. Forget it, I'm so tired to talk nonsense with you. Let me show you directly. While Mikaze was still in a daze, Kakashi directly unlocked the seal on his left eye. Ganjutsu. Mikaze thought, and then, he felt a muddle of emotion and appeared in a forest. In front of him is a young man with yellow hair, a teenager with silver-white hair and a young girl. In the distance, a teenager wearing a pair of goggles is running towards the group. Obito, you are late again, said the girl. Sorry, Rin, I just helped an old grandma to cross the road. The goggle boy explained, panting heavily. At this time, the dead fish-eye boy with silver hair said, It's really an old excuse. Hearing this, the goggle boy was angry and said, Kakashi. What are you talking about? At this time, the young man with yellow hair smiled and said, Well, since we are all here, let's start the survival test. Hearing this, the three people stopped talking, and then they looked at the yellow-haired young man and were ready to fight. Mikaze could see clearly that the silver-white-haired dead fish-eye boy was the guy who claimed to be Kakashi Hatake before. That guy was 7 or 8 years old, and he is similar to Sakamo's current appearance. Is he really Sakamo's son? Moreover, why do I have such an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the goggle boy? The scene is constantly changing, and the goggle boy and the white-haired boy are always arguing. As a bystander, Mikaze sees it very clearly. But after a while, the goggle boy and the white-haired boy are fighting against Hidden Stone's village as shinobi. Then the goggle boy awakened his Sharingan. After the fight, a landslide happened in the cave, and half of the goggle boy's body was crushed under a huge boulder. At this moment, the goggle boy handed his left eye to the white-haired dead fish-eye boy as his birthday gift. Mikaze did not know why, but when he saw this scene, there was a pain in his heart. It's as if he loses something important. Why? Why I do feel this way? What kind of relationship does this boy named Obito have with me? Mikaze asked in confusion. He is your son, Obito Uchiha. Kakashi's voice rang in Mikaze's ear, making him as if being struck by lightning. Chapter 346 Telling the Truth. My son? Dead? Mikaze murmured. Kakashi shook his head and said, No, he's not dead. Mikaze breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. After all, if he knew that his only son was dead, he wouldn't feel good. However, he has changed. He is no longer the former Obito. He became the spokesperson of the darkness, trying to destroy the shinobi world. Kakashi said. What? Mikaze was really shocked. The next thing is from the information I found out in the future. Obito did not die and was rescued by Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha? How is it possible? He died in Lord First's hands more than a decade ago. How could he save Obito in the future few decades? Mikaze was shocked. The truth of the matter is that Madara Uchiha used Izanagi to deceive the Lord First Hokage, Kakashi said. Izanagi? Mikaze was taken aback, and then a ninjutsu suddenly flashed in his mind. It was a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. It can be used as long as someone has awakened their Sharingan, but it will cost them the light of the Sharingan. Mikaze has only learned of this forbidden technique by accident. The reason Madara Uchiha saved Obito is because he wants to use Obito to continue his crazy ambition. Obito has rejected it at first, but how can Madara Uchiha's method be comparable to Obito? Madara Uchiha created Rin's tragic death in my hands and make Obito saw it. Kakashi said as he showed the scene of him killing Rin to Mikaze. Obito's heartbreaking appearance was visually displayed in front of Mikaze's eyes. For the Uchiha clan, the more love they have, the greater the hatred they would release, and the stronger their strength would become. Madara Uchiha has taken a fancy to Obito's benevolent heart and turning it into hatred with the darkness. Obito became the substitute for Madara to continue his ambition after his death. Kakashi muttered. Mikaze was already shocked and speechless. I want to save Obito, but he won't listen to me. And Madara Uchiha makes a backup plan to bring him back to life. By then, I will have to face him. But, I don't have the confidence to fight against such a powerful figure from the legend. Your purpose is, said Mikaze. Your eyes. My left eye was given to me by Obito, and to fight against Madara Uchiha, I must have a good pair of eyes. My left eye right now is far from enough, and I want to get the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, only by relying on your Sharingan can I get it. My eyes? Mikaze subconsciously touched his own eyes, with some fear. After all, he is just a teenager who has just turned 17 years old. Originally I want to secretly replace your eyes, but just now, I gave up on this idea. I can't do it. Kakashi sighed. Mikaze lowered his hands upon hearing Kakashi's words. Although the guy in front of him said some inexplicable words, Mikaze did not know why, but he felt that what Kakashi said is true. The scenes that he just saw seemed to be really from the future. Do you want my eyes? Asked Mikaze. Yeah, I need more strength to fight against Madara Uchiha, Kakashi said sincerely. Mikaze bowed his head as he is in a deep thought, and it is unknown what he was thinking. Kakashi didn't urge him either. After all, he knew that it was absurd to ask others to believe in him. Sure enough, Mikaze said, sorry, even if the future you said is true, I will change it with my own ability. These eyes are my support, and I can't give it to you. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened. He has expected this result from long ago, but when it really happened, he couldn't help but felt that it was a bit ironic. Mikaze knew that the person in front of him was telling the truth. After all, if Kakashi simply wants to take away his eyes, he had countless opportunities just now. But he didn't take it. Kakashi woke him up and told him a lot of nonsense. This kind of behavior is exactly the same as Sakamo. Coupled with his face, Mikaze already believed in everything Kakashi said. But even if Kakashi is saying the truth, Mikaze is not willing to give up. Why can't I change my own fate? As a 17-year-old boy, it is really a joke if he wants to give up his hopes for life. Is that so? I understand. Kakashi muttered. Mikaze suddenly said, Kakashi, I believe that you are telling the truth, but I also believe in myself. If I really can't change my destiny, I am willing to entrust my Sharingan to you. If I really died, I believe that since you can come here, you will definitely be able to go to that point of time. Kakashi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and said, are you sure? If I really died, that means that I wasn't able to change my destiny. At that time, why not pin my hopes on you? Kakashi, I will be waiting for you in the future. Mikaze said, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Kakashi was taken aback, seeing this guy smiled like that. He really looked like Obito back then. Obito, how long have you not shown such a smile? I understand, Kakashi nodded and said. Mikaze smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that I would know that I will die when I was just 17 years old. It's really a wonderful experience. Sorry that I tell you about such an unpleasant thing, Kakashi said apologetically. Mikaze waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, after all, it is need. By the way, what about Sakamo? How is that guy in the future? Hearing this, Kakashi became silent. Mikaze was taken aback, obviously reaching a conclusion after seeing Kakashi's reaction. Could it be that Sakamo is also dead? This. How is it possible? Sakamo is so strong. Who can beat him? My father. Suicide. Kakashi whispered. Suicide? How is it possible? How could that guy Sakamo commit suicide? Mikaze said in disbelief. Just looking at Kakashi's expression, it would be impossible for Mizake to believe it. What the hell happened? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, and then told Mikaze about it. Perhaps, this can change the death of his father, but not necessarily. It turned out to be like that.